know what those words are, you would think they were just made up words that were just like thrown in to like infer things through the world based through like a Final Fantasy lens. But it's like there's so much you can infer in the background from just like the opening passage kind of idea of like setting the world and where it is right now. And that's kind of like what this dungeon is supposed to do in chapter 1, is set the pace of the world and the understanding of the world. You might get banned on Royal Road, you won't get average views 13, but live views 185. Well, there you go, Muffin. That's fucking insane, brother. That is exposure right there, man. Just make an impression and people will fucking come back. Boom. Boom! Now we need perfect chroma catalyst.
Fiery.
Easy fucking peasy. Dead as a door. 5.3 million damage! I'm thinking maybe doing episode 2 of Adventures of Duart, but I'm not 100% sure.
Lightning dance.
GG. And as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Through their first exam in order to be able to leave the tree. And it's like, you know, you gotta do like a lore check, you gotta do an intelligence check, you gotta do like a survivability check, you gotta do a combat check, and you know, all these kinds of things. So the idea of this is to use this in order to build the rest of like the continuity of how these systems work and get that far. Yeah, that's where it's like that would be an exception, right, Levi? And that would be a great twist too, where it's like, you know, so it's like you wind up dying, but you don't wind up dying from the monster, you wind up dying from the train with like all of the beings of consciousness that Anima has devoured before, that she has like pulled from the pit of its being. So it's kind of like she's amassed this entire army of consciousness around her, and it's all of the food that's ever been consumed by Anima. On with like a magnum or something like that. And then the entire time the reader's like, why the fuck isn't he using his gun? Why the fuck isn't he using his gun? At the end of the story, he pulls out his gun and shoots the monster. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? Really, dude? That's how you're gonna end it?
I'm a goofy goober, yeah, you're a goofy goober, yeah.
True, Sharp. Sounds good. Did you write anything new, Sharp? Anything you want to share with us? Anything interesting that you have? We're creating a story around a prequel for the book. And we're going to do like a series of short stories of like setting up how the world is, just to kind of get an idea for it. Yeah, I'm half done with chapter 4. Hell yeah, brother. Wait, we get pulled off course, guys? I think we're going out in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. Only 5 million damage. But we'll leave it here. Anyways, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for having fun. We fucked around and found out today it was a good time, but no worries about it. We got the game in, and that's what matters, right? So, hey, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Like, the light from the lava pierces through the tree, like, and bounces like a mirror. So the bottom part, when you look down, is like orange and pulsating, kind of like rippling lava, right? And then above you during the day is like a bright yellow-ish kind of hue. And then at night, it's kind of darker on the top and just like super orange on the bottom. Like there could be the smell of the campfire. I guess that's one part. I'm just thinking now, could be changed. Maybe they have a meal of some kind. Like, I mean, the smell of burning from Torg being hit by a fireball. 3 points of completely basically upending the world and completely changing everything, as well as perspectives towards places, because the tree itself never changes until the end of the book, but it's like it goes from being like a harmonious sanctuary to a longing of home to absolute despair, and then becomes evil castle that you have to infiltrate and fight off. The only things we really have is that there has to be an adventurers guild in. Yo, how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. It's another day. In 4 days, I'll sub. Oh, why thank you. Why thank you, Happy. I appreciate that. I appreciate you choosing me. Hey yo, what's up? So, I didn't notice, but, because I was just looking for, like, the CNSL, but apparently the CNSL doesn't exist anymore, so they're doing an open season roulette for the qualifiers. So we finally have qualifier rounds once again for the ASL. Yeah, I'm gonna give some subs waiting for payday. Why, you guys are true gems. I appreciate it. I appreciate that you enjoy the content enough to want to support it. What it's all about, right? Just means I'm in the right direction, creating better content. I also made a story today, and I think it has the best ending ever, but I'm always in a bias with myself because I went back to the standards of what I do, which is twist endings, and, like, setting everything up in a certain direction, and then completely destroying your expectations with what the fuck is actually happening. Waiting for my Prime sub? Nice! Fuck yeah, Happy! That's what it's all about. Pump the channel, boys! Pump the channel! 3, 2, 1, toe! We got a lot we got to get through, so let's just get right into it, right off the bat. You cool with that? Cool with that, Happy? Just jump right into it. Fuck all this filler. That way we'll actually get the qualifier round in. We're on 47? Right? For some reason, it doesn't go past 47 for me. Alright, well, without further ado, let's get into it. Chapter 47, The Crown Unclaimed. The moment Levi lifts the crown of Solana from its pedestal, the low rumble beneath the ancient stone deepens. I'm gonna need help with the twists in The Last Councilman 2. It's like a winding mountain road by the end. I legit had to spend 2 weeks planning just the lore before book 1, working on book 2. That's kind of how it is with me because of the way the book 1 ends and how book 2 has to be still important. So there's a lot of factors as to, like, completing the 100-year quest in the first book as opposed to the second book. There's fighting the monarch at the end of the first book, killing Fafnir, which means at some point in time the entire first book has to be about Fafnir. But that means it also has to be about the 100-year quest. So how do you introduce the 100-year quest without doing Fafnir? Or how do you do Fafnir without doing the 100-year quest? And then it's like, well, at the end, how is book 2 important if the only thing at the end of book 1 is, oh, you're defeated, then you go join, you know, Fafnir dies, then you recruit the Warriors of Light, and it's like, the entire second book is just recruiting the Warriors of Light, so that means I gotta do the Warriors of Light, the 100-year quest, the gathering of, you know, everything. So it's like, maybe we do the 100-year quest or Atomus, because maybe I still haven't decided if the 100-Year Quest is a Thomas or if there's another space, because there needs to be 3 different dungeons that they go to. One is the Sapphire, one has the Emerald, and one has the Ruby weapon. And it's like, okay, well, which one of these is most important? Because by the end, like, the end of it, they have to have all of the things, but we need a Thomas, because Fafnir's Dragon Breath has to light a Thomas, but then we can make a Thomas stronger, and we could have the other 5 dragons in the second book after they fix the ocean currents and come back after Fafnir's death with the Warriors of Light, and then they light a Thomas and then give the Warriors of Light their relic weapons. It's like, right? I still haven't 100% decided where I'm going to go with that and how I can make the impact not, like, overwhelmingly above the second book and the first book, so the second book feels underwhelming. But I don't want the first book to feel underwhelming either, because I didn't put enough in it, because I wanted to save everything for the second book. It's like, fuck! And it's like, technically I'm writing like an 8 to 10 book series in 2 books. The amount of shit I have to cram into these 2 books is kind of fucking ridiculous. That's why it's like, this is the lore, this is what's actually in the book, right? But if you read between the lines, and you pick everything out, and you pick up every piece of armor, and you read all the descriptions like fucking Dark Souls style, you can get, like, this out of it, right? But there's still this of the rest of the lore. And that's everything that's in my head. So, I totally feels you. I think the 2-3-5 rule I came up with is good. 2 protagonists, 2 antagonists, 3 perspectives in each chapter at a time, 5 obstacles by the end of the story. That's smart. My biggest problem is the being from Husai's perspective in first person through the entire book, and the entire purpose of it being like characters lie. Characters misremember things. Not like unintentionally. There's no maliciousness. They just don't remember things properly because that's how memory works. So it's like there's this presentation of how the world is, and then there's how the world actually is. And then having to portray like 3 or 4 different presentations of the world, and then breaking those at certain points and being like, that's a lie, this is the reason why, right? I think it's like a bet between 2 people. It's like, this person thinks this person thinks this, event happens that proves this. Whether that's both of them are right, both of them are wrong, or, you know, one is right and one is wrong, or parts and pieces. But it's like presentation and then actuality. And that's how I want to evolve the world, is making people think about things and then presenting them and be like, you know what, that doesn't line up with this other thing, and then being able to call out lies as they're presented, like the more invested you are in the book, right? And that's why it's like the idea of it is every time you read it, you get more and more out of it. So it's like going through New Game Plus and New Game Plus Plus, and it's almost like there's more happening in the book because you know what's going to happen, so you can find all this other stuff that connects together, right? So it's like, the web I want to create is so fucking ambitious, it's goddamn scary. It's like doing all of Game of Thrones in 2 fucking books that is a total of 800 pages maximum. It's so fucking ambitious, but that's what I want to do. And whether it works or not, as long as I attempt it, that's a success to me, right? So I can always rewrite it, republish it, redo whatever I want with it, right? That's the power of writing. Unlike a movie or something like that, like, you can't just get all the actors back together, get all the set back together and everything. It's like, once you got the final product, that's what you're fucking stuck with. But writing is just, nah, I'm gonna redo that shit, right? Only thing that's really invested is time. Because you already got the story wheeling in your head. Okay, here we go. He presses against every rib, every breath, every current coiling inside his veins. Without misdirection, my books are just people going to each other's houses and sword fighting each other. Yeah, exactly, right? The like espionage, the behind the scenes, and all of that is what makes the story interesting, right? Imagine if Game of Thrones was just straightforward, right? the whole point is you don't know who's on what side at what point in time, or what's gonna make what character shift to the other side, and it's like, who's gonna say what, who knows this character well enough to be able to do something, right? It's like, oh my god. Moonstone flares brilliant white, washing the grand terrace in cold radiance. Snow glitters like shattered glass. The entire city of Shiftera falls silent. And by the way, this is the first time, guys, in a while that I haven't done AI editing with my story. I thought it was so good, I didn't even edit it. I was just like, yo, dude, I think this has raw fucking power because of the style of misdirection of the wording of the story. And it's like super short. It's only like 10 minutes. It's like 1,100 words. Snow glitters like glass, like shattering glass. The entire city of Shiftera falls silent for a heartbeat. Solana's carved eyes seem to blink. Then King Leo's voice rolls across the plaza, deep, steady, impossible to ignore. Chalkboard! True. Crown is raised. The contest is open. The words strike like a drumbeat. A murmur ripples through the gathered packs. Hundreds of shifters shift their weight, claws flexing against stone, instincts stirring. Some stare at Levi with awe, others with hunger. Levi lowers the crown carefully back onto the velvet cushion. Moonstone dims, but the pressure does not fade. Jade's fingers brush his wrist, cool frost against heated pulse. Their bond hums steady beneath the noise, beneath the tension. Moonlight braided with winter, unbreakable. King Leo steps forward from the shadowed archway. His black and silver cloak moves like living shadow around his boots. His blue eyes sweep the terrace, measuring every pack, every alpha, every restless heir. Tradition demands challengers, Leo says. 3 trials, strength of body, strength of will, strength of bond. Only the one who completes all 3 may claim the crown, and the balance it carries. Ooh. Ooh. He pauses. The silence tightens. Those who would challenge, he continues, step forward now. For one breath, no one moves. Then Kale Draven steps out from the western circle. Yo, Callie, what's up? How's it going? What you doing? True, are you sitting there eating snacks, having a good time, Callie? Fuck yeah, let's go! Smile is sharp as a drawn blade. Dark hair brushes his brow. Power shimmers at the edges of his form. Wolf pressing close to skin. I challenge, Kale says clearly. For the crown. For Shiftera. Exercise for an hour today. Fuck yeah, Callie. And then you're sitting down eating Doritos like a fatty. I mean, what? Growl of approval raises from his pack. Leo inclines his head. One stands. Before the murmur settles, another figure strides forward from the northern ranks. Thorn Blackwood, broad-shouldered, scar crossing one cheek, fur mantle resting heavy across his back. I'm not fat! I didn't call you fat, I called you a fatty. That means, like, eventually, if you keep going the way you are. No, I'm just fucking with you, Callie. I'm sorry, Callie, I didn't mean to. Okay? I'm fat, that's why. But tomorrow, guys, bikini stream tomorrow. Then you guys can see how fat I am. Yo, what's up, blessed? You guys will see my tits and how fat I am. I'm a 34-year-old man, okay? Seriously. What did you expect? Don't listen to that, Callie. True, Callie. Listen to me. He's lying. No, Callie, I'm not lying. You're fat, okay? Take it with a grain of salt. I mean, what? No, I didn't mean that. I didn't mean... No, God damn... I'm just gonna stop talking. Words fall like a hammer. A third voice follows, smooth and calm. From the river clan steps Seraphine veil, silver blonde hair braided with river stones, pale eyes unblinking. I challenge! Levi's jaw tightens. This is no longer spectacle. Garrick Stone pushes through the mountain shifters next. Thick arms bare despite the cold, knuckles scarred from 100 pit fights. I challenge! You've seen me! I have like 2 abs! Do you need to see my abs? I walked a bit and a few mobility exercises and static stretched my quads. Hell yeah, you guys should do like a team up stream where you guys like work out together. Flicker of shadow peels itself from the edge of the terrace. L'Rail, I don't know. L'Rail, Nightshade emerges as if she has always been there. Dark silks, darker gaze. Alright, we're introducing all the baddies! Let's go! I need money for my stretch abs. Shut up and take my money, Callie. Shut up and take my money. Oh, no. Stretch abs, not app. I'm not giving you money for an app. I'll give you money for your abs. Abs pick, right? Like, a flex, right? So you're introducing all the crazy guys. I challenge! The crowd's tension spikes. Eldrick Flameheart steps forward in a sweep of red hair and ember bright eyes. Heat rolls off him invisible distortion. I'd say I challenge. I would say, Haffy, maybe you should introduce these characters and have like him run in with these characters at least some point in time, so it's not like this is the first time some characters are introduced, but I feel like this is like too many characters all at once, right? Like, you want to recognize over half of the characters that are coming in here, and to me, these are all just new characters, right? So maybe finding a way to slowly work just one single interaction with each of these characters. A mention. Like, you mention Kale, like, so many times, like Draven, but you never mention anyone else, as if Kale is the only one to be worried about. And now you're introducing like 10 new characters. I feel like it's just a little bit overwhelming. And it would be fine if we knew these characters, or at least like 60% of these characters. So we were only introduced to like maybe 4 or 5 new characters that we could latch onto. That you could say, these are like the extra red shirt characters, but the characters that we've already introduced that you recognize will be like the main characters. I don't know what you mean by do we teehee. If that's your response, I'm not sure what you mean by that. But yeah, I just think it's a little bit overwhelming. Wahahaha. Vinyasa Flow Yoga is free on YouTube. That's why it's like, I don't understand why people pay for stuff. There's so much. Nuh-uh, these apps make me a pretzel. Callie, I don't understand. You don't need an app to exercise, bro. You don't need to pay money to someone to do stuff, man. You can be free and not have a subscription to life, bro. Taxes are already our subscription to life. Should I tweet that out, guys? I think that's pretty good, right? Like, taxes are your yearly subscription to life. I'm gonna tweet that out, guys. Taxes are your yearly I can't even spell. Subscription to life. I can't fucking spell. Yeah, it's subscription. There. Taxes are your yearly subscription to life. I like that. That's good. You see why I didn't put importance to them. Then I wouldn't introduce them by name, Haffy. If they're not important, I wouldn't introduce them by name because it's confusing. and it's overwhelming. You know, you just say this pack step forward, this person, then this person, then this person, then this person, then this person, and you just don't name people. You just give the influence that there's this amount of people. No, Callie, you're gonna have a 100 stream streak and a 300 stream streak and like a 600 stream streak across like all your accounts. What is this, Callie? Crown's tension spikes. Eldrick Flameheart steps forward at a sweep of red hair and ember bright eyes. Heat rolls off him in visible distortion. I challenge! Soren Ironclaw follows without flourish. Massive, steady as silence is heavier than a shout. I challenge! Valyria Shadow Step moves next. Lean, precise boots barely making a sound on stone. I challenge! A low rumble vibrates through the terrace of Braum Thunderhoof. As Braum Thunderhoof advances, sighs alone, parts the crowd, stone trembles under each step. I challenge. 9 challengers now stand in a half circle facing Levi. There crackles. Leo's gaze sharpens. 9 stand. A beat passes. Then a 10th figure steps forward from the eastern packs. White fur spills from her collar despite her human shape. Frost crystals gather along her lashes. Kira Frostveil. Her eyes lock on Levi. I challenge. Gasps break from the crowd. 10 challengers. Jade's fingers tighten slightly on Levi's wrist. Beyond them, Rafe mutters something sharp under his breath. Kale exhales hard. Torvald, low growl vibrates like distant thunder. Elowin watches in absolute silence. Leo lifts one hand. Shadows curl around his fingers like smoke responding to command. 10 challengers stand against the raised crown, he declares. So it shall be. 3 days, 1 trial at each dawn. His eyes settle on Levi. The first trial begins tomorrow at first light. Strength of body. A pause. Prepare, reflect, remember why the crown exists. The shadows pull inward, swallowing the king as he turns and disappears into the archway. The terrace erupts into sound, speculation, argument, anticipation. Packs cluster around their chosen champions. Kale lingers longest. His gaze never leaves Levi. There's no smile now, only promise. Then he turns away. One by one, the challengers disperse. Thorn with his northern guard. Seraphine followed back towards the river clans. Garrick cracking his neck and goes. Brahm's heavy steps fade last. Snow begins to fall again, soft, relentless. Levi releases a slow breath. 10, Rafe says flatly. I counted, Kale replies, voice tight. Torvald snorts. They smell opportunity, or imbalance, Elwin murmurs. Levi looks down at the crown resting on velvet. It longer glows. It waits. Inside him, the 7 currents stir. Fire, restless, void, whispering, moonlight steady and bright. Orion presses against his leg. Winter mirrors the motion against Jade's boots. Jade steps closer until their shoulders touch. 10 challengers, she says quietly. Her frost slides along his forearm, calming the surge under his skin. 3 trials, she continues. They have to survive all 3. Levi nods. Strength of body, he says. That will thin them. And strength of will, she adds. His mouth curves slightly. That might thin them faster. Her answering look is fierce. And bond, she finishes. The word settles between them. Golden silver warmth threads through the chest at the reminder. Whatever comes, they do not stand alone. Dylan and Sienna appear near the lower steps, falling into step behind them without comment. Sienna's fingers brush Dylan's wrist in that quiet, constant rhythm. They leave the terrace together. The city watches. Lantern light flickers from the high windows. Snow gathers along rooftops and shoulders. Jesus Christ, learn to fucking read! Whispers follow them down the eastern avenue. 10, Kale says again, almost in disbelief. Levi glances back once at the Grand Terrace. 10 challengers, 3 trials, 1 crown. For the first time, the contest feels exactly as dangerous as the old stories promised. Good. He does not want this handed to him. He wants it tested. He wants it proven. Jade's hand slides fully into his. Their bond surges, frost and moonlight braiding tighter, 7 currents aligning with deliberate purpose.
He'll
Beneath the
strip you naked
stone.
and pour water on you.
Thank you, Callie. It'll be such a great time. Beneath the stone, something ancient shifts. Venturon listens. First dawn is coming, and Levi walks towards it, not as a stray who stumbled into destiny, but as the balance the goddess has been waiting for. Alright, yeah. Other than, like, the overwhelming amount of names and introductions of characters, that was good ceremony, you know? A good introduction. Bringing everyone on board, getting everyone around. And I'm guessing, like, basically everyone's just gonna die, and it's just gonna be Levi and the other dude. Or something like that. Like, as to why, the reason why you don't feel that the characters are important. Yeah, I don't know. Like I say, it just feels like a little much, right? A little overwhelming. But, that's just me. Oh. Take a toke. And then we'll jump in. Because we have ads coming up here, so we'll just wait for the ads. Strength of body. Great chapter. Let's get into it and get her going, guys. We got this. It's gonna be good. Doing yard work for fun right now is that unk status. I'm not sure, Prol. I mean, I used to be a landscaper. I used to work at a golf course and do, like, private, like, you know, garden work and stuff like that for my parents' rich friends at the golf course. Because they liked how well I kept the golf course. But now I'm in Alberta, and you can't golf every day because the golf course don't open like 3 months of the year because the ground is so fucked because of the snow. The one thing my parents were pissed about coming here is they couldn't golf every day. Spent like 15 years golfing every day, and now they're like, fuck, can't golf every day. So we got like a golf simulator in our garage. Now they can play on any course they want. You're overwhelmed just like Levi. I mean, fair enough, Haffy. It's just, Haffy, this is how I feel about it. I was expecting, like, 100 challengers. Like, I was expecting pretty much everyone to be stepping forward and being like, yo, bitch, I want that crown. Maybe talk about that among people and have Levi ask people if they want to join and make it kind of look like no one would want to join. Maybe that's the solution, Haffy. I wrote it like that on purpose. And I understand that, right? I'm just trying to find a solution to this that's, like, the story, the way that it seemed to be going, right, in my, like, in my perspective, is that there would be hundreds of challengers. So maybe write slowly beforehand, like Levi and Jade talking to other people, and people like asking Levi if he's gonna join, and then being like, "Yo, I could never do this," other than like Ronnie, right? Like so, like talk to like I can't remember Ronnie's the dragon girl, but you know they get like friendly with her. The challengers are high class noble. Okay, maybe make that more like clear in the story that only like certain people are going to challenge it. Like you focus so much on Draven, I find that it's like it was more of a tier class than it was actual participants, right? It's like there's going to be a lot of participants, but there's really only one person we have to worry about, and that's Draven. So it's like when these 10 people come in, it's like it's overwhelming just from the amount of people, but it doesn't feel like it should be overwhelming to Levi, right? So maybe just have Levi have this like cognitive connection with the reader where they're both on the same page of there's only gonna be like me, Draven, and like 2 other people. And then all of a sudden, all these people start walking forward, and then it has more, because it feels like you're trying to emphasize, oh my god, there's 10 people, 10 people is a lot of people. And I'm sitting here thinking like, 10 people isn't a lot of people. This causes like a cognitive dissonance. So maybe more emphasis earlier on in the story to make it like, people want nothing to do with this, like, only high class can do this, like there's only gonna be a couple of competitors, and then when everyone steps forward you're like, oh shit bro, because then I feel like you're capitalizing on that payoff of overwhelmingness, right? Does that make sense? So like maybe just 3 or 4 mentions in earlier chapters, conversations with characters about this, and then you can like build the anxiety with the characters towards it more as well. Right? And I feel like it would have a lot stronger of an impact, because I feel like there's supposed to be this huge impact there, but I just didn't feel it. I was just like, okay, another person. Oh, okay, well, another person and another person. All right. And it didn't hit me that there was significance in that, right? I don't know how you guys felt about it. It's more like they're from the top of the 10 different clans. And that's another thing, it's like, why is, like, position 2, right? Position 2 is Prol. 3, 2, 1, Toke. But we still have one more chapter of Happies to go. Alright. No, we've already finished one chapter. So we only have one chapter to go. I was just talking a lot about this chapter because this is the first time. This is the first time in like 10 chapters. I felt there's like a... a cognitive dissonance between what I'm interpreting from the story and what I think that the author is going in a different direction. To troll or not to troll? True, Turner. True. I know clans aren't species, Haffy, but like there's like it just feels like I've never thought, right, that there were clans. And now all of a sudden there's clans, right? Like it's not emphasized enough in the story for me to even have thought about it. So again, that's another layer of things that you're just dropping on people. Right? And it's like, maybe instead of building up the people, you build up the clans earlier. And you talk about each of the different clans and their histories and stuff like that. And, like, their heroes and their current strongest. And, like, I feel like, these characters deserve more than just a chapter introduction randomly. Right? I feel like it's way too abrupt. But again, it's like... And the only reason why I think that overwhelming thing doesn't work is because I'm expecting more people and it's less people, and then it's underwhelming, but you're expecting it to be overwhelming, right? So it's fighting itself for like, it's like playing tug of war with itself, right? Instead of synergizing. That's the first chapter I felt like that in a while, right? Everything else has felt like smooth, right? Feeling the same way because there's basically 6 planets we don't visit until my 3rd book, and I have no idea where to start now. Troll, put them in. It's a great way of doing this. Mythology. Just slowly write them into random stories about like the idea of like Greek mythology with like the different, or I guess Viking mythology would be the best one with like the different worlds, right? Like Jotunheim and you know, all the Heims and everything like that. Why am I blanking with the Asgard? Like, you know, all of that. And then it's like when you get to that, you realize, oh, those weren't just stories, those were realities, right? And that's how you turn your mythology into reality. Yeah, they're mentioned in the entire story, but we only have visited 2 planets by book 2, so it feels quite stark. I guess that's true, right? You're spending 1 book on 1 planet, 1 book on another planet, another book on 4 planets. What is this, Callie? This made me cry. Okay, what is this? In book 2, they literally fight a Roman god, though, so I think it's not too nuts in comparison. I do mention clans in chapter 2, but not developed. Okay. No, not the Ender! This is so sad. Oh, shit. Yeah, she's totally gonna die. Oh, shit! That fucking sucks. Oh, man. That was good, though. That was really good. Damn, son. That hit hard. That's for sure. Jesus. Hey, Scotty. What's up, Turner?
Hey, Scotty.
Better than Requiem for a Dream. True, bro. Pay attention to me. Turner, it's a StarCraft day today. Are you ready for StarCraft? Bam! Suck it. 40 stream streak, motherfucker. Damn, bro. That's insane. 40 stream streak. Holy shit, has broskies. You on to 40 strams. Woo, 40 stram. Let go. Dawn bleeds across the sky. Red fractures the horizon. Frost splinters along the grand terrace. Snow slides from battlements and crashes into the arena below, where thin ice glitters over scarred stone. Stone that has swallowed blood before and will again. Oh god, please read mine before StarCraft. I was so early. Oh, of course, Prol. Of course I'm gonna read everything before that. I just mean that we're gonna watch 3 hours of StarCraft today. Need me to praise me now. I need you to praise me now. Callie, you're doing so good. Keep it up. Keep working out, bro. I'm muting you to make some progress on the timeline and chapter review. Alright, sounds good, Turner. I will stay for StarCraft. I'm just excited. Well, it's the qualifier rounds for the ASL, so it's going to be interesting. Best of ones, of course, so we're going to have some great games. Looking forward to some great games! Levi stepped through the gate alone. The roar that greeted him is not praise, it is appetite. 10 challengers wait within the blazing boundary runes. High above, King Leo stands beneath Solana's towering statue, her stone gaze merciless. The first trial, Leo declares, his voice amplified by shadow and ancient stone, his strength of body. White fire races along the arena walls, the barrier slams shut with a concussive boom. There are no restrictions.
Do better, you usually do better. Glaze me like Brock after it reads one of my stories.
Callie, the interpersonal connection between your characters drives such a narrative bond between your world and the people in it that you fall in love with Ulnaron, and finding out the multiple Ulnarons and the destruction of it, finding the perfect Ulnaron, it's like the bittersweet ending of knowing that you destroyed everything to gain that one thing that you truly have, and it speaks so true to humanity that will sacrifice everything that we know to try and have something that we imagine. So otherwise the grass is greener on the other side. If I give you a dock, can you mark your notes? I'm just not good at that. Like, the second I start to write it down, it's like the flow disappears, right? So I'm like... If I had time, I would just take your stories and I would edit the critique down. But I'm like, oh my god, there's so many things I'm doing, I just don't have time to do that, right? It's why I don't do clips anymore. It's why I don't do videos anymore. I just focus on the other main YouTubes aside from the stream. Because I just don't have enough time to do it. I need fucking more people. I need a crew, guys. I need these small things to be taken care of on the other side of the stream. Which would be really fucking nice. Should just make you reread my book. True, Turner. Breathless pause. You yield, or you fall, the horn screams, and the arena becomes a slaughter ground. So it's a battle royale? But if it's a battle royale on the first thing, then wouldn't there only be one person standing anyways? So if there's only one person standing after it anyways, wouldn't that mean there was only one person to go through will and bond? How do multiple people come out of a battle royale? I guess we'll find out. Garrick Stone charges first. He shifts mid-stride, bones snapping, fur erupting, becoming the battering ram of muscle and fury. Levi meets him. The collision detonates. Snow. Or is it like 1v1? Is it 1v1? Like, in a bracket? Into a blinding cloud. Teeth snap inches from throat. Claws rake fur and ice. Levi flips Garrick hard enough to crack stone, but Kale Draven is already moving. Silent, efficient. He intercepts Garrick before Levi can re-engage and kills him. One clean merciless strike to the throat. Blood fountains across white frost. The crowd gasps. Kale doesn't even look down. 9. Chaos erupts. Brahm and Solon collide like collapsing mountains. Eldrick's fire consumes half the field. Kira's frost screams against it. Seraphine moves like a blade through water, crippling those too slow. Valyria lunges for Levi with bone blades extended. He hurls her into the runes. She drops. 8. Thorn Blackwood clamps on Levi's foreleg. Bone groans. Levi roars and crushes Thorn's throat with a brutal elbow strike. 7. Kale kills again. Brahm falls beneath his jaws. 6. The arena changes. This is no longer dominance. This is execution. Lirael darts in and rakes Levi's back open. Pain flares hot. He spins. Kale slams into him. Their clash is immediate and violent. Kale wastes nothing. Every strike targets weakness. Every feint sets up a kill. Still Pretending this is a game, Kale murmurs as he drives a fist into Levi's ribs. Levi answers with a headbutt that splits Kale's brow. They separate only when Soren crashes between them. Kale redirects him into Eldrick's inferno. Some die, some don't. Flames devour fur. Soren does not rise. 5. Kira staggers, frost faltering. Kale tears through her guard and ends her with brutal precision. 4. Leroy hesitates. Kale snaps her neck. 3. Seraphin yields before Kale can reach her. 2. Now only Levi and Kale remain. Snow drifts between them. Bodies stain the arena in widening constellations. Kale stands in the ruin, blood soaking his fur. This, he says softly, is strength. Levi shifts into full wolf. So does Kale. They collide like colliding storms. Impact shakes the barrier. They roll, snap, tear. Kale goes for the throat every time. No hesitation, no restraint. Levi feels the 7 currents surge beneath his skin. Fire, storm, moonlight, void. Aligned and furious. Kale lunges, jaws wide. Levi twists, slams him into the blazing boundary runes. White fire erupts. Kale rebounds instantly, claws shredding Levi's flank. They circle, launch again. Kale drives him to the ice, teeth sinking into his shoulder. Pain flashes bright, and something inside Levi snaps into clarity. Count does not mean they die. Well, so far every single one of them's died except one, Haffy. Or is it the person that was thrown out of bounds by the runes? I'm not sure. So maybe 2 haven't died. But yeah. That's pretty much exactly how I expected it to go down. Now I'm like, okay, well, what's the point of the next 2 trials, then? But, I mean, you did say, like, they were... But it's just because you said, oh, they'll thin it through the strength, and the one guy's like, yeah, but Will... Will... Like... Words, fuck... Be, like, a better measure of thinning the herd. But how do you do that when the first trial's already gone from 10 to 2? So I feel like that character who said that was a retard. Some were knocked unconscious. Ah. But still, the fact that they're not in the fight anymore, right? That they're not in the challenge. It's like, how do you have the first challenge be a physical challenge and there's only one guy that comes out? Like, well, he's obviously the winner, right? But then he has to pass Will and Bond, so what happens if he fails Will and Bond? Does that mean that just no one gets the crown? This will end in death, unless he ends it differently. Levi shifts mid-grapple, human hands gripping Kale's scruff, and calls. Moonlight answers first, then shadow, then the whispering edge of void. Starlight condenses in his right hand, a half-form, smooth, cold, inevitable. Scythe manifests fully, its crescent blade drinking the light around it. Void lining the edge in absolute black. The arena goes silent. Kale freezes for a half-breath. Levi drives the scythe's haft across Kale's throat, not cutting, but pinning. Forces him backwards until the blade hovers a hair's breadth from his neck. Void hums, hungry. One push, one pull. Kale would vanish. Levi's voice carries low and lethal. Yield! Kale's eyes burn, not with fear, with fury. I won't, Kale says softly. You don't have it in you. The void pulses, eager to prove him wrong. Levi presses the blade closer. The edge kisses fur, sort of like King of the Hill. Thin line of red appears, gasps ripple through the crowd. Above, high, Jade stands rigid, frost spiraling violently at her boots. Their bond surges, silver and ice braided tight. Kill him, end it, or become him. Levi's grip tightens. He sees the bodies, the blood, the hunger in Kale's eyes. He does not want to rule a graveyard. Yield! Levi repeats, scythe humming louder now, void threatening to widen. Kale's breath turns ragged. The blade does not waver. For the first time, uncertainty flickers in Kale's gaze. The scythe's edge darkens further, reality thinning around it. Another inch. Kale exhales sharply. I yield! The words scrape out like broken glass. The void recedes instantly. Scythe dissolves into silver mist. The barrier runes dim. The horn sounds. And then this is where Kale just stabs him in the chest and kills him anyways and says, "Ha! Bitch! I may have lost, but so did you! That means no one wins! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Fucker!" That's what I'd do. King Leo's voice. "Never let your fucking guard down, bitch!" King Leo's voice rolls across stunned silence. Trial 1 is complete. Pause heavy as judgment. Levi stands. Roar that follows is fractured, half awe, half fear. Levi remains in the center of the ruined arena, blood freezing along torn skin, chest heaving. Kale kneels in the snow, throat marked by a thin crimson line that could have been final. Levi looks up at last. Jade meets his gaze. There's a cutoff where you fail. But I was just saying, Kale's the kind of person that he doesn't care who, as long as if he can't win, no one can. So it's like, even though he's out of the contest, he would still try to kill Levi just to make sure that Levi didn't win the contest. It's like, well, he's dead, so that makes me the winner, right? Even though I'm second place? Right, guys? I mean, he's dead. What do you want? What are you gonna do? Their blood ignites, frost and moonlight blazing brighter than the runes ever did. 1 trial, 1, 2 remain. And the city now understands something vital. Levi could have killed. He chose not to. Kale would have. The war for the crown is truly begun. So it's like, I don't understand what the like, I feel like this round doesn't have any consequences if, unless you're dead, you're not in the next round. It just makes you look bad. But it's like, if everyone still moves on to the second trial, then I don't know why I heard a reviewer talk about Total Whiplash. When you get to the second half of Re 9, you're literally Leon. He's been the action guy the entire game. And since 4. I don't know, Ahab, I haven't really seen it. The only thing I've seen is like the realism of playing Grace and like firing your weapons. Like, if you like hold it down, her hands will like shake and stuff. Like the, you know, the kickback on the gunfire is like way worse with her than it is with Levi. Or Leon, sorry. But I mean, that's a narrative decision, right? Makes sense though. Ahab. But yeah, I mean, it leaves me confused. That's all I'm saying, Happy. It leaves me slightly confused. I mean, sure, you can eliminate them all by killing them, but like, ever get to harpoon your dick? Do you mean like sounding, Turner? I don't know what you mean by that. Never heard that one before. The only ones who failed were the ones who died because of the cutoff.
Here are your donuts.
Thank you.
I bet you probably want me to glaze your donut. I mean,
What? No.
You want my donut? Our donut?
No. I have to leave. My mom's waiting for me.
Sexy.
We could be your mommy.
No.
Come
My
on.
mom is not like my take too long.
Here are your donuts.
Thank you.
The one I saw today? The one I saw today is her. She goes over to, like, grab his drink, and she, like, lifts up her shirt. Like, she's, like, milking her tit into into his coffee. I was like, damn, man, we gotta go to this I was gonna say Timmy Ho's, but it's a Dunkin' Donuts. Same fucking thing, right? We need the goth Timmy hose. How do you tell which one is which? They all look the same. Because I like thicker chicks, Ahab, so I can tell the difference in 5 pounds. Because I'm like, oh, this one I'll be able to, like, grab onto, you know? Like, there's a little bit of meat on her bones, right? That's how I can tell. And it's, like, on her cheeks, right? I like high cheekbones. So generally, bigger chicks have more emphasized high cheekbones. It's just a thing, you know? It's the way that it is, right? I saw that Friday. Gotta love that shit, man. That's what the internet is so small that we all see the same thing, right? It's so ridiculous. It's all fake, guys. It's all fake. Remember that. It's all fake. But anyways, no, that was a good fight. I liked the fight. Like, it definitely went bloodbath crazy all over the place, Happy. It was entertaining as fuck. I was just confused about, like, okay, well, so you have to survive for a certain amount of time, but this guy is just going around killing everyone. So it's like, you don't have to, but you can, and it is, but you don't, and then he wins, but he didn't. So, yeah, it's got good contrast in it. I need a fit chick who's tall. I still, like, if this is literally my ideal. Like, she could even use maybe another 10 pounds. But, and like, yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy, that's what it's all about. She got that thick in her! And it's like, she's bigger, but she's also, like, fit, right? Just because you're bigger doesn't mean you're fucking, like, hog, right? You're just, like, you're just bigger. You're just thick. You just got that meat on your bones, bitch! Alright, so, Troll is up. Oh shit, Doppelganger! Yo, what's up, Doppelganger?
Welcome, Raiders, to the stream.
Welcome, welcome. How's it going? How's the stream? How are you? Good to see you guys. It's rated time! Good to see everyone. Welcome, welcome! I hope you had a fantastic stream. Ads! Of course it's ads! Immediately raided into ads! I'm so sorry! I didn't mean it! I didn't mean it! Fuck ads! Ads always interrupt at the worst possible times! Somebody come get her. She's thicker than a Snicker. Fuck yeah, Callie. These ads a be up in these ads. These ads a be up in these ads. These ads a be up in these ads. These ads and these nuts. These nuts. Oh wait, we don't need this. We're actually halfway through the chapter, aren't we? So we actually don't need that. Viewer stories. Parole. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so we don't need this. Boop, get rid of that. Pull this up. Are we back from ads? That was, I always have the worst luck with ads, Doppelganger. And, them ads just came in. I'm sorry you had to raid straight into the ads. I swear, it wasn't me. It wasn't my fault. I'm sorry. I should have snoozed those bastards, but it was like after the amount I could snooze before I could send them, you know? It was like it was already done. Fuck! So hyped. Hell yeah, Prol. Let's get to it! You guys ready for Prol's story? 3, 2, 1, toe! Alright. Okay, so this is the second half, chapter 2 of Prol's story. Let's see what we can get out of this. Mernts crisscrossed the brick street steadily, making notes in his head. He looked at the muddy prints of Arthur's boots on the wet roads. Taro did the same, with less success. Then Mernts came upon the path Arthur had taken by the alehouse. So obvious. Cursed himself for being far too late. Mernst reached for the bullhorn on his bag to alert Taro, but hesitated. Arthur was there. They couldn't alarm him. He put the horn away. Tox is a southern Indian hobo. Emphasis on the hoe. Absolutely true, Callie. And tomorrow we're going to be hoeing the fuck out in a bikini stream. Wanted to say have a great stream. I'm going to go take a nap. Lurk! Alright, sounds good, doppelganger. Thanks for the raid. Have a great nap. And as always, I really appreciate you. And your community for showing up and being here for me. Hell yeah. Let's go! Instead, Mertens dismounted and loosely tethered his horse to a pipe jutting out of a brick house. He climbed up. My bad, I just realized it wouldn't update. I don't know what you mean. Oh, I did some edits to these parts today. Can you recopy and paste it? Oh! Yeah, sure. I just realized it wouldn't update. What do you... Wait, what do you mean it wouldn't update? I'm confused. Okay. Alright, updated version. There we go. Easy peasy. Mernst crisscrossed the brick street steadily, making notes in his head. He looked at the muddy prints of Arthur's boots on the wet roads. Taro did the same, with less success. Taro, in charge of the lower parts of town, found his prints being withered away by the wet-footed workers on the canal. Okay, yeah. I can see. Yeah. W. Then Mernst came upon the path Arthur had taken by another alehouse. So obvious. Whose book? This is Prol's book. Cursed himself for being far too late. Mernst reached for the bullhorn in his bag to alert Taro, but hesitated. Arthur was there. He couldn't alert him. He put the horn away. Instead, Mernst dismounted and loosely tethered his horse to a pipe jutting out of a brick house. Climbed up a set of damp stairs to an alley with many windows and balconies, and scanned them for the drunk until he caught a glimpse of Arthur's coat. True, Turner. Mert slowly stalked the man with his gun free of its holster. Arthur heard Mert's boots and spun back, his hands out. True, Scatman! Oh. Whoops. Now to mute and go back to working. Turner, you are a nasty ass motherfucking troll.
Skibbity bidum biddy dum 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 baba beely dum skibbity bidum biddy dum 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 baba beely dum skibbity bidum biddy dum 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 baba beely dum skibbity bidum biddy.
I love you, Turner. I will be buying all the copies of your book and selling them for $1 more.
Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician reason who would try to change the seasons if they could? The state of their condition insults my intuition and it only makes me crazy and hard like wood. Everybody stutters when
I love to scat while I do it. True.
As a matter of fact, don't let me
Never finished anything in my life.
So can you? I'm the scat man.
Is there ever a sequel to this PCAST song? Holy shit. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Unironically good, and I can't think of anything like it.
So check out my
Yep.
pitch to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all ask out the meaning of scat while I'm the professor and all I can tell you is why
Except
you
for
still
lift
sleep and
yourself.
still weeping 'cause things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man?
Invention of penis music. Alright. What if there was like an anime character made from the parts of demons, and whenever he removed one of his parts, he summoned a demon, so he became a beautician, and whenever he fights, he just gives himself a manicure, waxes his back, and gets an army of demons. Turning your pimples and your pores and the grease in your face into demons. Callie, that is so fucking crazily awesome. I love it. I love it, Callie. This is what I mean by Callie has so far out of the way. Oh my god, please listen to penis music. It's so funny as a genre. You're gonna have to give me a link, Prol. I have no idea what you're talking about. You'd have to throw me a link. Give me the compliment. I did, Callie. What more do you want from me? I said it's a beautiful, amazing, holy shit, fucking epic idea. Plenty of it. It's like cartoon trap music. You would be surprised, Prol, at how basic failure I am when it comes to searching things. I'll just say that. 3, 2, 1, toke! No, I was gonna say that your imagination is so far out there. Like I said before, but this is an example of, like, yeah, never would have thought of anything like that. Right? Mernst cracked a shot into his shoulder and spun in the direction of his opposite arm. Arthur grunted through his teeth and threw metal bolas from the gloved hand. Leather cords wrapped around Mernst long enough for Art to charge and shove Mernst's face. Nice. Take him out. Bullets are not a very used weapon. That's a very interesting choice there. Arthur hit him in the back, and Mernst reached for the boy. Arthur's gloves came off in Mernst's grip. Mernst used the butt of the revolver to pistol whip the man. Arthur's head made a clinking sound, and one of his teeth cracked in response. Ooh, I felt that. Ooh, you ever chip your tooth? Oh, fuck. Oh. Arthur's mouth fell open. He swung another cord with no weights, but its length was studded with razor blades that cut Mernst's coat. The cost of a spin. Arthur faltered and Mernst advanced. Yeah, they're all like ex-cowboy veterans, and I like the veteran idea of each character having weird weapon choices. Yeah, that's fucking awesome. The old man drew his legs under him like springs and tucked his head down. He charged at Arthur, ready to incapacitate him with a saber strike. A boot hit him in the face and neck, and he fell to the ground. Suddenly a new rider appeared and kicked him. Now this black horse stomped on Mernst's coat, pinning him down. He looked up and saw Kavinsky. Ah, shit, of course! Of course! You know it has to be from Henderson, right? Hendrick. Singing, Seven Deadly Sins. Hendrickson. Jumping from his horse, Kavinsky wrestled with Arthur from atop his horse. Oh, atop. I didn't know when the other guy mounted onto a horse. When did Arthur get on a horse? First chapter is the best edited, just want to remind you. Yeah, no worries. Again, I don't think of the words, I just think of, yeah, they're, like, I'm more about ideas, right? So it's like, how does the idea come across, and how do you want the idea to come across, right? And then see if that lines up, or if there's like a misdirection there. So what happened is Mernst's horse was supposed to be attacking Arthur as well. Okay. And then Kavinsky jumped onto that horse and started attacking Arthur. Okay. Maybe having, like, the names of the horses, colors of the horses emphasized, and then you can differentiate. Editor thought it was unrealistic and cut it, and didn't do a good cleanup job. Unrealistic. But okay. Is Mernst using his horse or a random horse? I fucked up by hiring someone never edited a book before for the first 30k words of the book. Ah, shit, that sucks, bro. I mean, you gotta start somewhere, but you shouldn't be editing, you know, you should be doing free samples like an internship, right? At that point. I'm back, friends. Yo, what's up, Blessed? Yeah, I agree. It was unrealistic, but it should be different. Well, I'm like, if it's a random horse and he just jumps on the random horse and then gallops over him, but it's like, what are the chances of him not killing him by jumping on the horse, right? Like, how does he direct the horse so perfectly that he doesn't crush his skull or something like that, right? I ate Domino's, buffalo pasta, and homemade chicken. Wait. Was it Domino's homemade chicken, or was it your homemade chicken? Because, like, if it was Domino's homemade chicken, it's not homemade chicken, bro. I don't know why they're allowed to call it homemade chicken if that's really what they call it. My homemade chicken, bro. Okay. Okay, I was gonna say, that's some false advertisement bullshit right there. That ain't no homemade motherfucking chicken, bitch. That's some shitty ass bought fucking frozen chicken scrape shit from fucking China, I tell you right now. It's fucking Domino's, bro. They use cardboard for dough. You can eating the box is better than eating the fucking pizza. The only reason you like it is there's fucking Coke in it. I mean, what? Kavinsky's horse is trained for stuff like that because he's stationed here. So he can pin down Mernst without hurting him, yeah. But Mernst is has a loner horse and it should be cut. Yeah. You were tilted. Huh? This is so bad I'm rewriting this. Are you talking about your stuff, Happy? Like the stuff we read today? Because I like the idea behind it. It's a great idea. I just think the clarity is just needs to be a little bit, you know. But then again, I mean, if that's what you're going for, that's what it is, right? I mean, if you're trying to make me confused, I was confused, right? If you're trying to make me overwhelmed, I was overwhelmed, right? So you're pulling it off. It's just there are things that tie into it, right? I think it doesn't necessarily need a rewrite as much as just small tweaks. Small tweaks here and there to emphasize certain pieces and added. You got like 80% of the puzzle, but you need like just the fine-tuning, right? Mernst rolled out from under the black horse and jabbed it in the legs. The horse buckled, and the unknown attacker turned and shot at Mernst. He felt the bullet rip his hat off. Blood pattered onto the street. Bah! Mernst shouted. His horse reared and knocked the attacker from his mount and began trampling him. Oh shit, okay, there you go. See, loud sounds, horse, someone gets trampled to death. That makes sense. Mernst ran to Arthur and found him foaming at the mouth, a needle dart stuck in his lapel. Mernst pulled the dart out and rejoined the fight. His horse had been struck in the stomach and was bleeding and crying out. Kavinsky stabbed Mernst's horse in its nose and shot it again, laughing. Mernst ducked and pointed with his offhand, took a deep breath, and shot it into the middle. The attacker used the screaming horse as a shield and fired his quiet, sleek rifle back. Now my old Pokemon Mystery Dungeons Erotica. Nice, Happy. Fuck yeah. Mernst stopped for a second. He heard a thud and his head went numb. Couldn't see from his right eye. Mernst closed on him and felt his chest bleeding in his shirt. There was no pain, but understanding he pushed forward. When you're so injured, your adrenaline's going so hard, you don't feel shit. Mernst pulled the attacker into him. Simultaneously, he and his horse fell to the ground, groaning. The horse was dead. Mernst looked at the bottom of the man's gun barrel and then at his black faceplate. Boom! Mernst lay dead, staring at the sky. No! Mernst! What? What? Okay, I was not expecting Mernst to get killed. Wait, what? Kavinsky put the soldier's white veil on. Every royal soldier was issued one to obscure their faces. The young knight pulled Arthur onto his horse and galloped into the evening. Not Mernst! I mean, he technically was getting like 3v1 at one point, right? Like... But I'm sad! What? I'm like, he's not really dead, right? Please tell me he's not really dead, right? I liked Mernst. Fuck! Taro checked his watch. Yeah, horse versus guy 30 years younger doesn't end well. Yeah, the youth always have the advantage. You might think the elderly do with skill, but youth of body beats strength of mind. Taro checked his watch. Mernst was supposed to be back at the bell tower by now. He smoked his pipe, checked his watch again, then rode off. That's so sad. In the evening, he came upon Mernst and rushed to town. Mernst's body slung onto his horse. I would make this longer. Like, put emphasis on Mernst's death. Like, this feels like no one cared about him. Oh, okay. Well, he's dead. Okay, moving on to the next one. Like, oof. Oof. Is that really what he thought about Mernst? Shit. At the clock tower, Jack knocked on the bedroom door like a rushed traveler pounding the gate at an inn. Jack and Wright were already inside, and Mernst's body had been brought to the palace in a truck. In the time it took to get a truck, the people of the town had ransacked Mernst for his belongings. His guns were gone, his coat was gone, and, unsurprisingly, a silver-filled tooth had been pulled. Damn, man! They fucking loot. They were straight up, like, looting that shit. Fucking. Damn, bro. No respect whatsoever. Shit. And wasn't he like a royal guard? Wasn't this guy important? Is that what the people think of the royals? Like, damn. Damn. I mean, if you got a guy who's bleeding all over the place, walking through the street and nothing's happening, sounded pretty, like, unrealistic until you realize how fucked up the place is. It's like the wild, wild fucking West, right? No one give two fucks. God'll sort him out, right? I found him. Head split open. Clean shot. There wasn't any black powder, Taro told Wright. And it was a loud-ass fight, but no one helped. Yeah. Wright went to the door and let Jack inside. Okay, were there witnesses? Taro shook his head. I got no idea. Couldn't stay there by myself. I just sent a telegram and ran. Jack poured cups of coffee in the kitchen. It was now pitch dark out. Where were you? Taro asked Jack. Was it a benefactor of the assassins? Wright asked. Cleaning up, Taro said. No idea. Something happened to our painter, whether he was innocent or not. What? Double S, bro. We need to take their dive. We need to take the dive. We need to go now. Go where? Jack started putting his jacket on. To find a priest, Taro replied. Someone with true status in the Flatlands. Duke Paul Britannia is high up enough to make moves without being noticed, Wright said. He's in league with the Paragonians. Duke Britannia. Coal miners, Taro said and nodded. Jack said, this is nuts. Why not the farmer's market then? Taro pointed at him. Centalis Paragonian Church. They wanted Sir Patrick in chains. The only cantalist that could stop a hostile takeover. This says Paragonians all over. False flag! False flag! False flag! Wait. We know it's a false flag because it was Kavinsky. I was about to be like, where's the evidence? And then I was like, oh wait, right, we already know as the reader. But they don't know. So like, we have knowledge that the characters don't have knowledge of, right? Jack nodded. You're right. Taro started for the door. Ride with me, Wright. We need the council on this. Wright sighed, suddenly looking weighed down by his many years. He looked at Taro, full of pride. Oh, Lord. Okay, son, let's go. Jack asked himself why Wright suggested they meet with Duke Britannia, but was unsure to go himself. But they started into the night. Behind the clock tower at the physician's behest, they buried Mernst, lit cloves, waved flags, and passed out cigars. Funerals were few and far between in the palace. Most knights or guards were buried at the site of their death, a reminder for soldiers to see if they happened upon it. But at times, when an important man died, they laid claim to their own plot of land at the palace, and so Jack had paid the silver needed to bury Mernst here. Aw, Jack's a sweet boy. They brought his massive body out, covered in a sheet. Taro poured liquid into the grave. He smoked his pipe, and Councilman Alabard gave him Mernst's deed, ownership title. The Knight's Guard Cole Mernst interned for 100 years, punishment of thievery. Indentured for 100 years, punishment of thievery. Oh, hey, wait, Mernst was a thief who was just, like, condemned to be a knight? Damn, okay. Mernst was also a slave soldier. Yeah, okay. I always fall for the worst characters. Just real about that shit he was dedicated. Yeah, that's why I was like, damn, I like this guy. He was reminding me of fucking Ben-Hur, man. Taro put the paper on his pipe's embers and breathed it in, acrid, waxy in the radiance of the ritual light. He smoked. You're free now, Jack whispered. Alabard leaned in to Taro. Hendrik could not come. He's handling property quandaries with all the dukes. He says you need to be more careful. A man lost is a man they've gained. Thank you, Taro said, his voice tight. Next time a friend of mine dies, next time he sends a messenger, can you tell him to fuck off? After the service, Taro met with a travel party. Right was first. What's the word around the palace? Taro asked. It's hell with the talk of Centralists, the councilman admitted. Nobody is thinking straight. Hendrik has been drinking himself into a stupor. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Clarify, Taro just smoked Mernst's ownership title and told Hendrik to fuck off. Wait, he smoked the deed? Like he burned it and... Wait, what? Doesn't that mean he was releasing him? Isn't that a good thing, though? Isn't that, like, destroying the evidence and kind of releasing him of his thing? And then Jack said, you're free now. Yeah, so that was, like, very heartfelt. It's cold as hell, but it's like, that's the kind of person he is. I love that. You know, that's just his way of showing, like, his thing. I love that. I didn't realize that he smoked it. That's badass. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, motherfucker. If I ever get to make this into a show, that's gonna be one of my favorite scenes. Oh, I could definitely see that. Fuck yeah, that's so hardcore. I don't think I've ever seen that before. It's like, this is why we print on hemp paper! So we can smoke the evidence. Toke to the slaves! Let's go! One for my boys out there! One for my boys out there! Reading between the lines, my world is so much more messed up than I realized. I love that. The more you look into it, the more you realize how dark it is. But it's realistic to that point, right? Like, think of what life would be like. The decisions you have to make, the comforts that you have in that kind of time period, and like world situation, right? The only reason why we think the way we do in, like, first world countries and stuff is because we're privileged enough to be able to have those concerns and stuff, right? First world fucking problems. My lighter ran out of fluid. I need to go buy weed tomorrow. Ah, shit. It rained today. Like, legit first world fucking problems. Yeah, and we see perspectives from free men and women at this point in his story, and it's like the other half of the universe opens up. Yeah. Yeah. 3, 2, 1, toke! But even by comparison, these characters' lives are first world problems. Yeah, because they're like royalty living in a fucking palace, right? Yeah, I was so pissed that I had to go buy water today. Like, we're so lucky. Yeah. Whose books? This is Prohl's book right now. Taro shook his head. This is a mess. Why wasn't the council ready for this? Wright looked hurt at the question. Honestly, son, I have no idea. He looked up at the stars. It's purposeful! Mind the last councilman. It was purposeful, right? This is planned. This is by design. This isn't a bug. This is a feature. Jack said, yeah, shouldn't you be helping them, councilman? Wright said, tonight we'll be helping everyone. Hendrik sat in his room, opening countless letters, his hands sore and nose red from drinking. The new king took a deep breath and lay back in his armchair. He drank some water from an ornate glass and wiped his nose. Then he stood and undressed at his wardrobe. There he found the music box. He opened its wooden lid and looked at the little statuettes of Jack Avro and Jack Monroe. The music box! That was the picture of this chapter, right? Riding to Britannia Manor in the Flatlands took 2 days. On the second day, they rode through an ore colony, collecting items to be shipped by riders further into the Flatlands. Soldiers spoke broken French. Girls wore ballroom gowns and blushed at Jack. Wright made his horse curtsy and slapped Jack on the arm. Jack hung his head in embarrassment. One of the girls' hats lifted off into a current of air when the winds passed, twirling and spinning onto the roof of an inn, and then far behind them. Tara watched the hat fly, and they kept riding. On the last evening, they approached the Paragonian Cardinal's manor. A score of Paragonian soldiers with their cludge rifles joined them on the gravel path. Weeping willows hung down. Soldiers came out in their graying uniforms on brown horses. Weeping willows are my favorite trees. We passed a league of tobacco plants and workers' tents and cowboys. Old men not wearing shirts, their leathery brown skin out. The Duke of this claim of land was an owner under a different penalty, owing to the Paragonian Church. The only fiefdom I've ever to have a grip on the Flatlands, however insecure. He was able to legally marry those in these places. He held the place of the priest and never outsourced the effort, enjoying to father his land. It was known. So he just fucks all the bitches? Sounds about right. We need more people, so bring all your women here. I'm gonna fuck them. That'll like double our population. The road finally reached the manor. They passed a huge drive lined with brown rose hedges. Old water churned out of a fountain where little boys at the hand pumps glared at the riders. One of Taro's soldiers yelled at boys, "Go get your mama!" The traveling party got off their saddles as the kid ran inside. Farmers stopped and waved. The manor was all new-looking white wood built on freshly dumped yellow dirt. Lovely home, Wright said to nobody in particular. There were 40-something workers, 20 soldiers, and all the kids. Jack's rifle hand never left his rifle. He saw a swamp filled with alligators. Inside, the big house displayed stone pillars and floors, large thick carpets, lounge chairs, and cherrywood furniture. The housekeepers were lighting candles, and one was stoking a fire. The housekeeper passed out drinks. Jack sipped his before allowing Wright and Taro to do the same. I gotta make sure it ain't poisoned. This ain't going to be a good time if we have some of this shit on our hands. So where is Father Britannia? Taro asked. The housekeeper stammered. He's on his way. I'll go check now. Wright leaned against the fireplace, enjoying his drink. On the other side of the foyer, Jack stood with a grimace. Taro stared at the stairs. On the next floor, the housekeeper, Isabel, entered the bedroom of Lady Britannia, who was being fitted for a dress. The servant sat down with her silverware. Is he here? Asked Lady Britannia. He and two others, the housekeeper said. God bless my soul, said Lady Britannia. Taylor placed a corset on Britannia's slender bust. She squirmed, then relaxed. Her housekeeper came from her stoop. The Hun hugged her from behind. She said, It's gonna be okay, ma'am. He's here for peace. She was expecting them. Well, I'd figure they would have sent word, but I didn't know it was a female. Lady Britannia frowned and laid a hand on Isabel's head of hair. Oh, baby, I know. The blonde woman looked at herself in the mirror. She looked far older than her years. She had freckles, and her fingers had gone yellow from smoking. Bags hung beneath her eyes, but no wrinkles, not really. Done dressing her, the servants brought Lady Britannia downstairs. Wright raised a glass to her in respect. Hello, ma'am. It's been some time, hasn't it? She smiles. It has. She turned to Taro. How are you, Prince? Taro took her hand. I'm unwell, but thank you for asking. Britannia turned to Jack, who just gave her a nod. Jack said, Where's your husband? Lady Britannia sighed and took a seat. Her face shone in the gloom of the fire and the evening sunset. He's been missing. Missing for a week now. She looked at the housekeeper, who nodded. We think he was taken hostage. Man, so many people are disappearing! What is this shit? Everyone's fucking disappearing. They're snatching him up left, right, and center! Taro looked at the little boy sneaking down the stairs to listen to them. Why? He asked. Lady Britannia looked confused. Tears sprang to her eyes. Why? She asked. He's a Presbyterian. Presbyterian? He has information that people clearly want. Like a Presbyterian? Taro just looked at her. Wright exchanged his thoughts silently in a glance at Taro. With a tilt and a shrug, he suggested that Taro pry for the info they wanted anyway. What do you know about the assassination? Tell us everything you know. Your father was killed, she said. You're trying to figure out why. I know why he got shot. I'm trying to find his accomplices. And the accomplices of your father, Wright added. Taro pinched the bridge of his nose, sitting with Lady Britannia. Yes, yeah, help us with that. From the Flatlands perspective, tell your story. He's old school Christian, but he just serves the Paragonians. Okay. This is an interrogation, Jack thought in annoyance. This is an interrogation, the lady thought in excitement that didn't show in her carefully neutral expression. In less than a week, actually my husband was out with his hunting friends and supposedly just vanished. If he left for the city straight away, he would have arrived at the palace the day of the assassination, Wright said, arms crossed. I know what it looks like, she said, keeping her face stony. But if my husband wanted to kill the king, it would have been far quieter. That's cute, Jack said. Lady Britannia made a pouting mouth at Taro, bringing her liquor to her lips. Oh, honey, was my humor in poor taste? Screw you, Taro said. He looked at the little boy in the stairs. What's his name? The boy nervously came down a few steps. Honey, it's past your bedtime, Lady Britannia said. The boy wiped his nose, and she stood up to take him upstairs. I apologize for him. He's been restless about his father. Wright smiled. It's okay, my lady. Would you let us use your kitchen while you handle your son? Wright brought a flour bag into the house from his horse and started to prep noodles and diced chicken. Taro said. You're helping cook, to Wright. Why not one of the servants? Wright smiled. Wright was washing his hands in the basin of the kitchen now and dried his hands, folding the towel into a neat rectangle. I hope it's not to serve disgrace to our host that I enjoy the dichotomy of crafting food. He looked at Lady Britannia. She laughed. Of course not. My servants are part of our family. Sometimes I end up cooking. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Taro sat down by the fireplace. Something about this place made his skin crawl. He felt like a child. Wright set the table for himself and Lady Britannia. Well, they ate pasta and made small talk. Most of our men are contractors, she explained. You know how that works. They end up buying men for the platoons from you, fresh off the battlefield. Interesting. After their contracts, I suppose, Wright asked. After many things, sometimes they don't want to go home. Taro looked surprised. And go AWOL to join the Paragonian military. Absent without leave! They can't go AWOL if they're already discharged. Lady Britannia smiled coyly. Men at war are often stricken by faith. They ate their meal, she said. But we aren't Paragonians. We follow some of their culture, sure, but we're peers. Wright said. You're old folk, but powerful nonetheless. Point is, there's opposing sides. Yeah, exactly, right? To show the contrast of that. Later in the foyer, Jack and Lady Britannia stood alone, stricken by silence. You can tell us if you're in danger, Jack said. You can trust us. Lady Britannia leaned against the wall and peeked from the side. I know I can trust old man Wright. She pointed a finger. I just haven't figured you two out yet. Nose of soldiers eating and boozing outside was raucous, and when the lady retired, everyone hushed them and pushed them into the tents on the fields. Jack spoke quietly to Taro in the living room. This is a total failure. We just wasted 6 days. Taro rubbed his face. I know. We've got to find another way. What are you talking about? Jack asked. There's no way to find Cardinal Britannia quickly. If we seek out more Paragonians, they'll be ready for us now. We can come back in the night, steal his intel, Taro suggested. Wright gave him a stern look, but Taro continued. We're going to talk to her and see what she knows. It'll take time, but so does life. Lady insisted they stay the night, and they did. The metal frame caught in Taro's tent creaked as he breathed. He grasped his knife for comfort, dreamed out a massive green pool where his family met to discuss stories and occurrences. Strangely, when they talked about somewhere in the landscape, it morphed into a meeting point where Jack and the exchanged letters. They talked about the unperceived dive of their family friend, and the next time he met Jack there, he was supposed to dive off, but couldn't, and cried. Later, the tent flap opened up. Lady Britannia entered and whispered, Hello, Prince Taro. Taro sat up. They're gonna fuck, right? He went to light a lamp, but she stopped him and a hand in his arm. What's going on, he asked. Don't trust the others, she said. Look at me. She held his face and lifted a dial to his green eyes, releasing him afterward. What's that? Oculomancy, she said. I can read her eyes. Are you a Cantalist? Taro asked. No, she replied. Listen to me, and then you can ask questions. Wright and I have been coordinating for many years to prevent the conquest of the Flatlands. Because of the regicide, he brought you here to serve the cause. Wait, what? They're recruiting them? Taro processed her words for a moment. The cause? I knew there was a rebellion. There had to be a rebellion inside of the Flatlands waiting, right? And then it's like two sides. The one that wants to overthrow, and the one that's like secretly knows the other one's it's like the, you know, they're going, they're fighting in secret two special things, right? It's like the ones that don't want to overthrow and the ones that know they're going to overthrow it, and they need to prevent that from happening because they don't want their lands conquered, right? So it's like the people that have seeped in to try and conquer the land versus the people that are trying to defend having their land conquered. Absolutely love it. Taro processed her words for a moment. The cause? She nodded. Peacekeeping. He wrote a letter that would get you to come here, then he convinced you to meet me. You've earned military merit, which is unexpected, but an excellent tool. There's her and Wright's side, though, and that's a very different Paragonian side in the Flatlands. Theirs a very different. Oh, I believe it. Was he behind the attack? She shook her head. No, things are just moving quicker than expected. Listen to me. I need your help with something. Paragonians need the corpse of the assassin, John Aslan. It's extremely urgent. Why? What for? Taro was confused. I can't tell you more, but I can give you a blind eye. You and your squad will be safe from our mercenaries. This is... He couldn't finish his sentence. He needed air and pushed his way out of his tent into the cool night air. She followed him out, holding the oculus in her hands. She had wrapped a wool blanket around her. Taro, we're spies. You must understand this was the only choice we could make. You're performing a coup on my family, he growled. Because you are the proper king here, she insisted. Your brother is no better than Brothsford. So they were trying to overthrow Brothsford. Okay. Because he was trying to invade their lands, right? That was like the very first part of the first chapter, is he was like, yeah, you know what? Let's just go take that place over. Fuck the Flatlands. Taro didn't respond, instead storming off into the night. But he doesn't know what Hendrik's doing. What happens when he finds out that Hendrix betrayed him? At least from my perspective, because I'm pretty sure Hendrix was the one who set up the assassination. So it's like there's the natural side here that like she's on, right? And then there's the side that Hendrik has created as well. A guy named John. Yeah. So they're like, was this Hendrix doing, aside from them? Because they wanted to do it quieter, right? So then does Hendrik know of that, and he did it faster, and he was setting all of this up to make them look at the fall because they've already got everything set up. So he's like, well, they got everything set up, they just didn't do it yet, so I'm going to do it sloppily and lead it directly to them. And then I'll just take over as ruler and fucking invade the Flatlands, calling them being the ones that attacked and killed my father. Boom, sold. Easy war, easy win, expand and do it again. Soldiers came out of the tents. I don't want to give you answers at all. Oh, this is so difficult not to spoil. Yeah, I'm rambling, Proil. Just let me cook. Soldiers came out of the tents when Taro passed through the gates. They had their weapons out and watched him gruffly. Taro untied Wright's tent and ducked inside. He shook the old man awake. Is it true? What have you done? Wright put his bifocals on and sat up. Oh, son, it's nothing like that. It's not a position. What is it then? Tell me. Soldiers' orange camp lamps were turning on at the sound of his voice. So tightly worded, I forgot how to explain this to people without giving anything away. It's unity, he said. It's a new legion for every leader, for every army. It's a home for all people. Taro shook his head. What are you talking about? Your brother will never fit into that, Taro. That's why he is the enemy. Taro sat down and Wright gave him his canteen. Here, son. Try to get some rest. All in good time. Wright stood and ruffled Taro's hair on his way out. Taro drank from the canteen. Water. He rolled his eyes and downed it. All alone, Taro's mind churned for hours. Eventually, he fell asleep in Wright's tent in the early hours of the morning. In dreams, Hendrik sweated in the sheets of his bed as incense burnt acridly into his stuffy nose. Whiteness filled his vision, then the facade of poor ragged furniture and flaked wood floors. Patrick stood there, all in black, hand on his sword. His eyes were completely red now, blood pouring out slowly. Your Inquisitor has found a satisfactory scientist for my project, Hendrik said. Patrick nodded. Kavinsky is strong. And the other knight took the Cantalist. Arthur, Patrick said. Yes, replied Hendrik. He fucked that up, lost Arthur, and killed the royal guard. Patrick didn't show surprise. His clothes were red, his veins were blue, and his face was full and pale. Fuck, it's readable now. Nice, Happy, hell yeah. Clean it up. Hendrik's vision of Patrick was a blur. Yes, your highness, Patrick said. My brother is moving on you soon. What do you want me to do? Patrick asked. Suss it out. Either he's with us, or he's not. Aye, Patrick said with finality. Turn him or kill him. That was a great chapter. Hey, chat, are you? What's up, Blessed? To be clear, they are communicating in Patrick's sleep. Okay, in kind of like a dream realm? And is the bleeding eyes like a consequence of doing that? Or is that separate because of his curse? It's like 5 dimensions in my book. Oh, I love that prole. I'm getting tired. Going on 12 hours awake. Damn. Hell yeah, blessed. It's a combo of all of his magic. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. 4 chapters. Meow, are you still here? Are you ready for your stuff now, Meow? Instantly fucking ready. Let's go. I'm like, wait, did we finish the entire chapter? Altos does rocks. Okay. $65, the weight of shadows. Clean 6 to go, but cleaning this is turning me on. Fuck yeah, Haffy. Zachariah, yo, what's up, brother? Whoops, we went to 66. How's it going, my man? What you up to? What you at? What you doing? What you got, my man? How your day going, good sir? Found another awesome genre of music, trance. Give it to me, Blessed, because we need music for tomorrow for Bikini Day. I need sexy, like, party music. When you come back to mine next, you should restart that convo with Patrick, because it explains a lot. Okay. Alright. I will work on it. Sounds good, Blessed. Alright. Oh, we're gonna have an ad, so are we just gonna start, or are we gonna fuck around until the ad? Oh, we might as well just end you guys and start, you know, then we'll just leave you in the middle of it, right? So, Chapter 65, The Weight of Shadows. The fluorescent lights of the classroom hummed their monotonous tune, each flicker casting brief shadows across worn desks that had witnessed countless promotions. Thoughts, predictions, or feedback? Oh, I don't know. I think I voiced pretty much everything I thought about it. The end of the chapter kind of left on, like, a cliffhanger like that, right? So I don't think there was really anything to say about that other than, like, maybe a way of how Patrick's gonna get to, Taro and, like, try and assassinate him. Like, is it gonna show Hendrik's hand? Is Patrick gonna fuck up again? What is this? Figuring out some about right. I mean, I had a feeling he was in on it, but I thought he was on Hendrik's side. So the fact that he's not on Hendrik's side is like, okay, well now I know there's more players on the board, right? I have no idea what this is. That one? The succubus? It's a succubus, right? It's a succubus, right? Don't tell me it's the dog. Or the pony. It's the succubus, right? This is Peak. GG. I have no idea. I have no idea. And this is the penis music? All right then. Definitely interesting, I'll give it that. Who is giving you troll videos? I love penis music. I love penis. Same, meow. Some crazy shit. You heard that one sex playlist tweet song? No, bro. No idea. I know, fuck ads. Noob ass fuck ads called Seabat, and this guy went viral on Twitter because his girlfriend asked him to take it off their sex playlist, but he said it was his secret to finding rhythm. Damn. Ah, I see. That's crazy. No, I could definitely see it. Okay, bro, take away that retardedness. It's goddamn funny. Next time I'm spamming Scatman Troll's story. We haven't started reading yet. We were waiting for the ad, meow. Yeah, if you had this on a sex playlist, I would be like, this is some torture, bro. What is this? Yeah, but I don't know what it is, Happy. I saw the photo, but I don't know what it is. This is the secret to sex. Just follow the beat of the song. He hums to the beat, he said, and she has to listen to it on speaker the whole time. You're like, I'm about to come, I'm about to come. Oh, that fucking song, you ruined it again! Oh, I'm the master at edging, that's right. So, do you want 30 seconds of fucking, or do you want 4 hours? Give me my song. Navi is a Dutch angel dragon. Check out this link, Scotty. Yeah, I can't even do this, man. This is so brutal. This is the playlist you were talking about? Yeah, okay, we're gonna play this tomorrow, guys. This is gonna be our music tomorrow for Bikini Day. 100%. Thanks, Blessed.
And I'm not gonna let anyone get in my way. I'm a failure. After all that hard work. I'm sorry, All Might. I'm sorry, Mom. This must be why Dad left. He said he was just going out for milk, but he never came back. Now he's off at sea with some other boy. I don't blame him. I mean, who trips on their own shoe? How am I supposed to fight villains? I can't even fight gravity. No wonder Kachan bullies me. He's been right all these years. I'm a sad, pathetic, worthless normie with no skills or bitches. God, I've been falling for a long time. This is really gonna hurt.
I have no idea. It actually just brought to my mind, who the fuck is Midoriya's dad? Does it ever say who the fuck Midoriya's dad is? Does that ever come up ever? Is his dad fucking dead? I just thought about that. I'm like, wait. Yeah, what the fuck? Whatever happened to Midoriya's dad? I don't remember. It's been so many years. Since I watched season 1 and even knew anything about it. Everything's been so fucked up. My hero is Midoriya's dad. What do you mean, my hero? Who's my hero, Meow? Outside, the rain-streaked windows, the world bloomed in green, cherry blossoms unfurling despite the gloom, as if nature itself refused to be diminished by the weight of the rain. Harumi traced the outline of a single droplet sliding down the glass, her finger following its erratic pattern, while Mr. Tanaka's voice became a distant background noise. Your academia were the friends we made along the way. His dad is academia. No, but I mean, like, what?
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the main outfit. I don't care what gender you are. Put...
True. My friends are the heroes that we made for the academia along the way. But I'm... Guys, but who's Midoriya's dad? How did we get to his friends? His friends aren't his dad? Ka-chan isn't his dad? Bakugo isn't his dad? Mr. Deku. His dad is Mai. But I mean, like, who's the actual character in the show? Like, Bakugo is his daddy. True meow. Mr. Deku. History class. The irony wasn't lost on her. Here she sat, learning about events that had shaped the world when she really didn't experience them. It's gonna be a white exchange student. Obviously. Murdered his real mom. Do you like animated short films? Yes, Happy? But it depends on the content of the film? Mr. Tanaka. As you all know, Mr. Tanaka began, his voice carrying that particular cadence teachers used when approaching sacred ground. The Shadow Branch Showdown marked the end of humanity's innocence. 50 years ago this month, our understanding of reality itself was shattered. Is it censored or not? True, Prol. True. A second playlist. I'll have to add that one too. Foxfire's animated short film. No idea. Click the remote and the familiar image filled the small board. It's safe for work. Oh, then it's boring. I'm not interested. A woman with hair like starlight and eyes the color of Arctic ice. Kagura. Even in the photograph, her presence was magnetic, commanding. But Harumi had learned to see what others missed. The tension around those eyes, the way her shoulders seemed to carry an invisible weight. Well, I'm not watching like a 6-minute short. Kagura, the same one you made a video about. Oh, the Kagura fight. Okay. Yeah. Beautiful, wasn't she? Whispered Yuki from 2 seats over, her voice barely audible. My mom says she looked like an actress. Pretty people can still be dangerous, muttered Kenji. Those eyes never left the screen. Mr. Tanaka continued, oblivious to the undertones rippling through his classroom. Talking is just weird noises. Those eyes. Kagura's revelation conference lasted exactly 37 minutes. In that brief window, she exposed the existence of techniques, abilities that blurred the line between human and Pokemon, and revealed the Shadow Branch, the covert organization that had been conducting secret missions for decades. Harumi's enhanced hearing, a quirk she'd never asked for, caught every whispered comment, every sharp intake of breath. Her classmates saw this as ancient history, fascinating but distant. They couldn't know that the very air they breathed had been shaped by decisions made in rooms they'd never see by people who still walked among them. The public reaction was immediate and violent, Mr. Tanaka said, his tone growing heavier. Riots in 17 major cities, government buildings burned, the stock market crashed as people realized that everything they thought they knew about power, about safety, about the nature of reality itself had been a carefully maintained lie. A hand shot up by Takeshi, class skeptic. No, it wasn't the Jews, guys, okay? But wasn't she right to tell everyone? Didn't people deserve to know? The Illuminati exist! The Illuminati exist! Mr. Tanaka paused, considering. This was why Harumi both loved and dreaded his classes. He never gave easy answers. That, Takeshi, is the question that historians still debate. Truth and stability rarely make comfortable bedfellows. Screen changed, showing newspaper headlines from around the world. Shadow wars revealed, technique users among us, the hidden battlefield. Even 50 years later, the font screamed urgency, fear, betrayal. A day after her press conference, Mr. Tanaka's voice dropped almost a whisper. Kagura was dead. Classroom fell silent. This was the moment that always changed everything. When their teacher's academic detachment gave way to something more raw, more human. The official report, filed by Shadow Branch operative Gurenji. Harumi's pen snapped in her grip, the plastic cracking like a gunshot in the silence. Stated that Kagura fell in battle against a rogue technique user, specifically a Cinderace of unprecedented power. This was later modified, and it dictates that this Cinderace had succumbed to what we now understand as Berserker Syndrome. Berserker Syndrome, the clinical term for what happened when the line between human consciousness and Pokemon instinct dissolved completely. Harumi had read about it in medical reports. The battle destroyed the part of the city Asmarith. Mr. Tanaka continued, his words measured and careful. Population 1.2 million. It was the single largest loss of life in recorded history involving a technique user. The crater, where part of the city once stood, is now Lake Kagura, a memorial to both the victims and the woman who died trying to protect them. 17.69% of its population died. It's about the moon and eating the animals to be the stars in the sky, but the fox can't because a star can't become a star instead. It became the Northern Lights Aurora Borealis. Interesting. Rumi closed her eyes, but the images were already there, not from textbooks. From behind her, the whispers began. Rumi's grandmother is a Cinderace, isn't she? You don't think she could be that Cinderace? No way, that's impossible. That Cinderace would be ancient by now. If only you knew. Harumi thought bitterly. Technique users agreed aged differently. Slowly, Mr. Tanaka must have noticed the shift in atmosphere because his voice grew firmer, more authoritative. The Asmarith incident became a watershed moment. It's sweet. Nice. For the first time, the general public witnessed the true scope of what techniques could accomplish. The footage showed how little survived the lava. It was broadcast worldwide. It changed everything. He clicked to the next slide. A woman with a purple scythe and determination carved into every line of her face with a Zorro arc, who held an expression of doubts and fear. In the aftermath, when governments worldwide were struggling to maintain order, a group emerged from Shadow Branch's ruins. They called themselves the Insurgents, led by Angela, a former Lumen Corporation officer who believed the old systems had failed beyond repair. The Insurgents operated under a simple premise, that humanity needed shepherds, not leaders. They believed they could create a better world by gathering all technique users under their control and establishing what they called the Natural Order. A global government based on holding a greater power than the government to ensure no one would defy them. The UN, if the UN actually held people to its standards and was full of mad, angry men that were like, well, you do something, I'm gonna fucking fuck with you. And they were like, hey, I'm not gonna do it. Hey, don't do it. I won't fuck with you if you don't do it. Someone fucks with someone, everyone fucking goes crazy. But it's like one of those things where it's like the UN's just like, no, we're not gonna do anything. Look at the League of fucking Nations. The reason why World War I and World War II happened is because the League of Nations didn't step in. The UN's not stepping in. So if World War III happens, it's on the clock of the UN. And it's the UN's fault for not stopping World War III. I don't think anyone will ever fucking say that. But it's true. Because the United Nations' whole point is to keep peace in the world. And if someone fucks it up, they go for him. Which is why they should have bombed the shit out of Russia the second Russia attacked Ukraine and said, no, bitch. Everyone should have just said, fuck it, we're just instantly attacking Russia. And then Russia would have been like, holy shit, okay, we were not doing that again. It's like, yeah, you're right, you're not doing that again. Sit the fuck down, bitch. Aiko raised her hand, and then everyone looks over at China and says, if you attack Taiwan, bro, don't attack Taiwan. And they're like, okay, Jesus, leave us alone, man. Fuck. And we'd be fine. Borders are what your borders are. Fuck it. You know, if you want to trade them, you can trade them, but no fighting over them. Aiko raised her hand. But that's basically fascism, isn't it? Many historians would agree with you. Mr. Tanaka nodded approvingly. P.S. It's not mine, but something I found. I know, Haffy, I'm just saying. I'm not interested in random other stuff. I'm more interested in your guys' stuff. If it's more than like a couple of minutes or it's not a song or something like that, right? I mean, you can pop it in the Discord and be like, hey, this is a cool thing, but it's like, you know, it may be a cool story, but it's like, it's just, you know, we're already super pressed for time today on the stream, so it's like, I just don't have time for that, right? Mr. Tanaka nodded approvingly. Angela's methods were extreme. The insurgents didn't recruit, they conscripted. Any technique user who refused to join was marked for elimination. They began systematically dismantling villages, using their members' abilities to infiltrate, manipulate, and when necessary, destroy. The classroom was completely silent now, even the usual rustling of papers had ceased. Their ultimate goal was contact with Zygarde, the Order Pokemon. Legends speak of its ability to monitor and maintain balance in the natural world. Angela believed that with Zygarde's power, she could enforce her vision of perfect order across the globe. To summon it, she needed to gather its scattered cells, only 14 cores that had been hidden across the world for millennia. She didn't need all of them, only a few to gather the rest. Another slide. A map dotted with red markers showing locations across regions. The insurgents managed to acquire 10 cores before they were stopped. 10 out of 14 from the 100 in total. He paused, letting the implication sink in. We came closer to that alternate timeline than most people realize. The insurgents was ultimately dismantled by an unlikely pair. A girl whose identity remains classified. Her Midnight Lycanroc, whose abilities proved crucial in locating hidden insurgent cells in Red, a legendary trainer. I gonna work on the next 6 chapters. Sounds good, Haffy. Together, they systematically unraveled Angela's network, preventing what could have been the end of democratic civilization as we know it. The final confrontation took place in the ruins of what was once Prague, Mr. Tanaka continued. Angela, my example is the reason democracy fails is the reason why RuneScape turned into RuneScape 3. And why they needed old school RuneScape. And why old school RuneScape is going to be ruined by people who have the ability to vote. Angela was defeated. The remaining cores were scattered to new hiding places, and the insurgents collapsed. But the cost. The bell's first chime echoed through the room, but no one moved. They were all caught in the gravity of the story. This brings us to our most recent history, Mr. Tanaka said, his voice growing heavy. 52 years ago, the world faced its greatest ecological crisis since the last ice age. Zeraora's death disturbed the global nitrogen cycle, threatening the foundation of all terrestrial life. 2 years ago, the world teetered on the brink of ecological collapse. Crops failed globally, the ocean's chemistry began changing, mass extinctions accelerated exponentially. Mr. Tanaka's usual composed demeanor cracked slightly. I was a graduate student back then. I remember the papers that came out. Scientists with decades of experience openly admitting they had no idea how to fix what they had broken. What had been broken. Images flashed across the screen. Withered fields, dead zones in the ocean. Protest signs in dozens of languages, demanding answers that didn't exist. Some theorized that another electric-type Pokemon had temporarily assumed Zeraora's role. Perhaps Zapdos or Raikou. The nitrogen cycle fluctuated wildly, but never completely collapsed. It was as if the planet itself was struggling to maintain balance. Then, as suddenly as it began, the crisis ended. The nitrogen cycle stabilized, life continued. Mr. Tanaka looked directly at his students, his gaze serious and unflinching. But those 50 years of crisis had already pushed international relations past the breaking point. Resource scarcity, mass migrations, climate refugees, every nation was looking for someone to blame. Trade wars escalated into proxy conflicts. nuclear weapons were placed on high alert, the world stood on the precipice of a third world war, one that would have made the first two look like skirmishes. The final bell rang, sharp and insistent, but the spell of the lesson held the room captive. Japan, Mr. Tanaka concluded. Through diplomatic channels that remain partially classified, played a crucial role in preventing that war. Our Prime Minister at the time worked with unnamed intermediaries, people with connections to both the old Shadow Branch network and various international agencies, to negotiate a series of treaties that pulled us back from the brink. Mr. Tanaka stopped, as if everything he's just said wasn't the worst part. The final event that struck our nation was Giratina's attack. We knew from the previous half-century that there were rifts from the distortion world that wanted to get to our dimension. Instead of trying to seal them, the Shadow Branch tried to take advantage of its energy. This led to the fissures of reality, bringing Giratina into our world. He provoked a carnage that took away 17 million lives. Neonova, what remained of Azmira City, Yaosaba, and Tokyo were almost erased from the map. Fortunately, the same Cinderace, Gurenji, and Greninja stopped this dangerous enemy. Nothing of this could have been possible without Bastion Point's sacrifice. Around 10,500 operatives were murdered. It was a carnage, but they stopped Giratina around 11 hours, enough time for the Pokemon and Gurenji to recover from their previous fights. As students began to pack their bags, the weight of 50 years of hidden history settled over the room like dust. For tomorrow, Mr. Tanaka called over the rustle of backpacks and chairs, I want you to think about this question. In a world where individuals can possess the power to reshape reality itself, what does democracy mean? What does justice look like? These aren't academic questions, they're the challenges your generation will inherit. True democracy is held at the point of a spear. Without the force and power to enforce that rule of democracy, there is no democracy. The standard of the sword is what gives democracy life. It's the people that hold those swords must have the principles of democracy in their hearts. Because once people who have those swords don't, that's when democracy really falls. But what are the ones who held the power aren't looking for democracy? Exactly, Meow. That's when democracy really comes down, is when people believe that there's a democracy, so they don't have anything to fight against, but there isn't actually democracy. And that's the world people fear we're in now, where democracy is a joke. And it's like the one holding the sword and the one holding democracy are the same person, and their intent is not for the people, right? Harumi remained in her seat as the classroom emptied, her mind reeling with the connections between the official history and her own life. And the problem is, more evil people are willing to take up the sword against someone than good people. And that's why Churchill's saying, again, I'm going to bring this up, the only thing that makes evil succeed is good men doing nothing. Her grandmother, the city destroyer, Gurenji, the Shadow Branch operative, and who became their family's protector and guide. Hey, Harumi! Aiko's voice cut through her thoughts, bright with curiosity. You've been really quiet today, everything okay? Harumi looked up and to find several classmates gathered around her desk, their faces mixed concern with worriness. You know, said Takeshi, his voice careful. Takeshi's my uncle. Takeshi. Oh, is this supposed to have... I think this is supposed to have... there. Takeshi, my uncle, works for the Department of Technique Registration. He says there are still Shadow Branch operatives living in the city. People who were there during the showdown. Aiko leaned it closer, her voice dropping in a conspiratorial whisper. My mom's friend works at City Hall. She says that there's a Cinderace registered in our district, an old one, from before the new registration laws. She lives with a human she married. Harumi's heart hammered against her ribs. The carefully constructed normalcy of her life suddenly felt as fragile as glass. That's probably just a coincidence. Managed. Her voice sounding strange in her own ears. Is it though? Kenji chimed in, his eyes bright with excitement. I mean, what are the odds an old Cinderace in our neighborhood? Come on, Harumi. You live near the old district too, right? You must know something. The circle of faces around her desk suddenly felt suffocating. These were her friends, people she laughed with, studied with, trusted with, her everyday secrets. But this was beyond everyday. This was the kind of secret that could destroy not just her life, but the carefully maintained peace her family had built. I really don't know anything about that, she lied, the words tasting like copper in her mouth. Aiko's expression softened with what looked like sympathy. You don't have to be embarrassed, you know. I think it's amazing that there might be real heroes living right here among us. People who were there when history was made. Heroes. The word felt like a stone in Harumi's chest. She thought of her grandmother's nightmares, of Gorenji's careful way of speaking about the past. I should get home, she said, standing abruptly. My, grandmother worries if I'm late. As she gathered her books, she caught Aiko exchanging a meaningful look with Takeshi. They knew. Maybe not everything, but enough. The careful distance her family had maintained from their community was cracking, and through those cracks, dangerous light was beginning to seep. The walk home felt like navigating a minefield. Every familiar landmark, a cornerstone where the elderly Mr. Yamamoto always waved. The park where children played with their partner Pokemon. The bridge over the small stream that divided the other district from the newer developments seemed charged with new meaning. How many of her neighbors harbored suspicions? How many casual conversations have been piecing together the truth? She was so lost in these spiraling thoughts that she almost missed the figure waiting on her front porch. Sam stood with his back to the street. Yo, what's up, Yuri? How's it going, brother? Not much, just chilling, bro. What about you? We're gonna have an ad break in a sec here, though. Hungover? Ah, shit, Yuri, that's brutal. That sucks, bro. Where does ad be at, boys? There it be. And I'll be right back. I grab a drink, take a piss. Oof. Tokes! And grind more. Guys, to grind more water. Need more water up in here. Need more water. Please, need more water in here. You get your wad up in what you do. I'll tell you my wad. Get your wad and go. And go with the wad, and the wad be good. good. The Hawaiian! Alright, here we go. Alright, 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright, here we go. Studying the small garden her grandmother maintained with obsessive care. He wasn't wearing his usual form attire, no dark suit, no tie that seemed designed to intimidate. Instead, he wore jeans and a simple sweater that made him look almost normal, almost human. There was something in his posture, in the way he held his shoulders, that spoke a constant vigilance. "Difficult day?" he asked without turning around, his voice carrying easily across the small yard. Rumi's throat tightened. "We studied the showdown today." Sam nodded slowly, still facing the garden. "Thought it might be that time of year." "Sir..." "Curriculum is fairly predictable." She approached slowly, her footsteps loud on the gravel path. "They're starting to figure it out, my classmates. They're putting the pieces together." Now he did turn, and she saw something in his expression that was both expected and heartbreaking. A weirdness that spoke of contingencies prepared for, plans that had always included this possibility. How much do they suspect? Not everything, but enough. They know there's a Cinderace in the district. She set down her bag, suddenly feeling much older than her 17 years. "What happens now?" Sam was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant. Then he smiled, a small, sad expression that transformed his entire face. Now we adapt. It's what we've always done." He moved to the porch swing, settling into it with a grace that belied his apparent age. "Your grandmother and I have been discussing this possibility for years. We have options. I mean running away. I mean protecting what matters most." His eyes met hers, and she saw something she'd never noticed before. Fear. Not for himself, but for her. "Hey, Tox! I think if we teamed up, we could make millions of dollars, Callie. Why do you think I wanted to do the fucking podcast, Callie? And we balanced ourselves? Exactly. I've said this before, Callie. Your creativity, my groundedness, it would be unstoppable." "Sam, Harumi, you create the stuff, I interpret it. We could beat Cryptid at streaming." Whoa, Callie. I don't know about that. I mean, there are some lines, bro. Like, I don't want to try and challenge a booba, like, VTuber. Like, I think that's a dangerous path to go down, bro. You're never gonna win that battle. Like, she's basically me, but blue booba. Like, how the fuck do you compete with that? I just stay in my own lane, man. I don't know, Callie. That sounds like a dangerous game. You don't want to fuck with those guys. I think we just add our audience to hers. Right? I think we could do it. Now, you, Callie, you could be Breakaway with me in the background, maybe. Right? But I don't think I'd ever have, like, double-digit, like, sustained double-digit, let alone, like, 30, 20, 30 viewers. That's crazy, bro. Like, holy shit. I mean, I don't think the category is big enough. I'd have to, like, expand what I do, basically. I think, right? Because, like, currently what I do doesn't really encourage people to continue to watch after, like, their story's been done, right? You want to go off and show people the other stories. So we just need, like, and there's not enough of like an amount of people to have a steady flow of continuous new people, right? Like, we get a couple of new people every couple of months, but we also lose people because they're working on their books and doing other things. And I don't expect them to stick around because I don't want them to damage their, like, prospects because they want to support me. You have entertainment already. What can I bring, yo? I can bring the helplessness that Cryptid has. Helpfulness that Cryptid has. I guess so, Callie. I'm just retarded, so I don't know. Harumi, you need to understand something. The world your classmates learned about today, the official history, it's true, but it's not complete. There are details, connections, ongoing situations that make your safety more complicated than you know. Before she could ask what he meant, the front door opened and her grandmother appeared. Cinderace moved with a fluid precision that marked all technique users. But there was something else in her bearing today, a tension that spoke of decisions being weighed. Rough day at school, little spark? Cinderace asked, using the pet name that had followed Harumi since childhood. Her voice carried the musical quality that came from vocal cords designed for both human speech and Pokemon cries. It's sucking dick! I mean, what? I mean, she's old now, but we all get old. Think about that. The last chick that sucked your dick is gonna be an old lady one day. That means an old lady sucked your dick. It's the sad reality. Unless you die young. In which case, or they die young, I guess. What is this?
I have had a craving for chocolate for this entire week, and so I was like, well, why about I order just some chocolate off Amazon, you know? I'm sure Amazon does chocolate. I'll just order a big old share bag of Cadbury's buttons. I found some Cadbury's chocolate. It's like, oh, lovely. It's like a 200-gram pack. I was like, oof, 200 grams of chalky. I don't mind if I do. So I ordered some. Prime delivery. Came the next day. They handed me a box. Box? Strange. May I head downstairs and show you what got delivered? Spoiler alert, it wasn't 200 grams. In fact, I ended up buying an 850-gram solid block of Cadbury's. What in the willy wonka is this?
Damn.
It's like it's like two of my faces plus forehead.
That's fucked up.
Only I can fail so bad at doing basic math. I have had a craving for...
I mean, you got your chocolate, right? Damn, that's a lot of chocolate. It just needs to be caramel. If that was caramel, dude, I'd be fat. Dude, fuck. That's the one chocolate I can eat. The one chocolate I can eat. Alright, Yuri, are you ready, bro? Are you ready? We're gonna do 2 chapters because, we're running out of time today because we gotta do StarCraft today. So 2 chapters. Let's go, guys. We can get it done. And then we got a video. We got a video because I made a story today. So we got a video. It's only 10 minutes long. We got a video, and then we'll do this. I just finished editing chapter 1 and chapter 2. Fuck yeah, Turner. Let's go! We need to figure out what, Callie? Bro, you the one who is getting distracted. Our collaboration, yo. Callie, just give me a date and a time. You decide all the logistics. Just tell me what to do, Callie. That's all I care about. Because I have all the free time in the world, so I'll be working around your schedule, Callie. So you plan everything and I'll show up. 3, 2, 1, toke! For example, okay, well, we want to do a podcast. You set up a date that we go through a couple of topics and a couple of questions, and we do like a prep, and then we have a date that we set the actual podcast for, and then what else are we doing? Maybe let's not call it we read. Yeah, that would be the podcast, Callie. Like, the word, you don't need to be afraid of the word podcast. Okay? I don't know what else to call it, because it's literally just what it is. Unless you want to stream it, and you just want to collab on stream, but you never stream, Callie. Or if you do, you never tell me that you're streaming, motherfucker. Okay, and remember, guys, the last thing that happened was he took out the head of her puppy. Remember that. Chapter 31. Something about me is off. I slipped in front of some teenagers. That's embarrassing. Rip puppy. Yup. Ha ha ha! Tilted my head downwards and observed the two. The boy was laughing his ass off as the girl seemed to be worried for me. Stop laughing, dumbass, are you okay? Hearing her say that, the guy immediately got all serious. Oh, thank you for asking, I'm okay. She's pretty. You two go to the school here? Yeah, I see, well, I gotta get going. Born in a normal family with loving parents, my life has really been perfect, yet something about me is wrong. You really cheated on me again. This is the third time. How could you? Not having any humanity left. Or I guess it's fairer to say I never had any to begin with. But anyway, there's something else that I just can't find in myself. It's the girl. She seduced me. We need to kill her. If we just kill her, our life will be back to normal. I can empathize with everyone, but I can't sympathize with anyone. If I kill her, everything will be solved, right? Massive grin instantly popped up. Now we're talking. Yeah, if you just kill her. She killed her. Good job, darling. Now, you should know that I'm the one that seduced her. She didn't even know that I'm in a relationship. Huh? Yeah, and now I'm gonna kill you. How do you feel? I took the life of someone for the first time when I was a child. Or if you could even put it that way, I first found it immensely amusing to make people turn against each other. Strong emotions make really simple. My parents made me realize that. So he turned his parents against each other and his dad killed his mom? Huh. Why are you here? I told you not to go to school today. It's okay, it won't change that you'll shoot up the school, right? Me saying that, it clearly made everyone's heart sink, didn't it? You idiot, don't say that. Then he instantly jumped to his bag, taking out the gun. I left him no choice but to do that, by verbally exposing his plans to the whole class. Or you could just say you were lying, you didn't have to pull out your fucking gun, what a retard. 4 dead, 17 injured. First mass murder of my life, which I carried out by slowly planting seeds in my classmate's head. Something about me is off, but I love myself. Loving yourself is important, isn't it? After the 4 students had died, I attended some of their funerals and played pranks during them. I'm not doing this to be some sadistic asshole. I'm doing it because I enjoy observing the reaction of others. Oh, I'm 19. Here's my ID. I'm 14. And it's okay. I don't like older women, but I've been meaning to do this. Ginger's suddenly reading some other thing. Huh? By the way, I'm actually 14. Well, what did you just say? Hear me right, I'm only 14 and you had sex with me while being a 27-year-old. She jumped out of bed and began throwing up. Really? I don't even look 19, and here you are, freaking out over some number. Some number? It's disgusting. Disgusting. So, what makes it disgusting is my age, not the fact that I look young. I got out of bed as well, then sat down on the vomit. Drink all of it up, or I'm reporting you. What the fuck? Okay. We're taking some turns here. Alright. She glared at me in a grossed out, perplexed, and downright disturbed expression. Nothing would leave her mouth other than vomit for a good while after. Took me some convincing and threatening. but she did it. Just kidding, I'm reporting you anyway. Obviously. I had a... This is why you don't do shit. Don't trust people, man. Scammer. I'll double your gold. Okay, yep. Just give me more gold and I'll double that. I had a light and fulfilled smile saying that it was truly so gratifying. Something about me is off, and it's undeniably different from being deranged, psychopathic, or sociopathic, or anything along those lines. I can feel emotions well, I can empathize, and I can understand everyone. What could possibly be wrong with someone like that? I need money, but I hate doing things I don't like. Capitalized on the misery of my victims and started selling videos online. My name is... What pseudonym should I go by? Gene. The meaning of the name is God is Gracious. It's a fitting name for a little spawn of Satan. That's a nice name. Oh, thank you. Your name is really sweet, too. Aw. Didn't take long for me to pick up a sex addiction. You can't share this information with anyone, however... Fired from his job. I'll provide you with money, but you have to keep taking the drugs I give you. Let's see. The ones that cause anger are... Hi, David. You can't tell anyone you got this message, but I know things about your father that you urgently need to know. Everything is ready. I've ruined the father's life by slowly taking things from him. I got him into drugs, and now I even have the trust of his son. Father assaults his own daughter, then commits suicide upon killing her. Dark. I love crying over stories like this. Yeah, well, I think you should kill everyone that ever made fun of you. But this is progress. Go shoot up the school, Andrew. He's still reluctant. I need something to make him go all out and loathe humanity as a whole. Oh, this works. The Observer. What a fucking badass name. It fits me so well, too. I don't like guns, but I like knives. They're disposable, and they make me feel like I'm truly in control. Ended up learning everything about them. Hi. So, wait, so Johan, this is Johan, or is this Kai? Hello, Kai. You'll be living with us from now on. Oh, yeah, okay, so this is Kai. I was pretty sure it was Kai. Yeah. Need to learn a thing or two about me first, though. I influenced terror on the two elders that supposedly adopted me. Inflicted terror on the two elders that supposedly adopted me. Time kept passing. People don't know what sarcasm is. Don't know what their life is. Who should I kill and rape? The older, the younger... The older or younger one? Well, obviously the younger one, but this once, I think, I'll go for the older one. Kai, up to grab dinner with me? Johan, you're so annoying. 2 energy drinks. Wow, he's addicted to energy drinks, huh? That's just adorable. Can I ask a serious question? Of course, what is it? Let me decide, Johan. Well, do you think humans are equal? Why? What? Huh, why? Yeah, why? Seeing Johan's expression change, I decided to go for a different approach. Just wonder. Well, I have some siblings, and I'm kinda, I guess, get treated a bit different from them. Different how? You eldest? You're making it so easy for me. Yeah, I am. How'd you... Now, you have my answer. You're born the eldest, and there's already no equality. Something like that can make such significance. How much inequality do you think other things could create? I put astonishment on my face. Damn, I kind of feel like you just... Then I made a small giggle in between. Unlocked something in me. Unlocked something in me. Will you ever figure out what you unlocked in me, my dear bully? Thank you, though. Now I have an excuse to go for the younger one. Even if there's no equality, there's one thing we can be sure of, though. Equality is correct. And with that, all we have to do is cut off the people that clearly don't uphold equality, right? Bah! That's right, Johan. I'll cut her off then. I'll mutilate her body by cutting her to pieces. I'm so happy, Johan. Mother and big sister mourn the loss of their little sister. Father gets exposed as the murderer. Answer is joke. Your life is a joke. Short while later, I teased my darling even more. By the way, Johan, God is gracious to both of us. Haha. You don't even know the meaning of your own name, Johan. What's the confusion on your face? You really are precious. Yeah. Wanna hang out on Sunday? Oh, sorry, Johan, I have to attend the girl's funeral and make everyone even more miserable on that day. Sunday, huh? Probably can't this weekend, sorry. I can understand how everyone feels. I'm not a psychopath, nor am I sadistic. It took over 20 years for me to realize this, but I'm an emotional parasite that feeds on the misery of others, and I absolutely love that about myself. That was a fucking go hard chapter right there. Damn. Damn! Yeah, I don't know what to say about that other than holy shit. Brutal! I mean, well played. Well played, sir. Chapter 32. Infuriating feeling. Being powerless in terms of authority is one. For the win, yeah. I mean, again, I will say, like, there may be people who don't like the style of this, but I like the schizophrenic, off-the-wall, like, fucking confusing as fuck layout of the story, right? It gives the perspective of the character of, like, what's important and what they pay attention to and how the world around them doesn't actually feel like it exists to them. It's like they're in, like, a sandbox video game in VR, right? They're not experiencing the world around them. The only thing they're experiencing is their taste for what they desire. Which in this case is to feel something, and the only way to do that is to make others feel something. Infuriating feeling. Being powerless in terms of authority is one, but being powerless when it comes to physical combat is not something I've experienced. Move my head towards the girl. What the hell? Bah! Kai was just waving the puppy's head in front of her. How do you feel? Her expression. She's obviously fucking disturbed. How do I feel? Yeah, it's easy to forget how unhinged these people actually are. Yup. And what's fucked up is there's more unhinged people in the world. You think this is fucked up? There's way more unhinged people in the world. They're just hinged enough to be able to be sane enough to know of the consequences and try to hide from them, versus people that don't even give a fuck or don't even think about the consequences. They're just fucked, right? He leaned in. Yes, I need to know that. It's really important. Her eyes uncomfortably went to the side. Well, I get what's going on. Seems like you gave me hope and then tried crushing it. Cool. I guess you wouldn't care if I already did kill myself. Then my arm is bleeding, but luckily it's not dripping through the shirt. My left hand is getting dirty, though. It's still better than leaving evidence of my blood. Oh. So then, you feel like I pranked you. Do you feel betrayed? Your voice is really shaky, by the way. I'll just watch for now. Not betrayed, just a bit, I guess, disappointed? I can confirm that Resident Evil 9 is good the whole way through. Fuck yeah, Ahab. Glad to know, man. I gotta watch a playthrough of it eventually. I'll probably watch a full playthrough from Charlie. Voice critical. / penguins. It's interesting how she's openly trying to match his energy. She appears to be a really empathic and smart girl. Definitely holding on really well, despite of the situation being incredibly messed up. You're disappointed? I'm the one that is disappointed. You see, I actually like animals. I killed a puppy for you. So why is your reaction so tame? I can tell you're trying to control yourself, but it really annoys me anyway. All cleaned up. Nice, Haffy. Fuck yeah. Another chapter down. Another story ready. Huh? Can I? Never mind. I took a step forward, but then he immediately glanced at me. He's keeping a clear watch on me. Johan, don't worry. I'm not getting you to prison or anything. You'll be accompanying me more later. You don't need to be so anxious. 10 chapters. Fuck yeah. What the fuck is he thinking? Does he really think he can act however and expect me to passively comply with this bullshit? Arrogant little shit. Then his eyes went from me to her, and she... What were you excited? What? Were you excited I'd cry or whatever? Sadistic psychopath. Yeah, I was excited for that. You should just do that. It's bizarre how Kai sort of regressed to this almost childlike state once the reason for acting had died. Oh, I see. Almost every chapter is smut after chapter 2. Fuck yeah, Happy, let's go. She then rolled her eyes in a forceful manner. It's clear that she's using all of her mental strength to put up this act as a tough person. Okay, give me that then. I'm gonna kill myself right here. I'm gonna entertain your stupid sadistic ass. The moment her hands moved towards the knife in Kai's hand, a domineering smile popped up on his face sneakily. Using my left hand, I took out the knife from my pocket and jumped on Kai while having a fiendish grin. Gah! She firmly gripped the knife in Kai's hand in panic. While she confidently smiled, he tried to pull his hand away from her, but he couldn't do it in time, and so he blocked the knife going up his throat using his left hand, fell, and I started stabbing him as he heavily panted. He covered his face using both his hands. A little bit of story with my smut. True. Meanwhile, I kept stabbing and stabbing him. Really? And stabbing him without a pause. Is that really all it took? His hands went limp. Then I began stabbing his face and throat. Fucking bastard, you scared the shit out of me. Ultimately, even his head came off. You felt like some unbeatable force, but here you are. Then I went for his body, and with even more force. Hey, stop! He's already dead. People really are frail. Just a small opening, and now he's gone forever. Yes, you do need to stop. Your blood is all over the place, so you should probably spend all that energy on cleaning it up instead. The devil, already here. I did stop, but then said, give me a second. The black ink suddenly started leaking out of my eyes and mouth as I began stabbing his dead body yet again, and even more, until abruptly stopping as if nothing had happened. I stood up and asked the girl, are you okay? Sorry you had to see that. Why did I say that? I don't have any reason to keep up an act. It's okay. Then I gently smiled at the black ink, as if contemplating what I was about to say. Started leaking even more ominously and aggressively. By the way, I'm obviously killing you as well. That knife won't help you. Her face lit up in discomfort. She began awkwardly blinking and breathing. Also, devil, what happened to you? She, devil? It immediately put on a passive smile with all of its teeth out. All of them were rotten to the core, completely yellow. I reflect you in one way or another, my beloved. What do you think my teeth represent in this case? I sarcastically remarked. What? Is that what could have become to my... Fuck. Psychologically, this is the most fucked up story. I think psychologically this is probably the most fucked up story I've read. I applaud you, Relic. Or I applaud you, Yuri. Some people don't go that far, but damn, man. It's just the violence. The violence, the reaction, and the reality. It's not even about the violence. It's about the effect of the violence. How far can you push it? How far can you go? Same foreshadowing as well. You have hints about something from chapter 1. Yeah, I don't remember shit, Yuri. Don't remember shit! Which is why rereading a book is actually really good for me. As long as enough time's passed, right? It's like rewatching a movie. Think you know what happened, but you really don't. Alright, let's take a toke. Ah! Excuse me. 3, 2, 1, toke! Darks! What's up, Callie? Where did you say your strength was as a beta reader? Idea crafting, consistency, continuity, presentation, vibe? I'd say those are, like, that's a good start.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat.
Oh my god,
Do not
Turner.
move your feet. Do not stretch.
Turner! Why would you do this? Toke, bitch! Then, if you're the big picture craft guy, I'm the small detail guy. Exactly, Callie. Exactly. Makes sense. 3, 2, 1, toke! Okay. Okay, here we go. I sarcastically remarked, "What, is that what would have happened to my teeth if I kept up my energy drink addiction? I'll let you know, I haven't had a single one in forever." It instantaneously giggled. David would have laughed his ass off knowing that you just obviously said, "It's from drugs, bro. It's not from energy drinks. It's from fucking doing meth." Every single time I talk to this asshole, it feels like it knows something I'm supposed to know, but do not. It's an uncomfortable feeling that tickles me from inside in the worst possible way. My eyes then went to the girl, seeing that she immediately asked in anxiety, "Just make it painless, or should I jump for you?" I wonder if she thinks I'm insane, since I'm talking to air and all, but I guess she also has other reasons to believe I'm insane. "Do you want to live?" Her face instantaneously basked in immense confusion, as if I've just won an award for asking the dumbest question on earth. "Bitch, I'm here to die, and you ask me if I want to live?" Black ink kept getting worse and worse as time passed, but then my face tilted. Eyes escaped my contact with her. For just a moment, the ink's progress had completely paused, and I said something contradicting my whole identity. Then, "Do you want to die together?" Apprehensively waiting for her to reply, I ended up realizing that I was unconsciously hoping she would accept and die with me. The black ink impatiently lingered in anticipation for this showcase of humanity to hurry and get rejected. Oh, 100%. Shame subsequently embraced me, and consequently I started talking to myself. How could I even say something like that? I'm better than that. I would never commit suicide. Then the ink ensued, consuming me yet again. How did things end up like this? What went wrong? Was it David, Abby, Jones? What's going on? I put both of my hands on my side of my head. I was told to dominate the world, but somehow that resulted in me obsessing over control and desperately grasping for any feelings of superiority I could find. I sighed. How did everything end up like this? I'm not getting away this time, am I? The gravity of reality materialized. I'm covered in blood. The black ink is eating me up again. Upon saying that, the ink paused to get again. The girl. She's seen now what I actually am. What if I looked around?
This shit ass accent
Then I
is
noticed
killing
that
me. Scotty
she
Doo.
was.
He loves chocolate. Scotty Doo, Scotty Doo. How are you? How about you do, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty Doo. Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is Scotty Doo. Mini me aimer le chocolat, bien, hein? Wow, yeah.
Me love chocolate.
Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so what...
Then I noticed that she was about to jump off. Hey, wait, don't jump! She jumped off. My face instantly crashed to the floor, and then for the first time I ended up being wholly consumed by the black ink. Well, shit, what now, right? Oh my god! And we're getting so close to the end of the book, I don't even know. Yuri, I don't even know. Is he gonna get caught? Is he gonna get away with it? Is he gonna kill Blank? Like, there has to be a confrontation with him, right? Now, especially now that Kai's dead, and the serial killings are gonna stop, but they're gonna see Johan, or is Johan just gonna sneak his way back into society and just, like, sit there and be like, yeah, I guess I never get caught for anything, so I can do whatever I want? I'm really not sure how that's supposed to play out. But yeah, that was a strong fucking couple of chapters there. Holy shit. That'll shake your boots at night, boys. That'll shake your boots at night, that's for sure. Holy shit. Thoroughly enjoyed it, though. You know, the uncomfortableness of the darkness is what makes it worth it, right? Because it's like, oh my god, I can't wait until this just gets, like, good, and then if it never does, it's like, oh my god, I just hate that that exists, but still. You know, I always planned for Johan Kai to last much longer, but each time I tried to write their interactions, I always ended up with Johan killing Kai somehow. Yeah, I mean, he can't have somebody else working with him. Once he found out he wasn't on top, he had to take out the person who he thought was on top, so he could be on top again. That's just that's his that just makes total sense to me. That's his way of doing things. He wouldn't let it slip. But Kai doesn't think that way, so Kai would let it, so Kai would get under his hand and then let him open. Because Kai just wants to recruit him, right? Alright, well. Are you guys ready for my story that I wrote today? In a company courtroom where justice is profit, what does innocence mean? As the product becomes the only... In a company courtroom where justice is profit, what does innocence mean? As the product becomes the only meaning in life, what becomes of those who are victims of the system? This story is meant to give you pause. Prepare for the deep dive into the world of a corporate-run nation. Calling to the stand, witness number 5367. In the case of Persons versus Company, Colonel versus Sustainable Replacement, the organ farm. The double doors of the side room of the courthouse creaked open as the plaintiff was wheeled into the room and up to the podium. The obese flaps and rolls of his skin clinging to his suit, bobbing as he was rolled across the floor. The meat hanging off his bones seemed to bob and sway with the movements of the chair. It was slow and steady, matter of fact, as it rolled, as if no matter what, the struggling of breath was no more. As he sat in front of the podium, the monitor clicked on. The auditorium was dead silent, and he began his testimony. The first question: how old was he when he first met Mr. Martin, the now currently sitting CEO of Sustainable Replacement? He answered, thank you for slow and reading as deliberate, usual. No worries, Yuri.
Each
Anytime,
word
man. I enjoy it.
Bowling out of his mouth with intent, painting the picture of a child who was neglected. And when someone showed interest, that was all it took to guide him down the path towards incubation. Mr. Martin had lured him into submission and compliance over years of convincing that he was a better guardian for the child, now a teen. He had begun with just snacks. Small things to make your day brighter. A donut here, a cake there. Always a good sugar rush for a kid. He had thought nothing of it, told no one of it. There was no need. No one paid attention to him besides Mr. Martin. As the years rolled on, so did the fat, lumping him up like some stuffed pig. The pictures of his elementary and high school days clicked across the screen at the front of the room. Large monitors flickering into multiple smaller images as they all bled onto the wall like a living mural. Small, fragile boy. Small hint of a fake smile, an attempt at kempt hair. Pieces never aligning with the whole. The last years had seen him grow sideways. Self-esteem and the hope for the future slowly drained out of him. By the time he graduated, there was nothing left in those eyes. The ties to Mr. Martin and promises of a better life. He took the offer and left his home, moving to Neo Metropolis, the biggest company city on the west coast of the People's Allied States. The biggest growing city in the country. Only to soon realize the biggest mistake was being isolated from the world, a feeling of hopelessness and despair, that only Mr. Martin cared, and only he could fix it. So listen to him. At first, it was minor things. Pushing to eat more dessert, an appetizer here, 3 entrees there. A pimping out the plump, he would muse. The best food, the best treatment, until it stopped. He was then asked if the conditions of this arrangement were so bad, why would he not just leave? Can you leave the one thing you have known and trusted with all of your memory? No home, no family, just a tool of the corporate world, not a human anymore, a product. Groomed into believing there's nothing else, that helping those who help you is only right, that manipulation and gaslighting are imaginary, that there is only one truth. Who has been supporting you? Who loves you? Who do you care for? No time to think, always pressed into the next stage. Eventually, the hunger for attention hit a climax. He was 656 pounds, relying on Mr. Martin for everything, from feeding to showering to shitting. His life was in the hands of the company. Mr. Martin said he was becoming a burden, that the relationship was falling apart, that he had become a greedy asset, stealing from him, preventing his growth. Unable to fend for himself, he became neglected, moved from the upper limits of the grand towers to the lowest drops of the slums, to the bed of a factory, connected to tubes, told that he did this to himself. It was the only way to recover. No one could take care of him. Only the machine would provide now. For almost a year, he was trapped in that tank, unable to move, being fed through a tube, evacuating through a tube. He thought it could not get worse. He was wrong. That was when the experiment began, a flesh factory of organ production, using the human body as an incubating tool, grooming children from a young age to become organ tanks. Mr. Martin would come and examine the specimens on occasion. His farm was not a beta test. It was one of thousands, fully functional, fully tested, fully debugged. This warehouse laboratory of incubating bodies would be his grave, if not for a miracle. The commission, in a steady voice, called a warning to those present that the images that were about to be shown were graphic, disturbing, and if you have any reservations to keep a solid mind, please turn off your sight monitors. The scarring and wounds across his body, the black, darkened flesh, ripped and torn, bubbled and folded, the tissue carotid and bulbous, as if repeated scar tissue layering across each other over and over, from wounds opened, resealed, opened, and resealed. And the pain of these mishealed wounds evident by their stretched and ruptured nature. When you say incubated, what exactly do you mean? He lowered his head and took another deep breath to clear his mind as he began. Using stem cells, they would implant a bag inside of a pocket of fat. Using the human body as fuel, it would grow organs inside you. Hearts, kidneys, livers, anything that was needed. Each person chosen for their compatibility, blood type, body structure, and genes. Inspections would come in every week. The only way to keep time in this prison of your own making. Letting yourself fall into this kind of position. A simple mind led to its own doom by those who control everything in this world. That was why he was here. To be the sacrifice to show the masses what was beneath the surface. As he looked around the room at his audience, the feeling hit his stomach. These people were not interested in his story, his life, his pain. They only cared about the product that was placed in front of them. Final question. My escape. As being harvested by them, organs removed from my fat, complementary outlook. A specimen that has outlasted the rest. The distraction was simple. It caused everything. Tube clogged. Emergency procedures attempted. The assumption at this point had been that whatever took place that killed me to cover the accidental disposal of a product. That was why we were here today. The image attached to the monitor connected to my brain stem on the machine. My corpse had been found by a lone alley hopper slum doctor. He was scanning my body to plan my dismemberment and the value of my flesh. When he discovered the strangeness of this corpse, he jacked in my mind. The value of my flesh was insignificant compared to the compensation by the company from uncovering the loss of property and to oust the traitors of the company to preserve the integrity and productivity of the organ farm. With my testimony and memory, the charges against the defendants concludes. The verdict? Guilty. Sentence? To become incubators.
So what did you guys think? Because the whole story is actually about that one thing where he says that he's a product, and they're all like, oh, he called himself a product, which means he's a product, which means he's not a person, which means the testimony says that we have lost product. So the whole thing is actually like, you know, it's kind of presented as if it's like he's notifying people about it. People already know about it. They're just like, well, this is company property that you got rid of. And the people that were charged were the people that basically killed him. So it's kind of like he got revenge, but it's like, you know. I hope you guys liked it. I thought it was short and sweet. Back to my old tactics of that total twist, right? Where it's like you think you're ousting the CEO, but you're actually helping the CEO. Anyways, we got StarCraft ready to go. I'm so excited for this shit. Are you guys ready for this shit? I'm gonna go, I'll be right back. And we'll be watching these ESL Season 21 Season Open Qualifiers! Be right back. Oh, we got ads starting in a sec here. Look ads. All right. I need something for my knees. Callie, look up Dr. Ben Kim for mobility work. Save your joints.
Gideon, will you carry me?
What? No!
Why not? I'm so tiny, I can just, like, hold on to one of your legs.
Well, fine. You can climb up on my leg. I'm just not carrying you.
Gideon, would you carry me?
No.
Oh!
I know what's under that shirt.
I don't think I can. This is the belly.
Fine. You can hold on to my other leg if you want.
What are you guys talking about?
Oh, yeah. Gideon, get off. I'm awfully tired, too.
No, you're not tired.
Please.
Come
You're
on,
already
Ricky,
dead.
it's
You can't
actually-
even get tired.
Oh, it's actually quite relaxing. He doesn't have a third leg. Can you grow a third leg, Gideon? If you can grow a third leg, Brittany would love to wrap around it. He'd love to wrap around your third leg. I'm tired. Gideon, will you carry?
I love the ridiculousness of it, Callie. I love the ridiculousness of it. Ads! Fuck! Fuck! Fuck ads. Fuck ads! Fuck ads! Fuck ads! Fuck ads! Fuck ads! Why? Why you gotta pay to ads, bro? I don't know. I just don't know. It's a B-O-Y. B-O-Y, it's a gotta what it does. I tell you what I gotta go and do. It's not to be a what I got. 3, 2, 1, go! Guys, I'm so excited for this. I forgot April is like April and May is gonna be so fucking good. Fucking StarCraft season fucking 21. Flash might be back. I think he's playing in the qualifier. I heard something about it. I didn't see anything about it because I can't watch the Korean videos. I gotta watch more Jinjin translations.
Hey guys, welcome to ASL Season 21. Today we'll be going through the ASL Season Open, and this is going to be the first of 2 Season Open tournaments. So basically, in the past, we had a tournament called the ACS,
it doesn't exist
Africa
anymore.
TV Challengers Star League, I believe is what it stood for. And that's going away now. That was a tournament that started out as purely amateurs, people that were never pro gamers, competing for a spot in the finals of a qualifier group. So you basically skip playing those parts of the group, and
then you go all the
play
way to
against
qualifiers,
finalists.
just like
The thing is,
being a
those players
seed.
never really won.
It's
So
like
eventually it
being
got
a seed.
upgraded to an actual ASL spot, and eventually they changed it so that it was anyone who hadn't been to the round of 16 in ASL could play in it. So it wasn't really just an amateur tournament.
It
anymore,
allows
but
people to
still
get
a
into
cool
it.
tournament that we liked. Didn't ever get
But
clean
it's-
feeds
it's
for
a
that,
lot higher
so
grade
wasn't
now.
able to do any great
Instead of
casts
being
with
like
it
a
or anything.
BSL instead of an
Anyways,
ASL.
that system is gone. It's being replaced by something called the ASL Season Open. Now, these are going to be 2 tournaments that are going to be bracket tournaments. This one, and then in 1 week, there will be another one. And basically, the very top players, I believe, will be seeded in a little bit further away from each other. It's going to be, I believe, single elimination, best of 1. I think at the end it goes up from best of 1. But there will be a player that qualifies directly into ASL from this tournament.
Oh, damn.
Now, I'm pretty sure that's the set of rules. I'm not sure about the maps. It hasn't been completely clear how this goes, so this could be like a little bit of rough production. This is the first time that I'm ever seeing any of this. So yeah, next week's will be better put together and everything, but that's basically what's going on here. As far as like what I think is going to happen here, obviously the 4 players that get seeds into ASL won't be playing in this, so it's not like Soma and Bisu, Snow, etc. Won't be playing. Looking at this, I did predict, someone asked me like maybe a week ago on stream how I thought a tournament like this would go. Well, it's best of 1, a huge bracket, so that's like
wild card,
kind of insane. It's really hard to say how that'll go down, and I'm
just
not
have one bad
sure
game
on the entire format. So we'll learn that together throughout this video.
Hell yeah.
My guess
Let's
is
go.
someone like Queen will go through and end up winning it. I think it's got to be someone really, really solid.
I'd love to see Queen win something. He's been on the downfall lately.
But either way, we're just going to get
My name
this
is Soma
started
being the
and
best
see what it
Zerg.
looks like. And yeah, let's get into it. All right, so we're going to take a look at brackets first, and I'll just show you some of the players in here. So we have right here, this is Larva, and it looks like he ended up losing to YSC here, which is pretty impressive from YSC.
Crazy.
He normally is not very strong in Protoss vs. Zerg. You can see he also beat DeWalt in that first round. Good to see DeWalt playing, though. Down here, you can see Bishop won, and Bishop ended up losing to Rush, who ended up beating YSC here. And then, Snow is in the tournament? Okay, well, that shows you I'm not 100% sure what's going on. Since he was in the finals, he has a seed into the next season. So, again, I'm not entirely sure why Snow would be playing. But it looks like Rush beat Snow 1-0. Down here, this is Leda. And it looks like Snow had defeated Leda in there. So
not gonna remember any of this.
Let's continue to maybe move through the bracket a little bit. Okay, so that's actually Ample. This is Ample right here. So Snow beat Ample. That's really well, it makes me a little bit sad because you guys that watch our Tosis cast know that Ample is one of these players I'm really looking out for this season. We also have Shine down here, and it looks like Shine won that first round. And, okay, so Ample's the one that defeated Shine.
And then there's Queen.
And as we go further down...
Queen and Rush.
So it looks like the finals of, like, this bracket... this group or whatever this is going to be Rush versus Queen. That's not a huge surprise to me. I know this guy, but I can't think of who this is right this second. Oh, it's killing me. I'm just kind of remembering these guys' names off the top of my heads based on their IDs. Some people use their names, some people don't, so it's a little bit difficult. So as the thing goes down a little bit more... this is Bako, I'm almost completely sure about. And it looks like he lost to Sharp here. No big surprise. Park Jae Hyun. I believe that's just Hyun. I'm pretty sure. This here is Zealot. It looks like Queen took out Sharp over here, which, again, that's not a huge surprise. This is why, this is actually what I was imagining to see a bracket like this. You're going to have, like, beastie players that are definitely going to be in ASL, like Sharp go up, but they're going to hit players like Queen, right? Like, the thing is, Queen, because we saw Snow in the bracket, I'm not as confident in the choice anymore, even though Snow has been eliminated and Queen is in the finals. But, like, that's why I was predicting someone like Queen, because I assumed the top 4 players couldn't get in, and I actually value Queen as still an ASL championship quality player.
He's just being shot down because of the way that he plays Zerg.
All right, going down
against the
a
current
bit
meta.
Further. Yeah, we
Whereas
see
Soma's an entirely new beast when it comes to
huge
Zerg.
upset. Queen was able to take out BCM. For those of you who don't know, BCM is the guy, he did eliminate Queen in a previous qualifier season. He's the guy that's like an A-rank Terran, but cheeses the hell out of Zerg players. He's taken out Hero, he's taken out Queen. He's kind of a meme. They call him the working man. He's just like a Terran player that has a regular job and comes in and cheeses out Zergs in the qualifiers. So Queen beating him in best of one. I guarantee you he opened pool first. Let's keep going. Okay, so I guess that's the end of that bracket. I'm not sure how many groups or brackets or whatever there are here, but this is obviously just a fraction of the pros that'll be playing in here. It's really cool to see that it is going to be Queen versus Rush there in the finals. Hopefully, we'll be able to cast that. That won't be for a spot, as far as I know. That should lead into like another bracket, I think. But again, I'm not 100% clear on this format overall.
Looks like some solid games, though.
All right, so it looks like we're going to go ahead and get into... Oh, it's going to be Snow versus Rush. I mean, that's a great match. But we've already shown that Rush wins this. So as you guys can see, like, again, I don't pre-watch anything. I don't know exactly what the format will be for the broadcast or the game shown or anything like that. But maybe this was a great game, so I guess we get to see it, which is nice. They should swap the colors over to red and blue. There are, by the way, a lot of new people involved over at Soup and with ASL. So I do want to point that out that, we're having a bunch of changes this season. And yeah, again, I'm a little bit surprised that they would show this already knowing the result. But that happens sometimes in the qualifiers as well, where they'll just be like, okay, well, we see where the bracket's at, but like apparently there was a great game. Let's take a look at it. Looking at the map, I can't tell which map we're on yet. We have that new map pool. So this is probably Attitude is my guess. Attitude has been a great map so far. As has Octagon, but we'll see that momentarily. Anyways, I hope that you guys are having a great time.
Fuck yeah.
I mentioned this briefly a little bit before, but now that you're watching the first ASL broadcast, so like for all the qualifier stuff, this stuff will play first on my Soup channel, which is just Artosis on Soup. Right, like I'll be posting that link all over the place for people, and then a couple days later on Artosis
Soup Esports is their
that's kind of like the
platform.
new format that everyone's going to be following for ASL stuff. Okay, so I just want to make sure that everyone understands that that's clear. So yeah, and for the actual ASL, when that starts up, it'll start first on the Soup channel of myself and of Tasteless. I believe his is Tasteless, but I'll let everyone know, of course. Mm-hmm. And then go to the regular YouTube channel over at Soup, which is Soup is the new name of Afrika TV. So yeah, there you go. Now, taking a look here, this is Octagon, and Rush has scouted Snow first, and Snow is going for a Nexus first here. Now, the factory was nice and fast there from Rush, and we'll see if he wants to expand or he wants to attack. Generally, you're going to attack from this position, especially as he gets in here and sees that it's gas before second gate. I think you'd be a fool to try to just expand off of here. That would be, I think, not an ideal play. If you go for that factory expansion, you definitely want to be able to attack and bust the Nexus. And by the way, guys, I do want to mention again, and I know I've already kind of mentioned this, this week, it's the Forge variant. Okay, so that actually changes things completely. And this is actually the right way to do the Forge variant, where you get the gas first. It kind of can confuse Terran. And Rush actually doesn't have a third depot. So I think he read this correctly. He's like, he's going to make a Forge, because you don't want to rush this one. But yeah, just to mention, the audio levels will probably change a little bit throughout this. I just really want people to understand that, because, like, obviously I'm not watching anything ahead of time or anything like that, so I'm going to have to adjust audio, like, probably in between games and everything. So, like, if something sounds a little bit off, hopefully it'll be fixed by the end of the qualifiers, the season open. Okay. Okay, so it is the Forge variant of Nexus First. This was designed to stop the Marine Vulture SCV push, and it crushes that. Now, there are things that you can do. If you scout this and recognize what it is quickly enough, you can continue to mine gas and do a siege tank push, either with 1 or 2 factories, and both of those can end up working, but this is normal what we see from Snow, where you go 3 gates. So you want to actually hide what you're doing as Terran, because they have to go 3 gates to break the siege tank push. But if they go 3 gates, their observers are very, very late, and you can completely control the map with mines and either take a 3rd base or, you know, just kind of keep them in their base and continue forward however you want. Right? There's like a pretty big range as to what you can do against this. Now, the problem is this is one of the highest worker differentials that you can get in the matchup. As you can see here, Snow right now is up 5 workers, right? Like, Rush hasn't missed a beat. He's taken no damage or anything, but he's down 5 and then 6. So it's like an in between 5 and 6 workers here. It'll jump back and forth probably for the foreseeable future. But that's a pretty big advantage at these numbers. You know, Snow, when you go for the Forge variant, you don't actually have to skip any probes. Occasionally someone will cut a probe. If you skip absolutely 0, then you should be up about 7 workers by my calculations, like from what I've seen in most games. But I think that Snow has played this maybe just a little bit safe. Also, he's not known for having the greatest mechanics. In fact, probably the weakest amongst top-tier players. But no, I think that this was probably a choice, not like a failing of his mechanics. Occasionally, you feel like you should skip a worker here and there to speed other things up. Anyways, yeah, he's getting into his observatory, and you can see that Rush has really great mines laid all around. He has a Vulture kind of watching the side to make sure that that expansion doesn't get taken. We have the armory going up at the natural, already has the second gas, going into 3 factories. And the fact that he's going to 3 factories, this is gaining so much popularity right now. So many players are getting 3 factories. Like, that was never a number you'd ever have. 1 factory, 2 factories, occasionally 4 factories, more likely 5 factories. Those were like numbers that you would have at one time, but 3? Oh, I'm so stupid. That's so hilarious. Well, I'm not doing the observing, as I think you guys know. That's an engineering bay, not a factory. I was like, that is really weird, and I got to talk about this. But no, that's just going to be an eBay. So that's completely normal. And this is something that Snow does a lot, by the way. When he has mines containing him, he'll oftentimes ferry the probe over to make the Nexus a little bit quicker than having to walk through and kill mines. Because also when you're walking through and killing mines, if your opponent decided to go Vulture speed quickly, they oftentimes can pick off the probe a few times. But if you bring it over in the shuttle, much more likely that you'll get that Nexus on time. Just a nice little thing that Snow does very, very oftentimes. Now, the Dragoons are pushing over, they're clearing the mines. Rush has gone into the best shuttle micro in the entire play, and it looks like Snow is going to go towards Arbiter. This is incredibly popular right now in the Protoss vs. Terran metagame. All the high-end Protosses have gone back to Arbiter play. A lot of it is Reaver into Arbiter, which fits Snow very, very well. But like, basically everyone that I play right now that's over 2300 MMR is doing this. It's like 80% at the moment, and I'm not 100% sure why. I have definitely some theories about it. I think Arbiter has been undervalued for a while.
Yeah, people just think it's out of meta, so they're using it because it's
but the Arbiter play is really good, and the Arbiter play
people might not know. I'm going to remember how to defend against it.
Earlier pushes, it kind of forces the game to go later, and Protoss is considered to be favored the later the game goes. Terran is very much a timing attack oriented race. Most Terran wins happen like before 20 minutes, for instance. So, but not at the beginning of the game, right? It's like there's very, very specific windows of about 2 or 3 minutes that almost all high-end Terran wins happen in. Okay, so taking a look here, Rush is
like in
just
StarCraft
building out completely normal.
Stopping his order from getting a 4th base.
Past Snow in that worker count. Snow, though, he's spent a lot of money on tech. Like, that's what he's been doing. He's got his 3rd base. He's spending money on tech. He's going to have a ton of tech, which he's going to be able to lean on a little bit and very likely take a couple more bases. But we have to see first, is Rush going to try to attack? He might just go for like a 5-fact timing push, which would be Like, I mean, maybe it ends up working. Snow is way out of position with, like, with his Reavers. Okay, yeah, there it is, but he didn't slow this down at all. This is like where Snow excels that other Protoss players don't as much, is slowing down this initial push out with those Reavers. All right, a couple vultures trying to run around, and a third base on location there for Rush. I prefer this so much to the push. Those of you who watch a lot of Artosis casts probably are aware I'm not a huge fan of moving out with 5 or 6 factories right now. I think it's the weakest part of the meta for Terran currently. Now, he scans and he sees both the Arbiter Tribunal as well as +1 air weapons. That's not a weird thing to see. Snow is definitely a guy who loves carriers when he can get to them. So it could be a transition from arbiters into carriers, but you have to be really careful now that that's been scanned. Because that is actually like, it gives you, without any doubt, a very strong timing as Terran.
You do whatever you want.
And in fact,
live life the way you need.
Like, look at this push from Rush.
Do your time and suck a bit of dick while you're at it. True, Callie.
Stomping everything back. Snow having to pull back now. Snow doesn't actually have that many gateways. Like, he's sitting on 3 bases. He's spent so much money on tech at this point. It's
Callie, you
crazy.
are a beautiful, amazing person that does everything that they need to, and no one can ever put you down because they do. It's because they're jealous of you, and you know why they're jealous, because you're amazing.
Yeah, okay, like, the vultures get in there, and they're doing a lot of damage. Snow is not putting out the level of PVT that I think we're used to seeing.
Fox, we're streaming tomorrow. All right, sounds good, Callie. Fuck yeah.
This game for sure.
You know it's makeup day tomorrow, right, Callie?
Fell behind in probes, which again is
Swear
like
woman
decision,
stream,
like a weird one. Hey, the thing is,
just
if
to make sure that you
in
know
this position, just to talk about
not
like,
that will change
styles,
anything,
like,
but it is Swear woman stream tomorrow.
But he didn't get anything done with his Reavers. Like, Rush is playing good anti-snow play, but if this was Best would be on like 5 bases right now and maxed out. Like, I'm not joking. I'm not making up. That's
my beard
exactly
will be gone.
The position
All this will be
like
gone
from Best. He would be like, no, we're going to make so many units. You better be careful as hell.
No hair from the eyebrows
but that
down.
hasn't been the case from Snow, right? Like, he's trying to get very teched out units. He wants to slow Rush down like that. Okay, we have the DT going up, 4th command center going up for Rush. I think Rush is playing this game beautifully. And by the way, like right now, I've been trying to do some previews for people on levels before ASL, but there's only so much time in the day, and there are so many great players. A couple things to mention.
You give
like
big idea
said,
feedback, you give small idea feedback. That's the idea, okay?
True,
Callie.
Now that like
perfect.
If Snow's
sounds
in
perfect,
here, right? So it's like, oh, okay, I don't know what's.
Then everyone will get the maximum amount out of it, Callie. And then will become super popular, and you'll get a shit ton of money, bro.
In my opinion, for Terran,
and then you can buy all the workout stuff and food that you need.
Are godly right now. They're both in such good shape. The best Terran games I've seen recently are out of those two. A shout out to Scan as well. He's in ridiculously good shape at the moment. And oh god, I'm looking forward. I can't wait to see if he's going to be doing well in this tournament as well. So yeah, those are kind of the people, and you can see that reflected in Rush's play. Like I couldn't explain to you how to play this game better than Rush. Like the way that he's played this, it's all worked out really, really well. I would be nervous about the way he's playing slightly against Best with the speed with which he moved out, but obviously he'd be playing a little bit different against Best. But the fact that he got his 3rd up this quick, he's kept his SCV count really, really good. Everything looks amazing. 4 bases when you're playing against Arbiter, that's exactly what you want. You need 4 bases. You can't, like, some people do like to try to timing attack Arbiter players, but I don't think it's the right way to play. I think when you're playing against Templar tech, this is the way to do it. Make yourself gigantic and do a push. And this is the Arbiter into Carrier. And look at how he scans that and he sees, oh, 3 Stargates. There's no way you're going 3 Stargate Arbiter. There's the Fleet Beacon there. This opens up a timing attack for you. And look at his supply. 190 against 180. He has more supply than Snow. That's kind of the weakness of trying to play a game that looks like this from Snow. He's gone like 1 Arbiter. Is he threatening recall? Is he just going to... He's not threatening recall. He's going to have to use stasises. He might have 2 stasis, right? I haven't seen any High Templars around. Okay, he has a 2nd Arbiter in the back there. He needs to get some killer stasises if he's going to win this game. Well, that's funny that I say that. I'm getting so hyped, but I'm like, actually, we already know.
Yeah, we already know Rush wins.
Yeah. So Snow pulling back with his Dragoons. Rush just, I think, has completely outdone him this game. Completely outdone him. Very interesting choices by Snow on what to do. So, yeah, Rush is going to siege up. You know, bases 4 and 5 look like they're unlikely to stay up. Snow basically needs to stall things out and get a big carrier count. It doesn't seem too likely. He's going to... Look at this. He has Cloaked Reavers over here, which just, when it's Snow is involved, doesn't sound very fair.
There goes the Arbiter, though.
Oh,
shit.
And, no, the Arbiter does get picked. But that gets rid of most of the Goliaths. So the carriers should be able to help clean the rest of this up. But the thing is, Rush has so much supply. With that many units down here, either he can choose to bring his reinforcements down and save that army as it comes out, or he can attack another location. Which one do you do here? Like, do you attack the natural, or do you go and save that army? I think saving the army is correct because that Nexus is so low.
Yeah, and then you just go and you kill the Nexus, and then you have that fourth base, and you've crippled them.
Good, but yeah, I think this is probably the best possible play here. He doesn't have that many.
Did he
Goliaths.
EMP?
He does D-Matrix one of them to try to keep that going.
Oh,
he
he
gets down here
D-Matrix.
just as it unfreezes.
And
there
they get
from another Arbiter,
but
which looks
he's
like
got
it has
too
enough
much
energy
here.
for yet another
He's got too
stasis.
many.
Probably wants to get some
Goliaths.
of those Goliaths in there. Yeah, it gets a pretty solid. Yeah, he gets 3 of them as well as a few interceptors mixed in. 2 upgrades. Not quite enough carriers.
Yeah, he should have waited for the next wave.
Really feels
if he
like
had
Rush has
sacked,
done
if he had
everything
sacked
right here.
the expansion and just gone for more carriers,
It
I
looks
think
like there might be an observer up
I
there.
think he
That's
would have
one
been
thing we
fine.
can definitely say about Snow. He's better at
Because yeah, he
scouting the
needed
corners
just
of the
like
map than
another
every
30
other
seconds
Protoss.
to
Like,
get
you
out that
cannot
carrier.
Get a cheap base off Snow, a hidden base. Like, he is always checking for that. I think probably because it's one of the only ways.
I wonder what happens with those interceptors. They just instantly fly back
but yeah, he chose to do
the
this kind of
carriers,
risky
or do they like
transition.
transport?
It's so interesting to see the different ways that these
Yeah,
top
they
Protoss
instantly
players are
fly
playing,
back to the
seriously,
carrier.
because like this would just Best would never play a game that looks like this.
Yeah.
Best wouldn't have a weak point of transition, but you might be able to outscale him. Whereas the carriers are really the only big transition point for Protoss.
Yeah,
where
if
it's
he,
like,
if
oh,
he didn't
yes, if they
see
go
the
for this
carriers
tech,
and he
there's,
waited like
a
another
window
minute and
that's
so
open
to
where you can
attack,
kill them if you're playing well.
it
And
probably would have
Rush
been a
has
different
hit
story.
that just beautifully. The consistent scanning of
But
the
look at
main
Rush's
base,
bank, too, and he
lining
can
this
make as
timing
many
up for him.
Goliaths as he
nailed the
needs.
4 bases so quickly. I do think there might be a Zealot in the top left. Maybe that wasn't an Observer, but a Zealot instead. I do see a little gray dot up with the other gray dots. So
Doing
the darker gray
something
dot,
there.
maybe dealing
Yeah.
some damage there. Yeah, it
Yeah.
looks like it's probably a Zealot killing some SCVs. But bases 4 and 5 go down. Snow is taking a mineral-only base. As the carrier count grows, again, you know, I'm sad that we already know the answers here, but as carrier counts grow...
What's a DT?
Oh, it's a DT. 14 kills. Jesus.
That's crazy.
You know, the carriers become unbelievably strong. When you start getting 8-10 carriers, it's like they just kill everything. They outscale, again, everything in the game other than a Defiler.
Yep.
Of course, Defiler
'Cause you
hard
can't
counters
hit
it just
them.
like it hard counters literally everything.
Everything in the game, because you can't attack them.
But like, yeah, other than that, carriers are the best. There are technically things that can beat them. Like if you actually, I don't know if you know this, but Valkyries, of course, don't deal splash damage to interceptors. But if you have actual max supply of carriers and actual max supply of Valkyries, the Valkyries win. The Valkyries actually beat everything that flies when it's max versus max. It's just like, yeah, man.
Rule
like,
of scaling,
the
because they do
splash
so
damage
much
on the actual
AoE
carriers,
damage.
despite having the highest armor, base armor in the entire game. They still get wiped by that many shots. Obviously, that just makes perfect sense. They have the widest spread of splash damage.
Yeah, it's like 12 or 13. It's like 12 or 14
Rush
attacks.
comes in. He's going to bust up this Nexus. There's plenty of Goliaths. He's got those 2-2 upgrades. Snow is hitting that top left base once again, but even on the 4 base, Rush, in theory, has enough to end this game. I think it's really good that Snow is trying to stop that base because he needs like several things to go right. Like he needs to stop that base, and he needs the carrier count to get up, and he needs Rush to be a little bit sloppy with his reinforcements, right? If all those things line up, Snow still ends up winning the game. And in fact, like I could see a lot of Terran players losing from this spot because there's 8 carriers out now, but at 3-2 with the map control he has, notice how he pulls all of his units back to the center. This is beautiful because he's bringing the units from top left that cleared the goons. He's bringing the new reinforcements. He's going to get them all together. And it's like, okay, you can try to base trade with the carriers, but the Terran army will kill everything before you can do that.
Yeah.
There's not a question. Look at the size of this Terran army. Maxed out, ridiculous. He's got 74 workers. The actual army supply of Snow is very close to it, right? Like he's down.
He's only got 39 probes,
25 workers or something. No, 35 workers. And down just like 40 supply. So yeah, he's actually army supply wise, he's very, very close to Rush. But 3-2 Goliaths in this number, maybe if he had a bunch of Psy Storm, there would be some sort of chance.
Yeah, I think that's what he was missing here is because
yes, he's making Archons. So I think he didn't even really get
Storm.
The Psy Storm upgrade probably is what happened here.
Because otherwise he would have
like,
never made the Archons.
Well, I need something.
Yeah,
so
fuck. Well, I spent all my gas on that.
And hope it works, but I don't think it's going to be working here.
And that's the way it goes.
Carriers just kind of flying through the middle of the map.
Oh, so close to killing that one carrier. That is so important.
Rush
he's going to get it.
Trying to force out a victory here. His army is a little bit out of position. He has enough Goliaths to slow these carriers if they try the counterattack. Okay, here comes back his main army. I'm mostly just looking at the mini map. I guess I can show a little bit since I have this cool drawing feature now. So his army down there, like, you just got to watch what that's doing because the carriers are flying in here and it looks... Oh.
He's splitting.
Okay, so there are a few different ways that you could
chat.
go
Yo, what's
about
up?
trying to win
We
this
just hit
game.
an
So
ad
right now, there's
break.
just
What's
turrets
up?
everywhere
Watching
that are
the
annoying him.
ASL.
But, like, for instance, if this was
the
mini,
open
he would probably go
qualifiers
kill
tournament
every command center
to qualify for
and
the
try
ASL.
to go DTs or something like that. And
Basically
you can see,
like the
Snow,
playoffs.
He's thinking about this, but it doesn't feel like he's super
I'm doing
committed.
fantastic.
He's
Another
obviously
day. We
super
got
committing, but,
StarCraft.
like, we don't see him actually finishing off the command centers. So he damaged 2 command centers heavily. He's being chased out. He's getting the command centers in the top left. Excuse me, and
you still have that army down there
Rush
taking
right
out
now
the
is just
third
making,
base.
Like, a ton of factories over here. The thing is, if Snow stayed in the top right and killed all the factories,
And
Rush was
Spirit
already
Factory.
preparing for that potential. But instead he came over here, so it's like, okay, yeah, maybe you stop all these factories. Oh my god, he didn't kill the command center. I wonder if Rush will even repair that. I think a lot of times you say, like, okay, that's dead, and you just don't even think about it, and then you won't repair it. And then people watching be like, I would have repaired that. What? He's not good enough to repair that? It's like, no. He literally isn't even looking at that. He's so focused on other things, and he just assumes
Boom,
it's dead.
Yeah.
That's the type of scenario
And then it
where
just
it's
blows
like,
up.
ooh, am I better than a pro gamer this way? No. That's why you're not better. Oops.
Yeah.
Okay, that's game. GG.
That sucks.
Okay, so that should be
That's
it.
why you
I mean,
always
he
have an
just flew
observer
over
out
a
front.
cloud of Goliaths, and
He literally landed like 30 Goliaths.
He killed 1 command center total. He's 3-2 mech at this level. Snow has 53 minerals. He has like 2 mineral patches that are almost mined out. Snow is a hard guy to end, man. That's a fact, but excuse me. Yeah, he made
like,
some
I will
interesting
fight to the
choices.
end.
Like,
At least I can push on and endure.
strong choices. If Rush misses the brief window he had to move out there, where his ground army was definitely stronger and the carriers weren't quite the right level, Snow will win the game easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah. But Rush is so far
that
ahead.
wasn't the case. He caught that and he nailed it, and Snow got punished for this type of play. Whereas this play would kill almost everybody. I need to be super clear about that. But like I said, right now, in my opinion, well, obviously, okay, well, there you go. Actually, we'll talk more about that in a minute. Let's go forward into the next match, I guess. All right, so we're looking at the next group here. So first off, this is Ivory right here. Ivory was in 1 season of ASL. He's one of the weaker players to ever have qualified, but obviously a very strong player. You can see Jaedong himself took him out here, but Jaedong lost here. This is Shiny. I've
Shiny.
casted plenty of the games of his in the past.
Not
That
shine,
must mean that his
shiny.
ban from
He's a
ASL
Protoss,
is
right?
up. And I'm excited. I want him to be trying to get into ASL. He has
I
been
can't
one of
believe
the
Jaedong
best
got killed.
players.
Jaedong is falling
since Remastered
behind,
came
man.
out,
He was doing
basically.
so good until
Looking
Soma
down
took
here,
over.
Shiny also took out True. True is in unbelievable shape right now. Like, True is really, really strong. He is one of these guys. I'm like, this guy's one of the people that are the future of everything. That's awesome to see. And I'm not too surprised because Shiny plays a very technical Terran versus Zerg. So not too surprising he took out some very strong Zergs in True and Jaedong. He's the type of guy that will get like Wraiths or Vultures in when you really don't want them in. So that's pretty impressive. Scrolling down a little bit. Who are these people? Hold on a second. Let me think. Okay, so we have Bale here. He's pretty strong. JYJ takes him down. No big surprise there. Oh, you Jin. I'm not entirely sure who this is, but he took down JYJ and he
Shiny.
took down Shiny. I'm guessing this is a Protoss player. Jokes aside, who is that? I'm not entirely sure, but I guess we'll probably end up seeing in a second. As this scrolls down, let's see. Oh, we got Shuttle here. So he beat Shuttle as well.
Damn.
Okay, wow. That's
Damn. Who is this guy?
Big.
Up and comer.
I
And
think
Artosis
we'll
doesn't
probably,
even
if I had
know.
to guess, end up seeing one of the matches from this guy. Down here, Action.
Is that Royal?
Oh, I know this guy, but I can't think of who it is right now. Yeah, Throne. He's just an amateur Zerg. He's pretty good. 910 played. Okay. This is 910 ETE, a very old school player. He's actually run ASL. I heard that he's stepping down from that and doing something else now, but he's actually the guy that's been in charge of ASL almost since the beginning, I think. Definitely very, very early on. This guy is so important. He was a Terran player, a Terran pro back in the day. Not a well-known one by any means, but he was good. He was solid, and he's been working at Africa TV then Soup for a long, long time. In fact, you guys might know the map website that updates all the pro maps. That's his website. His ID is 910. That's why it's like 910.tstory or whatever it is, right? So yeah, he was trying to play. I'm not surprised Throne took him out. Yeah, Shuttle took out Action.
Scan. Oh man, Scan got
Scan
taken out.
Lost. Scan
Yeah,
lost.
poor
Okay.
Scan.
So this is Kid the Chinese Zerg, and he lost to Shuttle, who moved up and beat Movie, and then
Beat
moved up and beat Action, and then moved
and
up
then
and
he
beat the guy that I'm not sure who
Yeah.
that guy is.
Totally took
but
him
we'll
out.
see. We had Scan here. Unfortunately, Scan lost a best of one TVP to Movie. It's not a huge surprise. Movie specifically is really, really good. Protoss first Terran. That's his best matchup by miles. Min Changi. I know this guy. Unknown guy. It's eluding me right now. I'll figure it out later. But this is a pretty well known guy. I'm pretty sure. Min Changi. Oh no. Isn't that Ruby? I'm pretty sure that's Ruby, but I could be wrong in that again. And this is all just off the top of my head. But
He knows
yeah,
everybody.
anyways,
Artosis
so
is
I guess
in the
we'll
inn.
see here, or are we going to cast a match out of this? Again, I'm not entirely sure. Okay, gonna keep looking at the bracket. All right, we're gonna get
JYJ
into a
versus.
game here.
I can't even see that blue name. It's a Zerg.
Oh, okay. WFUHY. I don't know who this is, but based on that bracket, let's see. JYJ. Who did JYJ end up losing to? It was the Zerg player, right? Or the player that I couldn't figure out who it was. So I'm guessing this is him because it was like, yeah, Ho Yujin. I don't know again who that is, but those are his initials, HY, well, part of his initials. WFU, I guess, is probably the university team that he's part of. I really don't know who this guy is.
New
I've
Zerg
never
player
seen this
on the
ID.
block. Let's
Praise.
go,
Okay.
Zerg.
Well, that's what we're going to be casting.
Sulky
I am
and Soma
trying to
inspiring
adjust
new
the volume a
wins.
little bit, so hopefully this sounds.
Yeah,
a little
I
bit
can hear
better
the music
than
now.
previous
It's
games.
a
Don't
bit better.
let me know in the comments. I'm fixing it throughout the cast, so it won't help me. Oh God, the audio, whatever. Yeah, it just chill. I'll get it down eventually. Okay, so I'm actually trying to look this guy up, but he literally, I have no idea who this guy is. Oh my God. Who is
That's
this
so
guy?
rare for our
Just open up another window to look, and I'm like, I have no idea. That's exciting. The thing is, I might end up figuring out that this is just like, oh, it's this old pro that's back. That's crazy. Like
Boxer came back.
Oh, Eugene. No, I don't know. Oh, maybe I can. I don't know. Anyways, we're on match point, guys. Yeah, I hope that you are enjoying. It's a long
Zerg,
day of
let's
StarCraft
go.
ahead.
Woo woo.
Yeah, his ID is just HY as far as I can tell. I've used just about every resource that I know of to try to look him up in these quiet seconds between Seawall and Wikipedia and yeah, I'm not sure who HY is, but exciting that he's kind of crushing through. But best of one, right? Like best of one is a finicky
and this guy
type
won
of matchup.
too, so that's crazy.
Like you're gonna get more upsets in best of one. That's why you have larger sets, especially later in tournaments. I know personally, like I've flown to so many tournaments and talked to the admins on site and been like, listen, you can't have this best one. People flew in. Right? There's all sorts of stories about that in the old days where it's like everything was supposed to be best of one all the time. Because people who make tournaments, you know, here's the thing. There's multiple different ways. Sometimes the people who make a tournament just don't understand that this is crappy. And sometimes it's like, no, this is the format we want. There's a lot of ways to qualify. And we're making this TV friendly or whatever. Right? So, and like, I mean, you can get some upsets and that can be exciting. Because if we're playing all best of fives, is this guy named HY here right now? Can he beat JYJ in a best of 5? I don't think so.
Yeah,
probably
like,
not.
you take
right?
one game
JYJ
here and there.
Legitimately one
so
of the
it's
best
like it is a better
players
story to have 1v1s, but it's not as good for the players because you could just get instantly kicked out.
JYJ does have a vulture, but he does not have any good SimCity at all. His Marine's going to get stuck. He hides a vulture behind. This is such a smart play.
Oh, damn.
This is a desperation tactic to have the vulture go behind the minerals because it's not getting consistent damage, but it would have been very hard to kill. Now he gets a second vulture out, but he has to micro like a god here. And that vulture gets caught really quick. Good micro from HY.
I don't know. He's still sending lings. I don't know about
Wraith
this.
is on the way. There's still potential here. Well,
oh, he blocked it. That was
we
beautiful.
pretty much know what happens, but there's still potential here from HY. I mean, from JYJ. Well, not anymore. But when you're making a Wraith and you're making vultures, it's like, okay, well, you can actually out micro everything Zerg can make this early. But it looks like we're just going to get like speedlings, mass speedlings killing him. He has a Hydralis down the way.
Yeah, look at all the lings
coming. He has 9 drones, guys.
Maybe he just cheesed everything, but he did go hatchery first. It's not like he went pool first.
The game is extremely close to over at this point.
Look at all the lings coming in now.
Excuse me. Just pure lings coming in. This is a ladder player, guys. This is like...
And he's already got layer, right?
People laugh when I'm like, the pros are so lucky that they don't have to play against guys like this.
And it's like...
people make fun of me and they're like, no, they're not. It's like, no. Their builds don't work in the real world.
Yeah.
This is the real world. This is the world that...
They only work against other pro players, right?
Where someone just holds down the Z key. Well, this is StarCraft 1, not StarCraft 2, but like, you know what I mean. It's just spamming Zerglings out. The guy literally has 9 drones. He has 9 drones. He doesn't care. He just keeps making them. There's a Hydralis den up behind. It's like, yeah, GG. Okay. There goes that game.
That's crazy. That's the power of Zerg right there.
Another bracket here.
You probably did that in every single game, right?
Okay, so we have Motive. Looks like Motive fell immediately. Mongoon. That's Mong. I'm almost 100%. Yeah. That's Mong, the Terran player who is famous for eating the hot dog. Looks like he took out Probe, who's a strong Protoss
Being
amateur.
famous for eating a hot dog, that doesn't sound very good.
Mingu? I'm pretty
sure it wasn't
this is
something
strong
else?
amateur Zerg, but I could be wrong on that.
Are we just trying to be TV friendly here?
Chi Dongwon.
Getting famous for eating a hot dog. That's pretty impressive.
Looks really familiar to me, but it's not coming to me right at this second. So it looks like Mong doing well in this bracket so far. No one real notable right there. Oh, Sulky. Damn.
Sulky.
That's crazy.
He gets eliminated by who the hell is that?
Oh my god. Very, very impressive. So wait a minute. Who is this guy? Okay, so I just stopped for a moment to go and check to see who this guy is right here. And this is Cop, K-O-P Cop. He has been an amateur Terran for a really long time. He has been improving lately, which is surprising to me personally, because out of the known amateur Terrans, for years, I felt personally like Cop was the weakest, and he had kind of the weakest results, but he's had more opportunities lately. He's been playing a lot, and he took out Sulky here, which is sick. That's like really amazing. So congrats to Cop. I believe he is the slowest of all the really strong amateur Terrans. But looks like Mong took him out. Not a huge surprise. Mong is like one of these guys that just seems like he will always be in ASL. His mechanics are just so strong. Okay, looking down here. Okay, Best took out Mong, which makes sense. And okay, let's pause the bracket there. Okay, so we had HM right here. And yeah, this is Noob, I believe. No. R2 Kim Byung-soo? That might be Art User? Yeah, it is Art User. That's Art User, sorry. Yeah, so he was a Samsung Konzerg. He's still very active, really close friends with Sharp. Yeah, this is Speed. Yeah, I know it says Hero that he used to use that ID, but that's Speed. So it looks like this is Gamo, who's in very good shape right now, actually. Gamo has been in a ton of ASLs. Like, he must have been in at least 10 ASLs. But it looks like Speed took him out. Kiwian, oh my god. I had no idea he was even playing. Kiwian, aka Top from StarCraft 2. He was one of the best players at the very beginning of StarCraft 2, became a pretty popular streamer even in the foreign scene. So that's cool to see that he's playing, but no idea how good he is. No idea. Okay, let's keep going. So Best took out Speed, which isn't a big surprise. Not sure. Effort. And he also took out Effort, which again, not a big surprise. Best is in ridiculous shape and has been for years. And yeah, looks like so Best took out Mong. Okay. Yeah, but I guess the big thing they want to look at here is Sulky being taken out by Cop. So that's kind of a big upset, but you know what? That it makes sense in a way. Sulky is such a big macro Zerg that like best of one against a Terran that's willing to cheese, it could be hard for him to hold on. But he's been playing a lot more lately, so I wouldn't worry. I think he's going to get into ASL, just maybe not through this tournament. Okay. So here we go. This is going to be Sulky going up against Cop. Yeah.
I need money.
Is, Tunafish,
absolutely
great
correctly.
Name. If his name is Dongwon, that makes sense. That's like the famous tuna fish maker in Korea. I remember that was like the nickname of Ryung, whose name is Dongwon. It's not an uncommon name. So, yeah, there you go. We're on match point here.
Dongwon.
And
epic
of course, we just
fucking
saw
Korean name.
That previous upset by HY, just mass linging JYJ. And let's see what Cop ends up doing here. But yeah, ignore that APM in the top right. It's the beginning of the game. We'll see how fast he is a little bit later. But yeah, like Cop is someone that actually I've played a lot of times over the years, and I don't know. He felt like a level below, like Prime and Ride Sky and, you know, all these other amateurs that have come up, which, you know, that would even include like Scan and stuff like that as well. But no, this is great to see him doing well. I saw that he was playing in like the old guys, like Classic League and stuff. So it's cool that he's getting some opportunities. People are maybe recognizing that Cop is getting into quite good shape at this point. It takes years, guys, and sometimes you have the breakthrough and sometimes you don't. But
true,
definitely a stellar tournament run from him.
Doesn't mean stop trying.
Sulky is pretty darn impressive. But anyways, he's getting his gas very quickly here in the top right. Sulky going to go ahead and drone scout. He did go pool first. Now, a non-aggressive pool first against a factory opener is a disadvantage for Zerg. Well, here's the thing, okay? When you have pro gamers, people who play for a living and they make all their money by playing the video game, they speak in a way that is hyperbolic, okay? Now, obviously everyone uses hyperbolic speech sometimes, but like, for instance, anyone who's a StarCraft 2 fan probably knows this because Taste and I have joked about it a lot, but like, you watch Home Story Cup, for instance, where the pro gamers do tons of commentary, and they will literally, it'll be like a hilarious cast where they're like, oh, he's dead because of one mistake, right? And then the other guy makes a mistake, oh, he's dead. And it will literally, I've heard that sometimes like 7-8 times in a row in one cast where they called one player dead over and over and over. Okay, so I'm trying to point out that pro gamers speak about things in a very hyperbolic way, but that's how they speak about this matchup when you go for like a kind of defensive pool first. If they open factory, a lot of people, a lot of pros speak about it in that same way where they're like, he's dead. Very good repair there. Very good repair there.
Nope, he's dead.
So yeah, I wanted to point that out. Now, I think in this case, it's slightly closer.
My thing
to
is,
true,
fuck,
just
I'm
because your
dead.
hatchery comes up later. You have to make the sunken. You've already sacrificed drones. And then it's like, okay, is he going dropship to get vultures in your base? Is he going speed to run by? Is he going for a wraith that you're not going to be able to block because your layer's a bit slower? Like, you know. But anyways, I wanted to make that clear. That it's like, you shouldn't think games are instantly over too often. It's like, I try to be pretty honest with it when I see it and I think it's happening, but yeah. So this is a very disadvantaged position for Sulky. That was blocked well by Cop, the initial Zergling assault. And now the Vulture coming across the map, he has the Sunken up. You can't really run past a Sunken with a Vulture, especially if they have any units there. Like, they can even pull drones. At certain angles and certain positions, you could run past if nothing tried to block, but not in this one. Like, he cannot get past there. Okay, Starport coming up after the expansion here from Cop. And he is mining quite a bit of gas. So is this going to be a Valkyrie rush? It looks like he's getting upgrades for the Vultures right now. Vulture Valkyrie has definitely popped up a bit. People are using it a little bit right now. It's a really interesting build. I was trying, like, I think a lot of Terrans have the same ideas where they're like, you know, if you went Vulture Valkyrie, that can actually deal with literally everything Zerg can do. But the execution of that is so much harder than the idea. Like, I was trying to make a build like this work, you know, maybe a year and a half ago, and I just, after about 2 games, I was like, I can't do this. I don't have the skill set that can make this work at all. But I've seen it popping up more lately, which is cool because it's really, really hard to use. You know, you have to basically micro every unit like you're playing a MOBA or something. Like, you have to keep your vultures alive. You have to do things like this, pick off every single Zergling. You have to make sure your turrets are all in the right location. You maintain all your Valkyries, that type of thing. So the speed vultures coming across the map right now. You know, they're not going to be able to run by there, I don't think. He might be able to actually get 1 to 2 in if he tries this and he micros really well.
I'll get 1 in. Your mom.
That was not it. Like, you would have had to make a hole through the lings and run through. You don't have enough time to kill them all before the Sunken gets you. So he tries, but there's enough there. Muta's going across the map. Sulky already knows that this is going to be a very tough position. When you see that Vulture speed, you already know as well it's going to be Valkyrie, because you can't really go Vulture speed into Goliaths, because the Goliath range is one of the longest upgrades in the game. It takes so long. So, yeah, not super doable. Missile turret coming up just in time. He's even got the Marines around it, knowing it's going to be the latest one. Good attempts. Yeah, just pumping out those Valkyries right now. I would imagine that he'll just go straight into bio from here. This is not the type of situation where you can go into mech. Your economy is not really big enough to support any sort of mech play from here. It would be much too slow. So we should see him go into probably like a 3 barracks type of play with Valkyries is my best guess. Sulky coming across now. Okay, he's got the bunker. This is like Sulky trying to get like a winning move right here. Oh
yeah, I
man.
feel like he's fucked.
Yeah, that Sulky now is in a position where it's like
it's bad.
Many Terran players would win this game against Sulky at this spot. This is very
you
tough.
lost like all your mutas,
35 SCVs. He
barely
still
got any fucking Valkyries.
He's got all sorts of tech. Sulky does not really have anything going on. He's getting into
he's 2-base fucking muta.
Which shows
Ooh, he doesn't even have a third base. That's not good.
Desperation, I guess, that Sulky has at the moment. A lot of mines going up. I really like those mines right now. This is the beauty of this build if you can make it work. It's like, look how safe Cop is. You know, he's got some missile turrets. He's got all this tech, an insane amount of tech. Lots of Valkyries, so you're not going to take damage from the mutas when you move out. Maybe something bad could happen, but like as long as you sit defensively with this and have a few turrets, you should be good. Now Sulky's droning pretty heavily here, and you can't blame him for that. He's got to kind of recover. He's got to take a little bit of a risk. Oh, Cop misses the shots. I think he was looking. I think he thought as he went in there that Sulky would turn around and try to grab one of the Valks. But yeah, that was what happened. Obviously, if he had just attacked, he would have done a lot of damage. But Sulky might have instantly turned. The top Zergs, like especially Soma, have become so good at killing Valkyries that Valkyrie builds are actually on a
split off
decline
with
right
the
now.
Scourge, and they're like, "Oh shit!" And they just don't have any reaction time.
It's still a reasonable strategy that a lot of people use, and I think it's especially a lower tier Zerg killing type strategy. Like a lot of Zergs can't quite deal with it with Muta's Scourge, but like the top guys don't even care. It's almost like they want you to go Valkyrie right now. Like watching Soma deal with the Valkyries, like the Valkyries don't even do anything. He wins the fight no matter what. It's crazy.
Except for that one time.
But obviously, if you miscontrol that at all, things can backfire pretty badly.
Yeah, which would happen there. He had everything in the bunker firing as well.
Hydra upgrade's still going,
and he couldn't get over.
It's interesting to watch him do it like this. There's the Queen's Nest, like getting speed and range on the Hydras. Like I imagine he's getting +1 ground carapace. I wonder what he's gonna do with this though. Like. The Hive is a little bit late, so it's like, well, are you trying to go into Defiler with this and Lurkers? I mean, you can go just Hydra Lurker, like Manzurg style. You could do that. 1-1-1 builds in general, if you got fast +1 carapace and you have like 4 or 5 hatches pumping Ling Hydra with a few Lurkers, that used to be the counter to regular 1-1-1 builds that were like more vessel based. So
they go
that might be what Sulky's going for here. That's my best guess.
Why am I forgetting the word? Irradiate.
But yeah, I guess we'll see here shortly. I think that's what he's doing. But he really does need that +1 carapace, and it feels like his unit count is just a little bit too low right now. Maybe he tries to snipe these as they transition to high ground. Maybe with this, the Scourge can get the kills.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't know about this. Oh, yeah, no, he's getting so caught out of position.
That was a painful moment.
Yeah, no.
He only gets
Sulky's
one of the
dead.
Valks. He loses a lot.
Sulky's dead
here. This looks so good for Cop. Tries to hold that high ground, but that's not going to work. He only holds it for a moment. Pulls
He's gonna
back.
try and get
The Hydras are fast enough at least
reinforcements.
to kind of get away here. It looks like none of the medics came with Cop's army.
Ooh, but he couldn't even kill any of the medics as they were healing through it. He should have focus fired the medics.
Across the map, and the medics did not come. Do you guys think he didn't tell those medics to go? I just wonder. Let me know.
Yeah.
if you think he didn't tell the medics to go. Medics are it's literally the dumbest unit in the game. Dumber than Dragoons, yes. Now, yeah, with the siege mode here, this is actually, if he had hit that flank perfect. No, I still don't think he kills the whole army. He obviously would have done better than that, though. The vessel comes across, he's gonna siege up. Yeah, this was strong execution. It kind of turned into like a little bit of an all-in from both sides. Like both sides, this game was gonna get decided super fast here, based on what the openers were. And Sulky almost ended up breaking this, but not quite, not quite. And now this SimCity is destroying him. He can't engage. As these Marines come up, that just becomes way too much damage. He has a vessel, so even if there were lurkers here, he'd be okay. Sulky did get that top left base going. But yeah, he simply doesn't have enough to stop the bio with a single siege tank in there.
GG.
And that's how Cop beat Sulky.
Damn. That's crazy.
Okay, getting into our next bracket here. We see a Chinese player up here. Definitely, I can't read any Chinese, so I'm not entirely sure who that is. This is Sock, SSAK. He has been in a ton of ASLs, so it looks like he took out whoever that was. Stork takes out Sock. That is a very Stork favorite.
Takes out Stork after he takes out Harangi.
That does not surprise me even a little bit, even though I would actually put these two at a similar level. I do think Stork is a little bit better than Sock, but Sock is an extremely underrated Terran player. He's very, very good. Then Stork ended up losing to Calm, which is not a big surprise. Calm is a big brain Zerg. We have Harangi here, who also lost to him. Let's see. Who else? Oh, yes. This is Dick Noob, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. This is Hero. And it looks like Hero ended up taking out Calm up here. And it looks like he took out Saxry down there. Oh, Saxry's had a rough go of things lately.
Yeah,
haven't seen him getting into ASL in a bit, even though I think he is one of the world's best Zergs for sure. Okay, as we go,
he had a good run like 3 years ago.
Okay, this is
like
Nine
season
Drone.
15, 16.
The best or top 2 best Mutalisk Micro that's not a pro. Like, he is one of the top amateurs. He's been within one game of making it in ASL before. Manga actually defeated him that time. The guy doesn't even know the hotkeys for Hydros Den in the ZVT matchup. Looks like Saxry was able to take him out. And wow, Hero took out Light down here. Very, very impressive.
There's Mini. Someone took out Mini. Really well I'm guessing Light and Mini, and Light won and against Mini.
Looks like Mini took out Beijing. I'm not sure who that looks familiar to me, but it's not coming to me who that is. But he beat Su, so that's pretty impressive. And then Mini takes him down. Yeah, Scene is just he's a Zerg player. Seen him around in qualifiers a lot. Okay. And this bottom part of the bracket. All right. I've seen this guy around a lot. I'm not entirely sure who that is. Light took him out though. Who is that? Chung Young Do. Not entirely sure who that is, but anyways, this is Mihu. I do know that guy. That's Mihu right there. So whoever he is here beat Mihu, and then Light took him out. Light took out Mini, and then yeah, it looks like Light ended up losing to Hero. That bracket. This looks like a pretty predictable bracket overall. Like, all these results sound exactly correct. Yeah. Looks like it was a good bracket, though. Like, look at the strength of the pros here. Pretty crazy. Okay, so let's see what we're going to get into next. Okay, so it looks like we're gonna look at Stork versus Calm for this match. Again,
Might be the
on
last
Match
one we
Point.
watch. I'm pretty fucking tired, and I gotta make a
It's
whole
great,
video tomorrow.
Great map name for a best of one match
And
point.
I don't know if I'm gonna do the whole video. I might just
Little
write
bit
a script
surprised that
tomorrow.
we keep,
I don't know.
Seeing all these games here. I think it's a different game each round, is my guess.
I'm like writing a
I mean,
script
different
and
map
doing the
each
full
round.
video editing.
Um,
That's
but
like
yeah.
16 hours, man.
A reasonable matchup.
That's I might
You
still
know, I
be
think
doing
this is
that. Still
Stork's
doing the
weakness.
thumbnail into the
If his
stream
PvZ
tomorrow.
was his PVT level, I think he'd be.
If I do
a
that, so I might
top
just do the
8
script and then
guy
release video on
regularly.
Wednesday instead of
But
tomorrow.
yeah,
don't
like not
know.
necessarily every season. It's just
Is
he's
what it is, and that way we can
extremely
save this
good,
video and the
PvT.
rest
And
of
his
rest of
PvZ
this
is
for tomorrow
sometimes
as well,
really
right?
godly as well. Just to be clear, it's not like he has weak PvZ or anything.
Or maybe even the day after,
like,
depending
I
upon
remember there was,
what
in
Callie
the
wants to
KCM
do
Race
tomorrow and
Survivor
how long
Series,
that takes.
After Soma won ASL,
And,
Stork
the makeup
crushed him in a
slash
macro game. It
bikini
was
stream?
actually really, really cool to see. I was pretty surprised and impressed.
Because I also
by that.
maybe
But, yeah,
want to write
Stork,
smut,
I think a lot of people
but I
are
haven't come up
sleeping
with
on
an
Stork.
idea.
Like, I've
I've been
still
thinking,
think
but I haven't
Stork
come up with like a good
has
smut
potential
idea.
in him, you know, and I think the same.
Maybe we just read
100%
smut
for
tomorrow?
Jadon.
I don't
And
know.
Bisu almost won last season. So like the greats, the old greats, still can do it.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely think so.
Get Boxer and Flash back in here.
And, you know, find that if you're not motivated to do it, you're never gonna be that strong,
Yep.
right? Like you gotta want it.
You gotta want it. You gotta
practice
fight for
We've
it. You gotta do your
100%
best. You
seen
gotta
that out of
fucking
Bisu.
go as hard as you
I
can
think
with
we've
it.
seen out of Jadong lately too, and
It's the only way to hit the
you know,
top.
I guess I haven't paid complete attention to how much Stork is playing.
And that's
at
the
any
only
given
way
moment.
to like be eligible to
Yeah.
reach for the top. Then you know
Anyways,
whether you get to the
it's
top or
Nexus
not
first here
doesn't you know,
against Calm.
it's got other variables.
No,
But it's
Calm,
just being
for those
eligible
of
for
you,
being able
who
to be
are
someone
newer
who could
fans
be at
or
that
maybe just
top
don't
is the effort you put
remember,
into it, right?
Calm did win an MSL.
It's
way
not a
back.
guarantee, but
He's one
it's
of the
guaranteed
brainiest
you
players
won't
that
if
we
you
have.
don't.
Like a lot
right?
of the great builds that you
But
see
not
pop
a
up.
guarantee you
Basically,
will
like,
if you do.
Calm and Flash probably have more to do with other people winning than anyone else. Because a lot of the greatest
their
strategies and
knowledge
the greatest,
is given to other people. Like they give
analysis of how to improve a
builds
strategy
to other
comes from those
people.
two.
They're like the
and
thinkers.
There are more to it. Like Soma's a pretty big brain. You know, I think True is showing.
But it's like if you can
some
put all
cool
your
stuff
effort
right
into
now.
execution and someone
But
just
it's like,
gives you a great
like
plan,
specifically a lot
and
of
it just
people
happens to
think
work,
Flash or Calm based
like,
on
you know,
matchup or who
like it doesn't get
who they were
countered.
talking to.
all the
obviously.
steps, like you know,
for
the
helping
enemy.
them
You
to,
force the
like,
enemy to do
have
what
that
you want.
little bit extra oomph
Like,
to
you're
be able
probably
to use a
gonna
strategy
get
and win with it
better
in
execution
ASL,
from people
so.
that are practicing execution
Yeah.
than people that are strategizing,
Calm,
even if they know the
I
strategy
remember,
like the
what was
back
it,
of their
last
hand.
year? It was number one on the ladder before one of the seasons.
Like, execution
but
and
it feels like
multitasking
he-
can be
I
the
don't know,
difference.
He's one of the guys that
right?
gets teased a bit. People ask me, like, everyone makes fun of Shuttle all the time. Is like, what's his level, really? It's like, well, I mean, Shuttle's like an ASL level guy. Like,
Yeah.
that's the thing,
But he's
right? You put
he's
it,
top
it's like
50
just
in the world, but
nature
he's
of
not
living-
top 25.
Living things, I guess. Like, if you put a bunch of chickens in together, they'll peck to death like the weaker one or whatever. It's kind of similar in this. It's like someone's just the easiest to make fun of, and so everyone does it.
Yeah.
Like Shuttle is a great player, and yeah, he screws up, and he's not the best player, but
But
he's
he's
still super
ASL
strong.
level.
Like
Like
he's
he's consistent in the ASL.
Fun of a bit,
That's like
but,
saying, "Oh,
the
you're not
guy's
that
super
great,"
strong.
but you're like you've
Anyways, taking a
been like
look at this
playing in like the
game, enough
NBA
about
for
their
like 6
funny
years,
little
and your team is
backstories and whatnot.
consistently like making
there was
it
an
to like
Nexus
whatever
version
the
Stork, so he should be pretty happy with
nationals
his
or
position.
worlds is,
The
right?
layer is coming up here for Calm.
And it's like, yeah, you know, he's
the
no
Zealot is kind of walking
LeBron.
around,
Well, it's like, yeah,
and
no
I
one's
think he's gonna wanna pop that in
LeBron.
and
But
see
you
if
know,
he can
there are
figure out
other
what's
people
going
that are
on.
still good.
Interesting that he already
right?
took out the minerals there
Not
on the
everyone
side.
can be fucking Michael Jordan.
Not something I would expect to see this early on.
Not everyone
when he
could be
doesn't have a
Wayne
lot of zealots at
Gretzky.
home or anything. We'll
That
see.
doesn't
bites in
mean the
butt.
other
I don't think
ones
he
are
will in this
shit.
particular game. It doesn't look like Calm is trying to do anything hyper aggressive or anything. He's just teching up. I think he's just going to go into Spire pretty cleanly. The Zealot going to come up and get some excellent scouting intel. I don't think there's
So
any
many
zerglings over there right now. It's just
drones. He's
So
going
he can do
so
some
hard with
harassment,
this.
and
I'm
he
so
sees the layers done as
worried.
well, and he sees drones going out. So like he knows about that third in the bottom right.
Yeah.
That's very normal anyways.
Yeah.
He'll come up, he'll see the health on the Spire. Like this is already worth the Zealot. Even if he lost the Zealot right this second without making any drones run away.
Oh, he got a drone!
Really nice. Excellent zealot. No question there. Gets a ling as well. This thing is already definitely more than paid for itself. Yeah, and in fact, there you go. He's killed 3 lings and
kill
4 lings and a drone. So he's already killed 150 minerals worth of stuff
Boom.
with this guy.
And he
lost
stopped.
mining time
See,
and the full scout.
people underestimate how much
And
you
it
lose
just-
in
everything
that
looks
mining
really,
time
really
because
good
there's
here
something
for
called
store.
boosting minerals where you're
zealot there
selecting the
in the
amount of
bottom right.
units to,
Speeding's
and
gonna be
especially
able
at
to
the
clean that up, though.
7-minute mark, especially with Zerg.
And he
Usually
gets
for other
another
classes,
drone,
or
are you
other
kidding me?
races, it's like 3
kinda
minutes to 5
looks
minutes. Zerg, it's
like-
like 4 minutes to 7
I mean,
minutes.
it's
So
not-
having that fuck
obviously I
up
already
your
saw
like
the bracket, but I'm like,
boosting while you're trying to get your economy
kinda crazy for
going
Stork.
is so annoying. You lose so
Like,
much of your economy if you just didn't get interrupted.
How does Com go ahead and take this game forward from this type
It's
of
like that could be
position? He's
upwards
lost
of
multiple
400,
drones,
500
everything's
minerals that
scouted.
you could
It
lose
was a
in that
Nexus
period of
first.
time.
It's like you write all these things down on a piece of paper, and I'm like, yo, Stark.
'Cause you're not
yeah,
paying
he's
attention
got
to
it,
boosting.
No problem. But I guess we'll see. Corsair
That's
over
why you
here,
always want to make your
harassing
opponent
Overlord.
force a mistake.
And yeah, Templar Archives coming up, getting a few photon cannons. There are some speedlings running around. It looks like he has just enough zealots now to stop speedlings going through if he sets them up correctly. I don't think that he'll try for anything like that anyways. Another Overlord looks like it's going to maybe get picked here. The one thing is you're going to want to be careful about not losing these Corsairs. Mutas, like if you lose even one Corsair, some of these great Zergs can take that to a victory.
Yeah. It's all about getting everything together, right? You get 4
Okay,
Corsairs,
pretty
and it's like,
good.
okay, now we can do some stuff. But
Pretty
man,
good
he's ready.
driving
He's
on-
getting
flying on the
Stork is getting
Corsair there.
ripped apart.
Yeah, he'll be able to get these back to the cannon. Scourge turnaround. Few zealots going up.
He was
for a little
thinking
bit
they
of
would
pressure
come
here once
back,
again.
and then he'd forget them, and they'd turn around, and it'd be like, boom. Yeah, these zealots are being so fucking worth it.
Yeah, Stork is just putting out a great game here. 48 probes and everything. His Corsairs are all alive, continual scouting, forcing lots of lings, really in control of the game. So Overlord speed.
And you
Hydra
want, the
speed
thing with
on the
Zerg is you want to
+1
make
for that
Zerg
ranged
make
attack.
units. 'Cause they're making units, they're not making
Also,
drones. They're not
what
making
is this?
drones,
It's
they're
5
not building
hatch
their
right
economy.
now.
If they're not building
Yeah,
their
right, there's 2
economy,
hatch at the bottom
they're
right, 2 hatch
stalled.
there, and 1 hatch in the main. So that's 5
And
hatch.
a stalled
6
Zerg
hatch is
just
more
fizzles
common.
out.
But a few things have gone wrong for Com, so maybe this is a situation where he can't afford it quite yet. I think he is going to want to make it. And oh, okay. I think he's going to make it the mineral base now. Yeah, that makes the most sense by far. Then you can utilize those patches with some extra drones.
Instead of doing an
So yeah, that
extra
looks good.
hatchery
Com
inside of
actually
your
recovering
base.
pretty well. This is one of the things like
Better coverage.
a few of these
Less,
matchups,
and
I
it's
would
like they
say
have to go
Zerg
through there for the
versus Protoss, like, you
for
can
like
definitely
attacking
sometimes
anyways
recover from these
because that's how the
positions
map
that
is
look really bad.
shaped. So it's not like it's
and end
less
up
of a
winning the game. The
defensive
same would
position
definitely
by
be true
taking that.
in Protoss versus Terran. Like Terran can be ahead, and then Protoss just kind of like recovers, and you're like, oh, look at that. Okay, I guess this is still definitely a decent game. But yeah, the Corsair's still flying around. Push that Overlord
Got that
away.
DT.
DT.
That
checking
was
out
the
that
plan.
hatch.
Push the
Gonna try to get
overlords
the hatch.
away. Move it with DC.
Yeah, he might be able to force a cancel there. That's like a really strong cancel if he gets that. Look at
He's
this.
got the Corsairs
come
coming
up.
down too.
Ooh,
Oh, he's gonna
really
get the
good move.
overlords. Yeah,
This
he's
is excellent.
definitely
He knows
getting.
that the units Oh,
Oh,
have to
well,
come down to save the hatch. And look at that, he just runs away from it as well.
Yeah, he's like, no, I'm not
Dude,
sacrificing
you
it.
can't
I
tell me
can,
this isn't
I can
great
go
play
back
from
again and
Stork.
I can grab that, and especially if it's finishes, then
This
we can't
is such
cancel
solid
it.
play from Stork. Tactically, beautiful.
Boom,
Build
boom,
order,
boom, boom, boom,
beautiful.
boom, boom, boom,
Unit
boom.
movement,
Easy.
Beautiful. Micro, beautiful.
MJ the King, thank you for the follow. Yo, what's up, bro? How's it going?
Without
What's
question.
your day? What's your at? What you got,
So
bro?
he's got 7 gates right now, and it looks like he's going to set up the 3rd base at the mineral. Now, this is where things get a little bit dicey, a little bit tricky. That high ground is going to be really hard to break. There's lurkers there. Excuse me.
Why are you smoking?
Com might. Oh, that's a lot of scourge. He might be going for drops. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the Overlord speed. He's taking things in odd positions. He's got those Overlords up in that top left
really
there.
long main bases. So, like, you can act like you're putting on pressure and then drop into it really, really quickly. And
Yeah.
it's a lot longer for the defender to get back. And there's like just so much range. that you
Splitting
could
some
drop it
chapters,
within,
gonna
too.
try and
It's just
get
like,
most
the main
chapters
bases are
under
huge on
4K.
Match Point. Huge.
Nice,
One of the,
Turner.
Some of the biggest main bases.
Keep
we've
it
ever
up,
seen.
brother. I believe in you,
dude,
man. You
when
got
you see
this.
that many overlords in a clump,
You know exactly what's going on.
I'd be thinking that this is.
Oh!
Oh my god! And he catches all but 2 Corsairs.
That is
That's crazy.
so bad for Stork.
That's painful too, because the Corsairs can be anti-drop. Okay, robotics facility on the
And
way.
we know that Calm
Lots
wins
of
this.
zealots on the map, so this is a little bit different from some of the mid-game Dragoon-esque
The
times
finals
that we've
was
been
Calm
seeing. He
versus
might be doing
Light,
this
right?
because it's a mineral-only base. And he might just be doing this tempo-wise. That might be what he's thinking about.
I think.
Is he wants to
retarded, though.
keep that kind of like potential
Ooh, he
aggression
couldn't
out
quite
on the
get
map
it.
with these zealots before the Hydralis count gets too big. Another hatch coming up, so that's gonna be 7 hatches. Yeah, that's way too many. Got to back up at that point.
Oh, but he's got a DT.
in this time.
Yeah, that was smart. And
Truly
he's
impressive
flanked
stuff from Stork
these.
here. But we have to mention, Calm is living up to his name.
He
This
is
is one of the
staying
most
calm.
important aspects in
He's
StarCraft.
just
Like,
doing what he
things
needs to
go
do.
wrong in StarCraft 1. You can come back a lot more than you think you can.
Yep.
The
Defender's
greatest
advantage
advice
is
I ever heard on that
massive.
Is Flash was talking about Terran. He's like, listen, as Terran, you just have to keep calm and clean everything up. It's like stuff goes wrong all the time in StarCraft, all the time. It is not a game of perfect.
Mhm.
And
No
what you have to
it's
do
like
is you
chess.
you
No
have to
perfect game has ever
maintain
been played.
Equanimity. It's like, okay, clean this up. Okay, remake the depot, remake the turret, right? Or in this case, it's like, oh, okay, yeah. Clean up this DT, push it out. Oh, I didn't kill it. Okay, well, at least I pushed it out. Okay, remake some drones up here. Okay, spread my overlords again. Okay, right? Like all these things, and he is getting drops, by the way. Again, not surprised about that. And he's got a big economy coming up as well. 53 drones. That's pretty insane. But yeah, just staying
Considering
calm
he
and,
has a
and
mineral
continuing forward
only,
and doing
so that's
your best.
3 extra
It, like,
drones not on gas.
that's the important thing in StarCraft. Now you can see that Stork is setting up some pylons on the fringes of his base. It's becoming pretty clear, I think, even from his point of view, that drops are really likely. Every time he's gone in, it's not like a hive on the way or anything. Why would you be sitting here on 4 base like this? Like, are you just gonna max out on Hydra's and attack? I don't think so.
Yep.
So
Lurker drop,
drops
and he's gonna hit.
relatively
He's gonna
likely.
hit the
Stork had a
economy.
very good supply,
Take out all of his
3
probes in
bases,
the middle
does
of an
not have a
attack,
third gas.
and
That's a
it's
crucial
not
thing
gonna be
keep in
good.
mind.
It's not gonna be good.
He has added in Dragoons now, splitting off some zealots. More and more overlords are like transitioning to different parts of the map. This is like the biggest tell. Like, anytime you see a ton of overlords moving around, it's like, okay, what is he doing? And
Yeah,
the
if
thing is,
there's more
fake
than
moves
5
too. Some
overlords
people
in the
fake
map,
overlord drop.
there's something
So
going on.
after this spire,
Ooh, and he
picks a
takes it
spire that's
out.
big. He actually has remade some Corsairs, which I wasn't expecting, but those actually could come in super handy here, because he went down to 2 Corsairs, and now he's got 5. So very interesting that he did that, especially when he only has 2 gases.
He's got his 4th
Okay, what are
base up
those
in the top
Hydras
left
doing down
going.
there? Pulls these back. Looks like the Overlord's getting ready to drop.
Yep. Has he seen it yet? Does he know what's going on? I don't think he's seen it. No, this is bad.
That is going to be
is
a
so
killer
bad.
drop right there.
This is so bad.
And
He's
this
look
is
how
what I
look
was
how
talking about.
look
It's like
how
you
badly
drop
he's gonna be able to get
there,
inside his
your
base.
opponent has to run so far.
And then
out
he's
of
just
the
gonna
back.
attack
Temporal Archives could be a great
anyways, or he's
snipe.
just gonna
Nexus could be a great
reinforce.
snipe. Obviously, killing probes is always good. Bring some more units up right now. Getting ready for that. You can see the Corsairs come out, and they're trying to... oh, God. They aggroed on the first Overlord and followed it in.
That's not
too
good.
bad. If they had done the clump, they probably would have gotten several of them. Okay, you know what? He doesn't lose tech here. Loses a few probes, and he does lose his Corsairs. So the Corsairs dying are... That's painful. It's going to be hard to stop these other drops.
Look at this
But he's
freaking
completely
single
aware
file
that this is something
unit
that's going on. He can leave some units at home, some Psy Storms, you know, some Zealots. He has Kadarian Amulet, as the Observer's showing us. So he's going to have a lot of Psy Storms on these High Templars. Not only do they start with more energy, they can hold more Psy Storms.
Ooh, the Psy
so
Storms are
far.
pretty good. The Psy Storms
Yeah,
are pretty
forcing combat. This is a
good.
great game. This is a great game right now.
And he's going for the
Another
drop
big
again
drop
while
coming
he's
in.
luring them out.
Okay, he left. Okay, the High Templar almost has 2 Storms, and he has 4 Zealots
Oh,
plus a
is he
couple
gonna-
more cannons remaining.
Is he gonna be able to
The
do it?
Zealots will fight really well as the drop starts.
Oh, he was smart to do that, but
Pretty good storm there.
Yeah.
He's got some units popping out
Yeah,
of his gates to help as well.
I don't know. He's not going to
he's
pull
losing a
anything
bit. Now,
back.
Stork attacking in. This is where you got to be careful. That
He
was
wants
not
to
a good
bait out
storm.
the storms. Because you want to be able to
There you
hit
go,
at
that's a
least a
better
couple
storm.
of, like
That's a
at
good storm.
least five or six.
He doesn't have that
Hydras,
many storms
or
right
at
now.
least-
You can't be losing these dragoons.
Yeah. This is not good. He needs to pull back.
Uh-oh.
He didn't have the zealots in
Looking a
front.
little bit rough
If he
for
had the
Stork.
zealots in front, and because now he loses the zealots because he can't run away. He did lose his economy, so Stork's running pretty low on economy.
Okay. So
He's gonna get trapped. He's gonna lose all those dragoons.
That was painful.
I don't know if
probe
that was
count
worth
is
it.
Quite a bit lower now, 46.
To
but he
get
does
like a
have the
couple
4 bases.
of overlords.
I think
and you wasted
losing
like
that group of
7
dragoons was
dragoons.
probably the biggest thing that's happened this game so far. Yeah, you took some damage in that main base from a couple drops, but losing your actual steady army, like he just needs high supply holding his side of the map. I feel like that's what's going on. Like you can just maintain
dummy
cost
ass
efficiency,
fucking dragoons
especially
not
against
being able to
someone
get
going
out of the base.
Hydra Lurker forever and drops forever. Like you can. I feel like this is a mistake from Stork overall. Just that attack.
Hope your
that
night is
really
going
seems to me to
good.
be where things have
True,
gone wrong.
MJ. How's it going, MJ? The
Good
true
solid defense here
king.
so far. God, they take down cannons quickly.
Say it was
Gonna bring the rest of his
Elvis,
army
but
up.
we
Yeah,
all
you
know it
needed,
was
like,
the
a
man
bigger zoning
himself.
army in the center, like on that high ground above the third base, so that you can quickly respond to something like that. I think that's really, really important. And then you leave a few units in the main base to deal with the drop. Like 2 High Templars, some cannons,
Yeah,
a few Zealots or Dragoons
and
in
then,
there. Probably Zealots, realistically.
Like a storm.
A little
Templar
bit
for
of a counterattack
storm.
going after the Hydralisk Den.
Yeah, he's defending this
Looks like
pretty
he's going
well,
to need
right?
a few more units down here to clean this up.
But
He
it's like
saves the Nexus in the top
lost
left and
so
actually has
many
the same amount of drones.
probes.
Or probes that he
But,
had before.
I mean, he is
The
losing so
Zealots
many
actually getting
drones,
decent damage
too.
on these drones here.
Like
in
that
the
was
main
like
base.
8 drones, 9 drones. That was like
I
11
like, by the way, that
drones.
Com made almost nothing
crazy.
up there. Like he made the spire and that was it. Because that is like an attackable area with drops and whatnot. So another drop here into the main. Stork is just spread a little bit thin right now. Having to deal consistently with all these drops, but also afraid of losing his top left, especially after all those cannons got cleared. You know, those cannons saved it the first time. It bought enough time for the rest of his army to get up there, but he doesn't have that anymore. He doesn't have the bank to remake that.
Yeah.
Really, again, I
And
think
look
all
at
this comes down to
Calm's
losing
minerals,
those
right? He's
dragoons,
at like 800,
in the
500.
attack that he did.
Look
The
at
attack he
Stork's
did
gas and Stork's minerals,
You have to
400
think
to
of dragoons as
1200.
kind of your
He's
long-term
like,
game.
oh, I need to
Obviously,
pump
High
out Templars,
even
but
more
I need
important
time
than
for
that, but
Templars
you're
to get
gonna-
up, but I don't have enough. I need
High
to buy more
Templars are
Zealots, so
something
it's
they're
like,
going to target
he's
down
just
all the time. You're going to
overcapped
lose a
on
certain
gas at this point.
Whereas the Dragoons, it's like, okay, well, as the Zealots die, as you run out of Psystorm, the Dragoons always must run unless you're literally going to win the game with them right there. Because Dragoons don't actually just beat anything.
They're more of a
They're
support
like
unit.
The support unit that
Yeah.
you gain tons of value over time
Yeah.
because they're consistently doing damage.
Yeah, and they're in the
And
back
as you
line, and then
lose
you
those,
throw
it's
away
like, okay, well, now
Zealots
you
to
have to
keep
remake
them, and then
those.
you keep bulking their army up
And
until you
that
get such a mass
sounds
size.
obvious, and that sounds like, well, anything you lose, you have to remake. But that's not what it is.
Yeah, no,
It's like
sometimes you
there's
don't want to
certain
remake
you
units
must
that you
maintain
lost
over
because they're
time.
earlier, like with the
And
Corsairs.
it's like
You
Science
lose
Busters,
the
like, you have to
Corsairs and you
maintain
don't
Science
rebuild
Busters
them.
over time.
Oh
You
god,
need
he's
to
got
repair
two
them.
two
Terror
fucking
Destroyers, you
Hydras
have to
blocking his
maintain
entire
Science over time.
army. Oh, that's so
for
brutal.
Protoss, I think in basically each matchup, you have to maintain your
Poor
Dragoons over time.
There he
Like,
goes. Okay,
losing
he
your
fixed
Dragoons
it.
Is the,
He fixed it.
If you see someone lose all your their Dragoons, for instance,
He's
PvP,
gonna put a
it's all
hatchery
useless.
there,
If
probably
they
put a
lose all your
Nidus Canal
Dragoons
too.
And you still have like 5-6 tanks.
But I don't even think he's on Hive yet.
Because they have to remake the Dragoons. They have nothing to slow you down, and Zealots without Dragoons don't do anything.
This is insane.
It's just like, yeah. But that's like kind of a universal thing when you think about it. So, anyways, Calm attacking towards top left. The Zerglings actually doing a really good job in here as well. I love the mix-in of the Zerglings.
Those storms were not
really,
the
really
best.
good, especially that mineral base. Targeting down
was-
quite a bit. That is a big army coming in. By the way, Calm has expanded to 12 and 6.
Yeah, I don't think
so
he needed
he's
he needed
getting
those storms to be a
basically
little
every
bit better.
base
If
left
he
on
had
the
killed
map.
2 or 3 more Hydras with the
looks
storms
unable to really
and not had like those
continue
two
to hold on
whiffs,
for a long time.
he would have.
Like,
Well, I mean,
he's
hey,
gonna
he's
hold
still
this
probably
base
going to clear this,
again.
right?
It's a great game.
Yeah, it's
But
just so back and forth.
Tom having
He
those
just
two extra
can't let
bases,
him get that because he
Stork
destroyed the
losing
main
his
nexus
having to rebuild
at the
a lot of
main
stuff.
base, and now he's on 6 bases.
He's only mining from his
like,
third and his
he's
his
at the
fourth in
Queen's
top
Nest,
left
but I
area.
don't know if he has the hive down yet.
He's really
I haven't
being
seen
taxed
it. It's
right
at the
now.
natural.
I do like the idea of the Zealots coming out. I think that's really smart. He has to find some way to put some counter pressure on and keep his opponent back. Like,
And he's
if those
using the
attack up there,
bottom,
that'd be really
like the
smart. By
base
way,
at 6
+1
o'clock,
attack, +3 armor
just for
sure.
like, oh my god, no, the Burrow the Lurker. Oh
That's
god,
not
okay,
an
nothing's
upgrade
getting
set
in
that I
now.
see that often.
Nothing's.
It's
Oh, he's got
very
the
often
Observer, so if
goes
it was in the
+1
back,
attack,
if the Lurker was
+1 armor,
back a
+2
little
armor,
bit.
+2
Yeah, well, you know,
attack.
he's.
But
Hey, he
yeah,
killed the
chose to get
Lurker.
+3 armor over +1.
So
or
maybe
+2
he'll
attack. Really interesting.
lose 1 o'clock.
Can't really say anything negative about it.
Yeah,
He's
he's
been
gonna
pretty
lose that
zealot heavy, pretty
hatchery.
high Templar heavy. And I guess really the plus attack upgrades for the Dragoons don't do as much since it's explosive damage. He's playing against very few large units. Only Lurkers here are large, which take full damage from explosive.
Half damage to buildings.
Yeah, kind of makes sense. A lot of Dragoons here waiting for the new drop. There you go. This is the type of thing Stork needs in this game.
And
oh wow, just crushes.
He wasn't even. Calm wasn't even paying attention.
Just crushes.
Is Stork actually gonna win this?
And he killed that 12
There's no way, right?
What
There's
a
no
game
way
we have
Stork,
right now.
Stork comes back. This is
Stork
crazy.
is just, seriously, let me know.
And it's all the Zealots.
You
The
guys
Zealots
see
are fucking
Stork is playing
carrying him.
like a monster. Like he looks really.
And look,
really
he's
good.
used all of
Something's
his
going on,
gas. He's got his minerals back.
But putting out
He
a
can just put
very
out
solid
as
game
many
here.
Zealots as he needs. This choke point is like, yeah, I wouldn't go back down there. If he had set up that choke point with the 2 Lurkers prior,
Alright,
I think he
so
would have been fine.
Calm needs
He
to
was
save
like
6.
30 seconds from being able to
I
do
would
that,
say
but they took the
losing
Lurker
6
egg out
is a
before the
Stork
Lurker could be made
victory.
on the 1 o'clock
And
base.
holding 6 is how Calm still wins this game. He's got a lot of drones right now, but he's got to remake his army. That was a huge loss, the drop into the main base.
Yeah, he lost like
still
so
alive, though.
much there. That was like 60
Wow,
supply.
Lots of Archons being added in. That extra gas being put to use.
All right,
I was
now
gonna
he's
say good use, but
finally
like,
going
is
up into
it against this many
Defilers.
Hydras? I mean, normally this late into the game, it's gonna be more Ling Lurker, which the
Which
the
is
more
kind of
Lings are out,
odd.
the
Yeah,
more it
he
makes
hasn't
sense
had
for some
that
more
many
Archons.
Lings, right?
Especially if
Oh,
you
there
need
comes
those
the
additional attack
DT.
upgrades, by the way. And yes, Plasma Shield's way better on Archons than armor.
Yeah.
But yeah, you want +3 attack on those Archons.
350 armor,
39.
10 HP.
Zerglings have 35 health,
Okay.
and with +3 armor, it means
They literally
like,
do no damage.
Archons still one-shot them
Yeah.
if they have +3 attack.
Yeah. Look how many
it's like
Archons
that
he has.
going
That's
pretty important.
insane. Well, the storms were pretty decent. It's just the Zerg.
Well,
the
Stork
thing
trying
with
to
the
break
Zerg
through. The
is
Lurker egg
he's
wall doing a
not
great
letting
job.
him through, right?
Some of the Dragoons attacking uphill, which is a little bit slow going to kill those Hydras. More units funneling down here for Calm. Probably wants to pull back a little bit. Oh, the flank coming in.
Yeah, no, he's fucked now.
That there.
That's game.
Losing this army, for me, that's the nail in the coffin for this game.
Yeah.
You can't, like, he finally remade a sick-looking army,
And
now
then
it's gone again. And look
he,
at
if
this,
he had
just
those
running around with
reinforcements
gateway
in place and he didn't get
Well,
flanked and he
all of
could
them
have
are
pulled the
gateway units,
army
yes, I
out,
know, but, like,
that would have been a
look, there's
completely
4
different
Dragoons,
story,
a
right?
handful of Zealots. It's like,
But it's like he's
it's
getting
just-
the
this is
1
not
o'clock
a
base
23
back.
minute army.
Like he's
This is just,
mined.
like, what he was
He's
able to make.
basically mined
This
out
is something you
of
might run
the
around with earlier
5
in the
o'clock
game,
base before
but
he's
at this
mined out
point,
of
like,
his
you need the
natural,
Archons, you need
or
the
his
Psi
like main
Storms,
fucking base.
and he just
That's how much
doesn't have the
harassment he
numbers that you
took.
really need,
That his
the
third base
composition
is
that
mined
you
out
really
before his
need.
first base.
Has a lot of Psystorm right there as he brought all those High Templars forward.
Yep. The Psystorm is really what's gonna save him. Look at this. And there's like no micro under it. That Calm, I think, just thought he had this in the bag. And it's like
Yeah,
Stork
the
is
mineral base
hanging
still
on by a
low.
thread.
Still-
But if
yeah,
he can
still
hold
some
on
minerals here. He
long
might
enough,
actually want a long-distance
he
mine.
will
The saturation,
he
he's
will
oversaturated top left, which
eventually
means he's not gonna gain any
outproduce
value
Calm.
from sending more probes there. So it would actually be better to send whatever leftover probes
It's
to
just
the
the
main base and
biggest
let 'em run
problem right
distance.
now is the map is is like
There's no sense in
fully
having, 40 probes on
it's
8
fully
mineral packets or
saturated,
whatever
right?
goes on top
So
of.
he's either got to kill the base at the 6 o'clock
Ooh,
or the
lurkers
base
come in and try to
at the
catch
1
us, but
o'clock,
actually, Stork catches
and
that burrow.
get those minerals
A little bit painful
because
there. The lurker egg walls have been
he
fantastic.
is
here.
so close
That's
to
the
running
type
out of
thing a Brainy
resources.
player likes to do a lot. You see Larva
It's
do
literally
that a lot as well.
like
Yeah,
2
Larva,
base,
Brainy's
2.5 base versus 5 base.
So efficient against these Zerglings.
I'm
The
writing a
Archon Slash, they're
second
actually
plot
really, really
line
helping.
about Patrick, Wright, and John, the assassin. Wondering what stuff you're most curious about Wright, because I've done the
does
work
have that
already for
+2
Patrick,
attack
and I need
now.
some thoughts to follow,
This one-
kinda.
This one lurker dealing.
I was
just
thinking,
hundreds and
Prol,
hundreds of
what
damage.
about treating
Not many
Wright
kills,
as
but definitely
someone
weakened
like
everything off a lot.
Varus in Game of Thrones?
Stork gonna be able to pick this Nexus off, or not Nexus, but tree off once again.
Where it's like, he wants to do the right
right.
thing, but he's willing to do
His
the
mineral
worst
base
things
looks
to
like
do
it's
the
still
right
got
thing.
Some minerals left, not too many. Those look like they're pretty low, based on
And
one of the
he
patches
feels like
missing.
he's on the right
So that's
side.
probably really, really low on minerals. So he's
I think that
actually
would
not
also
mining
go
that
so
much.
well
This
with
is-
his
it's an
name,
incredibly
too.
close game.
Right?
Really
I
back
love
and
it
forth
when
here.
the name really plays with the character.
What an
right?
exciting game. Some good micro here from Stork, trying to grind
So
these
that
down.
those would be
He's
my
getting a few
thoughts.
extra Dragoon kills I didn't think they'd get, but Plague.
And then have
is
that moment of
stealth,
like
what they
him
have.
switching over and being like, "What have I done?" kind of moment, and like a coming
Yeah,
back,
Stork is
and then
almost
make
out of
him
minerals.
like kind of
We see
his
that
name
a
is
lot when
literally
it's on
Rain,
two
right?
bases. When Protoss dies because they lose.
Oh, that's
minerals 'cause their turret
amazing.
kept getting
That's
denied,
amazing.
But, here it's like, well,
Yeah, see, he killed the
fifth
1 o'clock
base.
base. Now he's going to try and take that. And if he can take that, I think he can win the game. If he takes that base, he can win the game. The
So,
Defiler. Oof, that's
the
bad.
rest of this game should be focused around Stork trying to hold that base. There's
Mhm.
really not.
He doesn't
much
need to
else
push. He doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to
that can
out-resource
happen
the
on the
Zerg
map.
now. Zerg is on the back foot. So I think this is a mistake.
Yeah, so lots of units come up. I think the Cracklings are really the key here
'Cause they're gonna kill
so
the
efficient at
Dragoons.
this stage of the game.
Look out! Look at that
Yeah,
one
he's gotta micro these
fucking.
Dragoons back. You don't even want to fight that, even though they would technically win that. You need to keep those as many of those alive as possible.
Yeah, and he's
Just get,
getting
like, a
flanked.
few
I
units
think
up
this
to
is
tank for
over.
them. Yeah,
I
as
think
the
this is
Zerglings
over.
come in, they start to just
Look at
roll
3,
through
4,
these
5
Dragoons now.
hits. It's fucking dead. He's
Which means
long
that
distance
top of the
mining.
base is going to be knocked out, and Stork doesn't have any more money.
Yep.
Like he's at the
He's
very
literally
tail end
out of
anything
money.
That he
That's
can produce
crazy.
anymore. Little bit of
We
a
get to it
heartbreaker for
eventually,
Stork.
but he has
I
a
felt like he
fake
played a
name he
great
came up
game.
with, but he's
A
supposed
great
to
game,
be a
just unable to do it. GG's
kind of
call,
always
and
mysterious
there you
wild
go.
card. I don't
Good
know
game
what
from Call.
buttons to push, though, because he's meant to be
Okay,
unknown.
we're gonna go.
I don't want to do too much. Maybe some stuff about him in the army. You have maybe play as like a double agent. Would that work? Okay, so we're gonna go into this W true MJ. Ads! We're in the middle of ads right now. It's the ads. We have the ads right now. It's with the ads. I feel the ads. The ads. It's all about the ads. Dun 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 dun. Ads. Okay, so we're at literally the halfway mark. That's pretty perfect. So I think we're gonna call it here, because, yeah, I forgot. I also have to do all the fucking makeup shit tomorrow, and all the prep tomorrow. So that's like 2 hours out of the day I gotta spend, like, getting ready for the stream. Just so annoying. But it's only once a month. It's the way it is. I have fun doing it. It's just, you know, it's a bit of an annoyance. But it is what it is. Yeah, of course he's a double agent. Most of the characters are. Exactly. Everyone's trying to play on all of their sides, right? But yeah, I'd say maybe, yeah, have something maybe I don't know. I'll ask again once we're kind of caught up with what I'm writing. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe like something like if you're saying like something in the army, like play back with him. Like I'd say like something about a decision in his past. Oh, this is a great example, Prol. Iroh. Iroh in Avatar: The Last Airbender, making a mistake that he did that got his son killed, that literally like made him fall into like depression and reevaluate his entire life to become like a completely different person. So maybe have some sort of event that happens that he's like a come to Jesus moment where he's like, okay, fuck, maybe I need to stop doing what I'm doing or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, that's just off the top of my head. Yeah, Iroh is good because it's not too sympathetic. Yeah, exactly. It's that merge between like the rage, the anger, the calmness, and the like acceptance of it, right? All molded together to create this like I wouldn't say pacifist, but almost pacifist type character, right? Where it's like they're more, and then you could play him off more as like I was gonna say, like the mentor of like teaching the character maybe the dark arts that he learned or some sort of secret thing that he's always like thought about but never put into practice or action, and now he's trying to implement it, and it's like, oh, it's actually coming to fruition, and it's like the main final piece that the main character needs. But he has the opposite arc of him because Wright loses his shit in this book. So it'd be like in the beginning where it's like, when he goes crazy after his son dies and the walls of Ba Sing Se, when they call him like the Dragon of the West, right? It's like his glory fucking days and shit, actually, to be Count Dooku. Fuck yeah, that's epic. Not Darth Vader, he's basically like Dooku. Yeah. He's not ruled by rage. He's ruled by, the simpler side of things, right? The violent separatist. Well, it's not that he's not violent. It's just that, he understands that diplomacy can work to your advantage just as much as it can for, like, other people, right? And then you just, diplomacy didn't work, so we're just going to kill you all. Boop, no one thought I was going to do that. Works his way up by smooth talking, yeah. And then if it comes to it, he has the skill to back up if anyone challenges him, right? Kind of makes himself look in a special way. Just realize he's literally Dooku. All right. That's why we have conversations about these, Pro. And then you can just figure out and fill in the blanks from there. But anyways, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We'll be back again tomorrow. It is a makeup/bikini stream, depending upon if it's warm enough in my room to wear a fucking bikini. We'll see how it goes. I got to pick out some clothes and stuff. So, as always, never stop creating. Never stop imagining. Never stop spreading your ideas, because you're worth it. And you're amazing. And I love you. So make my babies. We'll be back again tomorrow. So if you can't say fuck you to your friends who can, you say fuck you to fuck you. Alright. Who we rating today? Where are we going? What we doing? Oh, what we at? I gotta know what we do when we go for what we got. Ooh, here we go. We got one. Right off the bat. All right. Get your wheels ready. Here we go. We'll see you on the other side. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.